future's far away, but I will stay, I will stay. Just take a leap of faith, we'll find a way for you and me. Can't look back and run from what I feel inside. There's no more time to hide, because I feel again, I feel again. Oh, now I feel again. We're bringing this back to life. I feel it again, I feel it again, I feel again. We're bringing this back to life. Help me find the right words to say to get us back on our way. Can we try to fight against the grain of throwing out what we made? The future's far away, but I will stay, I will stay. Because I feel again, I feel again. Oh, now I feel again. We're bringing this back to life. We're picking up where we left off and on again. We never quite could forget, 'cause what we got so intense. I feel it again, I feel it again, I feel it again. We're bringing this back to life.
Good evening, all of you beautiful human beings, and welcome to day 2 of the first week of EURC playoffs. We're already halfway through our first round of games, but so far we have mostly been seeing lower bracket matchups, which means tonight will be full of theoretically high quality upper bracket matchups. But I mean, look, we're saying theoretically because there's been some ups and some downs in the game so far this week. And look, I'm joined by two lovely panelists. I've got Hyfira with me. I've got Atch over on the other side. And boys, is there any games, I think we'll start with Hyfira, that you'd really like to talk about from the start of this week, where we've seen, some interesting matches, some that went a bit quicker than I was hoping for sure.
I mean, I'm interested to see how Engines will do with a substitute. Obviously, I don't want to say the unfortunate story, but the story of At goes, so he's not able to play anymore. Rest in peace. But apart from that, Beckett Bears versus Fair Play should be an interesting one. It's all upper bracket. I think with every single one, you can have an argument of why that will be the most interesting one. Bournemouth Barracudas versus Kiel Krakens. A little bit of avenging of the NSC, obviously. So it's going to be an interesting night, to say the least.
It definitely will. Atch, I mean, lots to look forward to, but we're going to take a quick second and look back at what's already happened this week as well. In the upper bracket, the only game we've had played so far, Basilisks Berlin, that team, the second seed from Group D, did take down Dusseldorf Gaming, knocking them down into the lower bracket. And then in the lower bracket, we had Tilburg United 4-0ing the TUD Apes, the hope of Ireland crashing out very quickly in the playoffs. Salford Lions took on the other Lions and beat Loughborough, knocking them out of the competition. Then Essex Blades managed to 4-3 Team Esports Team 20, just about managing to take that win there. So there were some very close series. There were some series that were maybe washes. It was the TUD series. Look, I'm still smarting from that loss. It was a close series up until it wasn't, and then all of a sudden it was a 4-0. But there were some good matches played, and it was a good start to our playoffs there.
Yeah, 100%. It was pretty much everything you could have hoped for, unless, like Noah, you are a fan of the TUD Apes, perhaps not the best viewing experience for you. Other than that series, of course, everything going to at least 6 games, what you love to see, all close and competitive. Salford really, making a statement there, I think, reigning British champions, deposed in round 1 of the losers bracket, shows you just how competitive everything is in this whole setup at the minute. So, like you say, these upper bracket matches, perhaps not so much desperation involved, because any team that loses will still have a life in the lower bracket, but when you're going down to face teams like Dusseldorf, like Salford, like Essex, you really would rather just keep winning.
Yeah, there are already plenty of very good teams hanging out in that lower bracket. It's shark-infested waters down there for any teams that do slip and lose their balance in this upper bracket. But, it's all too easy to do at the moment. As the teams left in the upper bracket, there's a reason they are still in the upper bracket. And if we just take a second and let's start to focus in on our first game of the night, because it is 2 strong German teams coming through. It's FHDW Esports Alpha, the second seed from Group E, and they will, as Hyfiri mentioned earlier, be coming up against Engine Stuttgart, the third seed from Group C. And this is going to be an exciting one. Stuttgart are playing with a sub, but FHDW, Hyfiri, they kind of slipped up a little bit at the end of groups. They looked like they were super strong coming in, and then they lost both of their last week series, including one to UWE, who didn't even make it out of the group.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't necessarily look as strong, but at the same time, they still have their full roster, and that is going to be such a pivotal part of pretty much the entire series, that Engines, and that's nothing against Diana. It's just you're not playing with your team that you practice so often with. So it's just going to be a little bit awkward in rotation, and that's going to massively handicap them.
Of course it will. But FHCW, they've gotten a lot of practice together. This is one of our teams that came through the qualifiers, so they've been playing competitively together, kind of more, I think, than some of the other teams in this competition. And that might be part of what showed in these opening stages of the group, why they looked so strong coming into the group, and maybe could have contributed to why they dropped off a little bit towards the end, possibly, as other teams really started to find their pace, find their synergy towards the end of the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, these guys come second in their group after coming in from those qualifiers. That's a huge step for them. Stars of the show, really, in Group A. Everyone predicted Berlin Phoenix going top. I think very few people would have predicted this FHDW team to end up just behind them. Yeah. And obviously, they did only just beat out the Kiel Krakens on that head-to-head and game differential tie-breaking. Their series record was the same. So, yeah, like you say, it was a bit slow towards the end. They sort of petered out at the end of that group stage, but they'll be looking to find that momentum again and come out swinging in this first series of the knockouts.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about that tie-break in Group A, because it's going to come up a couple more times tonight as well, because it it was done. It was real silly, right? There was 4 teams tied on 4 series wins and 3 series losses in Group A. And not only did, FHDW, they came out on top with the game differential. They were, I think, a couple of games ahead, but the 3 teams behind them were all tied on +2 game differential. So Group A and all of the teams coming through, I think we're looking at FHDW to show us just how good they are, because really, Hyperia, they all look to be super evenly matched coming out of that group.
It should be indeed, yeah. It's always a little bit of a so-so situation if everything comes down to a triple tiebreaker, and even a quadruple, I guess you could say. But then after that's still a triple. It's absolutely ridiculous, and that's why I kind of want to the lower bracket can even be scarier than the upper bracket at times. Like the everybody who got dropped from the lower bracket to that is about the same level, obviously, as FHW. There's not really that much difference. It was an absolutely crazy scenario, and that makes for some crazy scenarios in this playoff bracket as well, of course.
Yeah, it definitely will. But, so FHDW, we've talked a lot about them. As we've mentioned a couple of times, it is going to be a sub this evening for Engine Stuttgart. And actually, they just haven't necessarily looked as strong with that sub a lot of the time. They played with Jana Turlik over Adco's against TUD in the group stage. And we're talking about this lower bracket. One of the teams that was in that kind of mess in Group A was Tilburg, who then went on to sweep TUD, who beat Engine Stuttgart while Engine Stuttgart had this exact sub in a quick 4-0 series. So it's kind of... You don't like to use transitive properties too much, but you have to say with this sub, it's not going to look necessarily great for Engine Stuttgart coming in tonight.
No, I mean, I think it's going to be a bit difficult for them, like you say, without their sort of first starting roster up. Like you say, these sort of transitive situations, they don't always come out in there sort of in the way you would expect. A lot of these teams obviously just really, really close in terms of caliber, and, anyone could just take it on the night. And I think one thing that will benefit Stuttgart is that perhaps now, obviously it's been a little while for those of you who have noticed Adgo's not playing anymore, obviously, but it's been a while since that became clear that he wouldn't be playing. So perhaps that extra time is something that they'll have been able to use a bit more effectively than maybe a last-minute substitution like we saw in the group stage.
Yeah, so we'll have to keep our fingers crossed for them. And that's going to lead us directly into predictions. And unfortunately, Atch, I think that you're going to agree with me when I say that I don't think that the extra time is going to be enough for them. I still think that tonight it's in FHDW's hands. I think FHDW are probably going to take the win here, because on their night, FHDW do look like a great team. Even if Engine Stuttgart do too with the sub, I think it's going to be a little bit too much. And Atch, I'm going to throw it over to you. Do you agree with me, or do you think Jana Turlik, with this extra time they've been given, is going to fit into this roster well enough for Engine Stuttgart to have a chance?
I think they've got a chance. I don't think it's a complete formality that Engine Stuttgart will lose this series. I think they are, like you say, more likely than not. I think FHDW definitely have the edge here. Looking at their performance in groups, of course, there are doubts, particularly towards the end of that. But I have to give it to FHDW if I'm listening to my head rather than my heart. And I think it will be close. I might give them maybe 4-2.
Okay, that's fair enough. And Hyperia, any dissent on that one? Would you even give them an extra game? Can they bring it all the way to 4-3, or is it not just 4-0 FHDW?
Look, there's a chance, but there's also a chance of winning the lottery. Now, I'm not really saying exactly the same, but their chances were about 50-50, and I think they massively decreased. I want to give them one game. I feel like we're on Shark Tank or something here, bidding who can give them the best deal. But I'm going to say FHW in 4-1 fashion.
All right, well, there you have it. The entire desk is going to vote for FHDW. But hey, if Stuttgart win, everyone get out there and buy your lottery tickets. And Lesepi, it's up to you to watch whether or not that actually happens.
Definitely. I mean, when we look at this matchup here, FHDW looks like the panelist favorite, and we'll just have to see what Stuttgart Engines can pull out here.
Yeah, I mean, hello. You can't get rid of me. I was on that panel. I backed FHDW. I do think Stuttgart can do this. It's just obviously a question, as it always is, of whether they will. If they really turn up and FHDW have that sort of late group stage form that sort of saw them slump a little bit, then I think anything is possible for the guys in green at the minute. But if you watch this match 100 times, I think FHDW is definitely going to win more often than not.
I would definitely agree with you there. But, underdogs can appear, and, dark horses can appear. Stuttgart just have to show up. I feel like, if they do manage to show up, take this FHDW team by storm, and really give them a fight, it will, cause them to panic a little bit on the side of FHDW.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of momentum involved in these series. There's always the sort of the risk of you lose one game and it gets in your head, and then suddenly you've lost 2 or 3. Obviously a best of 7 kind of favors teams who are. It's been fairly neutral so far. Liking the aggression from Stuttgart, I think, with a different team in play for them at the minute, the kind of aggression that they're showing is good. Try and disrupt the offensive rotation of FHDW. So I'd like to see a bit more of that, but obviously not so much that they get caught out on defense, which they almost just did.
Definitely, Verfan there trying to get a pass into the midfield. Medotti can't get a touch onto that, but Zim does save it from the crossbar, getting bumped away, making things real awkward in net, but is cleared all the way downfield. A shot coming through, but doesn't find the contact needed. Engine Stuttgart right now stuck in defense most of the time.
Yeah. I mean, I think perhaps this is what you'd expect. This is a great passing play now. They just couldn't quite get it into the back of the net, but like you say, they're having all the pressure at the minute, and I think Stuttgart might have expected this as well. I think they'll be looking to get most of their goals on the break.
Definitely. I mean, some teams do choose to play like that, and hopefully, if it can get in, if they can get into the rhythm, Engine Stuttgart, they're probably able to take what pressure they've had given and just clean it out with one counterattack. You see Medotti trying to clear it back downfield, but it's blocked straight away. A mistouch comes through, almost causing an own goal there on the side of FHDW.
Yeah, and I think these are the kind of things that Stuttgart will be waiting for. I think from them, they're generally quite a sort of cautious team as looks for that double. They're not I don't think we'll catch them overcommitting too much. They'll be waiting for these kind of mistakes that we just saw. And if they get one, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see them try and sit on it, particularly when you're, with this new roster. It's not in their interests to try and chase a further lead. They just want to sit back, make sure nothing gets too caught up on defense. They just really don't want to compete first, and Desired make sure the ball isn't in a dangerous position.
It's such an equal game right now as Jenna trying to take the ball downfield. A good hit by Desired onto the backboard, but no follow-up right there from the third man. Don't want to overcommit like you said. Medotti trying to get touch on the ball here. Does get a great one. Takes it past round one. Looking for the flick, and Zim has an open net. FHDW striking first.
Zim gets the points, but Medotti's done all of the work there. It was almost a foregone conclusion. I think once he gets that into the corner, there's very little the Stuttgart defender, who's already committed, can do. That's just going to be popped out across. And unfortunately for Stuttgart, no one behind to make the save. An easy net for Zim. And like you say, they're 1 goal to the good now. And we were just saying before, you don't want to see... Stuttgart wouldn't want to have been chasing a game, I don't think.
Definitely. Stuttgart now a goal behind. A minute and 45. Medotti clearing it, trying to find Zim across field, looking for a backboard. Maybe a double touch. Does find it, but doesn't lead anywhere past the backboard. Desired now taking a touch into the infield line of the corner to get to Zim as well. It's an open net. Jana has an open net to score and a trade for trade.
Jana, I think, capitalised really well here. Desired gets a brilliant demo. It's that aggression we were talking about. Rotates through the net. That's ambitious by Stuttgart standards, I think. Like you say, normally very reticent to commit lots of people to the offense. Desired sees the one man left on the FHDW side and gets that crucial demo, and they're back in it here.
Definitely a 1-to-1 there as Verferen trying to get a touch into the midfield, helping his teammate out there. A miss coming forth from one of the Stuttgart players. The ball under a lot of pressure right now. Stuttgart, can they get out of it? They can. A good save there by Licks, taking it slow now, taking it over one, looking for the 50. Doesn't find the top corner, and we're in the final minute, and it's neck and neck.
Neck and neck. Both teams, in fact, looking a little shaky in game one at times on the defensive end. Perhaps a little bit of nerves, obviously a lot to play for. Again, Stuttgart causing themselves quite a few problems. Looks like they'll manage to get it clear. That's a good dunk there. Zayed managed to get it down. Gonna try and dribble it. He's got past one, I think, not quite, but ball's in the right place. Last drive looks to be Stuttgart here.
Definitely, as we're waiting the final 30 seconds. Jana looking at least get a touch off her backboard, trying to get a clear out from Stuttgart here, but currently no avail. A shot coming forth from FHDW, but put back in to the midfield. Now in the corner of FHDW, a demo does come out onto Verferen. Shot comes through! Licks taking the lead for Engine Stuttgart.
You know, exactly what we expected from them. They come in, they wait, they play cautiously, the opportunity presents itself, and Tivlix just takes it perfectly. What a brilliant shot into the top right.
Definitely. Engine Stuttgart now, you know, despite having their backs, the walls against the back on whether they're winning this game, they're doing surprisingly well off the bat.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, again, the momentum in this series will drop in favour of Stuttgart at the end of game one. A best of 7, of course, plenty of time for FHDW to turn it around, but that is exactly the start you'd want to see from the green team here.
100% there. Well played by, you know, Stuttgart to stay calm, stay collected, and working with, you know, the flow of FHDW and how much they're putting onto this game when it comes to pressure.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, there is quite a lot of pressure, you know. It's tough for these teams. Winning is obviously a habit you want to find yourself in, but my goodness, I mean, whoever loses this match will go down into the lower bracket and face Salford, who, if anyone was watching the UK scene last night, have just booked their place into the grand final domestically. So they're a top 2 UK team at least. So, you know, whether you'd want to play them or Erasmus Esports Rotterdam is a very, very hard decision to make. But at least if you come up against Rotterdam, you'd still have that extra life.
Definitely. You know, as teams here want to stay in the upper bracket as much as possible because it is a lifeline to drop down into the lower bracket. And if you're in the lower bracket, it's one and done if you lose.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously, there's best of 7s the whole way. So there's not really a time that you could really feel like you've been hard done by. You know, you'll have plenty of chances to prove yourself. But like we were saying on the panel, the kind of teams already in that lower bracket are just not to be messed with. You know, there will be just a lot of pressure on these teams to try and find their way through. Like, for example, we'll be seeing later on tonight, York take on ULB. They're in the lower bracket already, and yet the winner has to go and play Dusseldorf. It's a very, very harsh bracket for these guys. But, you know, these are the best teams in Europe, so you're never really going to get an easy run.
Exactly. They're all here for a reason. If they've made it this far for a reason, so every team is challenging against one another. But, you know, right now we're focusing on the match at hand here, FDHW against Engine Stuttgart. You know, coming into this, Engine Stuttgart, they did take game 1, and, you know, FHDW didn't get the start that they wanted.
No, they definitely didn't, obviously. I mean, you know, you never want to start with a loss. And I think some of their offense was really good. We saw, obviously, the goal created by Medotti there was really, really well worked from him. But it was sort of not quite on the same level that we saw from them at times during the group stage. You know, they were really synergizing well together in the offensive half for many of their series and didn't seem to be quite clicking. You know, there weren't any sort of major mistakes. Stuttgart capitalized well on half chances, but there weren't any big gaps. But FHDW will know that they can definitely manage better in game 2.
Definitely. I mean, when we look at it, it's game number 2, and they're trying to find an answer at this point. They're one game down on the side of FHDW, and you just have to stay positive. You can't let that, you know, get you down coming into game number 2. It's a best of 7, like you said. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Yeah,
100%. You know, it's going to be about consistency, and Stuttgart will know that as much as anyone. And the fact that 3 of them have all managed to stay on their goal line is a little bit alarming. Medotti going to get that up. They've managed to get it out, and, you know, while I may say it's alarming, if it works, at the end of the day, it just works. They've got the ball away. They've all got a decent amount of boost, and they'll be ready for this next push.
Definitely, but Yana there does get the clear downfield, and Madotti does take it away from his teammate there, looking a little bit awkward flying backwards, but a clear does come out from Zim. Blocked straight away by Lix. I like what Engine Stuttgart are doing here. They're trying to minimalize on how far this FHDW team are, you know, trying to push up the pitch, and it's really shutting them down.
Yeah, it is. You know, they seem to have been stifled by these early midfield clears like the one we just saw from Tivlix, and there has been, you know, a lot of times where you think actually Stuttgart here, they will make some decent pressure out of it. Perhaps not something we would have expected. Yana fitting in very well as, you know, that substitute player, and although the ball is in their end at the minute, they haven't really looked too shaky on defense so far.
Definitely, they're looking very, very comfortable with the way they're playing, but Zim looking to get a touch onto one of pop high. Madotti is there, can't hit the goal as desired, clearing it off of his pole.
Yeah, and there again, look, they've managed. It maybe didn't look pretty or particularly fantastically efficient, but they got the ball away. They're not one down, and they don't need to worry about it. That clear is long. That's the one thing that I think Stuttgart need to watch for. They've been really good at reading the midfield and getting out and early up on the clears, but eventually I think FHDW will start to realise that and just start trying to launch the ball over them, and if they manage that, then there's real trouble.
Definitely, as we are looking at a miss coming through from the Engine Stuttgart's defender there. Bandotti trying to keep the ball in the suffocation zone where they can keep up the pressure. Zim there, great touch, but Yana does put it back into her midfield, looking for a passive rocket of a shot comes flying by Lix there. Bandotti having to go top hole, you know, top corner for that.
Yeah, and there again, look, Yana's got another key demo there, and the big miss on the clear could leave a little gap at the near post. Zim flying back to make sure that it's not one good for Stuttgart as we approach. In fact, we've just gone past the halfway mark here. Another key bump. Stuttgart really looking to get aggressive, and I must say I commend them for it.
Definitely 2 minutes and 10 on the clock as we go for this push there. Unable to get anything into the midfield from FHDW, but Zim looking to go in, gets beat out by Desire. The ball still bouncing into no man's land. Lix is up quick, well read by the defender, but Zim trying to take control of this ball. 30 boost left in his tank on the sidewall here. Does get it onto the backboard. It does bounce down, but no boost to follow. And FHDW, all their players are sitting so far back, even in the offense.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've seen now that Stuttgart aren't to be messed with, even if they might be playing with a sub, and they're respecting them. Like you say, perhaps a little too much when they're on the offensive side. Not many Stuttgart defenders had boost if they'd have just really driven that towards the goal straight away on the play, but Tivlix looking to punish on the other side. Again, low boost across the FHDW team, but they managed to get away with it for now. Both teams holding out in defense, but not quite clicking on offense.
Definitely. When you look at it this way, you know, both these games have been neck and neck with one another, and it's basically who makes the finest of mistakes will, you know, it will hurt them really badly, because it will probably lead to the game winner.
Yeah, at this stage with so little time left on the clock, I can't help but thinking you're right. It's never the way you want to see it. You want to see something like that. FHDW in the lead with a fantastic give-and-go passing play.
That is amazing there, and the shot taken was even better, just keeping it away from the last man. And FHDW take the first goal, 52 seconds left here. And what are your thoughts, I mean, on how this game plays out for the next 50?
Well, Stuttgart have to chase now. At the end of the day, if they concede again, not the end of the world. They need that equaliser at least to try and force an overtime. Desired actually getting forced away from that ball. So you might see them concede again, but that's not really reflective of anything. They have to push this, time ticking down. Hopefully we'll see some fantastic offense out of them. I think they're in the right position for it now. That's going to be an awkward one. Great bump. Tivlix is there. The shot is into the right-hand side. The physical aggression again from Stuttgart paying dividends.
I'm such a fan of the way that Engine Stuttgart are taking this game and playing it, especially. It's so aggressive and it's so clinical. It just looks, you know, really fun to watch. And FHDW, you know, they're trying to find a way to counteract that play.
And, you know, this physical play is brilliant because not only, obviously, is it really entertaining and good fun to watch, but so far, Stuttgart haven't actually been going for it, you know, when it's detrimental to the rest of their play. They've only been trying to fit it in, and they've done really well not overextending to get these bumps and demos, and He might be getting an overtime here, but they'll need to deal with this first. Yana makes the save. Ball should drop, and I think we will have an... Oh my goodness, I'm going to perhaps speak a bit too soon. The ball now drops, and we have overtime in game 2.
This is tense. Basically, now it really comes into fruition. Whoever makes the mistake will suffer its price. But it's Zim taking it past Lix here, looking for the backboard, but Yana does clear her backboard just fine. Medotti trying to find a 50 against Desire, doesn't find any connection to lead it to an offensive break, but Zim is there. Yana once more clears the ball, looking to beat out the defender coming, but unable to find the 50. And we're looking to push in a beautiful demo, a great read on the field by Yana, but nothing can come from as FHDW clean it up really nice and quick here, and both teams trying to go out all in.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a fantastic start to this overtime from both sides. Like you say, really throwing everything in the kitchen sink so far. Not the kind of cautious nature you'd expect from both Stuttgart and overtimes in general, but they seem to be making it work. Desired here, he's got a bit of a chance. Forces a great save out from the FHDW defense. Stuttgart getting a little caught up on top of one another there. That might cost them.
Definitely. I mean, you can't afford to be caught out at this late of the stage of the game, especially in overtime, but Medotti trying to find someone in the infield. He does take it under control here, but can he get it out of the... It's a shot onto net. Desired was there. I thought there was no one left in the defense, Arch, but luckily there was the double tap. Verferen does finally take it for his team.
Yeah, it was great play from him. It was just a miss from Yana off the sidewall of our own backboard there. Harsh, but there's a brilliant read from Verferen, and FHDW will tie up this series at 1.
Definitely, it's 1 apiece now, and it feels like both teams have finally warmed up to the series, and it's going to be an outright battle between both of these teams here, Arch.
Yeah, I think it will be. You know, it's going to be perhaps a more interesting series than we expected. You know, a lot of discussion on the panel about Yana and how this Stuttgart side would fare with the substitute on their roster, but Jana's fitting in very well. You know, she put up 4 saves in that game. She's done really well defensively. She has been sitting back, but managing to keep control of the boost and everything like that. And like we were saying throughout that game, the offensive pressure, you know, the bumps and the demos from Stuttgart are really promising. And while they lost this game, I'm not really sure they did that much wrong.
Definitely. I mean, they didn't do that much wrong, but it's still these breakaway plays are, you know, coming into effect in this game for both of these teams, actually. And it's whether they can handle the breakaway between both of these teams and how they, you know, move forward from that, and if they're able to keep the breakaway contained.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And as we get into game 3, we'll just have to see which team, if either of them manage to take a firmer grip on this series. Obviously, it's been very close both games so far. Looking like FHDW will have the early run of play, but again, Stuttgart, although it wasn't very pretty, managed to get it clear. This will be a longer clear. Yana doesn't seem to have much boost to her name, but she's managed to get it through. Zim has to watch out with the on-rushing attack here, and FHDW perhaps get away with one slightly there to begin with.
Definitely. I mean, they got lucky there. You know, Zim having the reactions that he did on that ball was, you know, pretty impressive, but the backboard is under attack, looking for a shot. He goes wide there. Lix unable to find it, but Yana trying to do some shadow defending on her own defensive half now. But it is looking for a 50 here onto Verferen from the Stuttgart player, looking for a drop to his teammate, and he does find one. A huge flick comes through. Lix clinical.
Yeah, I mean, you know, perhaps FHDW won't want to see this one again. I think Verferen maybe could have reached this. He had plenty of boost, just perhaps looking for that narrow touch into his corner and didn't quite make it. So plenty of time left on the clock. No need for panic just yet, but you don't want to see, you know, little mistakes like that coming back to haunt FHDW.
FHDW now need to find an answer, and the quicker they do, you know, the more relief they'll feel coming into it, because you don't want to be 1 goal down with a minute left, because it will make you, you know, it will cloud your judgment on whether you go for these plays, because you'll end up all inning. So they want to convert as quick as possible. Yana trying to keep the ball away from Zim. Zim looking to go downfield quick and easy, but the bump comes through. Desire managing to keep it away from his net. A close call.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like we said, Stuttgart's perhaps sitting back a little bit now that they have their lead, but I think it's going to bite them here. That was a very awkward set of ricochets that Medotti could capitalise on. And with 90 seconds gone in this game number 3, there's 1 goal apiece here.
1 goal apiece indeed, and the conversion comes, you know, at a decent time. 3 minutes and 30 left on the clock, and it's only game 3, and both of these teams are, you know, battling out 1 goal after another. And it's mostly been, you know, a trade of goals. It's never been a team really breaking out on the scoreline, taking 2 after one after another or something like that.
No, I think, in fact, you're spot on. I don't think we've seen a team score consecutively within a game. So, you know, like you say, there's never been more than 1 goal in it, certainly. I think Stuttgart turned it around from 1 down to 2-1. But, you know, it has been very close. Teams not really, like you say, gripping the series so far. Those teams quite close in terms of their caliber and doing quite well, both of them, in fact, on offense. I don't think either team will be particularly unhappy with how they've played. Tivlix will be unhappy with that if it goes in, just run out of boost, and Zim there again to capitalise. Stuttgart uncharacteristically bold on the offensive push out, and they get punished.
Definitely, it's just unlucky the man that did go for the ball, you know, went up and ran out of boost just as they were about to hit the ball.
Yeah, it's harsh, but, you know, these are the fine margins that sometimes decide games. Now, coming in for the shot is Desired, who somehow managed to sneak it in perfectly at the near post, maybe faked them out by leaving the ball for so long, but, my goodness, the defence, much as I praised it in earlier games, it's not been brilliant from either team so far in this game 3.
Definitely, and still no consecutive goals have been scored from one team. It's back and forth. Stuttgart take it back to an equal level playing field here as Desire does put it back into the corner of FHDW. A pinch comes out from both of the members that were on offense for them, as Desire now having to put it into their own corner, as now taken downfield looking for a player in the midfield, but it's Zim that does beat the Stuttgart players to the ball. Licks left alone in defense. Desire does get a demo in the background onto Zim, so it does open up the field a little bit, and it looks like it's opened it up a lot, but can't get the 50 that he wanted onto Zim. Great stuff there as the returning third player.
Yeah, Zim did really well then. I thought Tivlix might have faked him out, but he managed to read him well and stop that at the death. So really good there, you know, and again, really good from Stuttgart as well to push that offensive play. They've been doing really well with it so far, and Desired has managed, like Jana Chernik again, managed to get another one here, and it really helps them break out confidently.
I mean, demos are a huge part of Rocket League, and this is why, because it's clinical. You know, if you get a demo at the right time in a game, it can be so detrimental to a team, and it could be basically the game-winning goal.
100%, but like you say, you have to do it at the right time. You see a lot of teams try and incorporate these kind of plays into their style, and a lot of them will, you know, overutilize it. They'll go for demos that don't really help them. You know, that one really good. Farin forced to jump across his goal to make a save. But you see a lot of teams go for demos that don't really help them, puts an offensive player well out of position, well out of boost. But these guys have timed their demos really well, only really got ones that could prove useful. So they've been doing really well. They're holding on defense for now, but the final minute approaching is going to get nervy, I reckon.
Definitely, final minute gets the nerves going here for both teams. There, the ball bouncing into no man's land, bounces off the pole, but cleared away. As we're waiting patiently, Licks does find the touch to his teammate there, but can't make connection as he does go wide. It's an open net. Can Vifferen find something? He does get a touch, but it's 50'd away. Ball popped back into the midfield. No man's land once more. Final 30 seconds. Zim takes it into the corner of Engine Stuttgart's defense. A shot comes through, needing 2 players. Desired picks up the save as Lick's now looking for a 50 onto Vifferen. A center ball does come through. Medotti is there, trying to find a place and time to put the ball, but unable to find a teammate. As now Engine Stuttgart, final 10 seconds. Vifferen keeping the ball in the midfield. No man's land once more. Jana can't get a touch onto the sidewall, so Zim is there to pick up the ball, and we're looking at another overtime here, Arch.
Yeah, we are. It's, you know, it's overtimes galore so far. This series proving much, much closer than we thought it would, you know. Stuttgart really synergizing well together. Jana really fitting in well and causing FHDW some significant problems, particularly with that physical aggression that we've seen so much of so far.
Definitely, but we're in overtime once more, and both of these teams are intense situations, as Veteran does get a 50 onto one, and what a huge 50 was, unable to capitalize by FHDW, but Madotti now taking a boost grab in the corner, looking for a demo, gets a bomb! Zim, he misses the shot, but Veteran finally coming in as the third man, and that's what's been missing by FHDW all this time, that third man coming in to clean up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite frankly a little surprised they needed it. Zim had more than half the goal to aim at, but at the end of the day, they won't care how they score them. They take another victory here. That's 2 on the bounce for them now. Stuttgart needs something sooner or later. You know, they don't want to be put 3-1 down in a best of 7. That's not a position anyone would like.
Definitely, it'll put you in a rock and a hard place between what you should do in the games given. But FHDW take game number 3. And it's still a close game. No one has scored consecutive or pulled away when it comes to pressure on the field, the amount of goals scored. The only difference we have is the set score.
Yeah, it is. That's the main difference we're seeing so far, is that when push comes to shove, which tends to be in an overtime, FHDW seem to find the answers. But Stuttgart, I think, stretching them more than most would have expected. Perhaps more than they would have expected. Maybe, Stuttgart come out swinging game 1. They weren't expecting it. They get caught napping a bit. Maybe they're warming into this series, but they haven't won anything convincingly enough yet to make me back that much.
I agree with you there. But coming into game 4, what are you kind of looking for Engine Stuttgart to really put this on their backs and say, hey, we're down on set score, but we can still do this?
I think really there's only tiny adjustments need to be made. I think trying to radically reinvent their play style is not what they need to be doing. They're doing fine. They're keeping all these games close. They're not being comfortably beaten out by any stretch. So they just need to keep at what they're at, score open nets that they're provided, as Tiblix has just done. So, I think they're doing fine. They just need to now keep steady, maybe not sit back too much now that they have the lead.
100%. Great start here by Engine Stuttgart right off the bat. And you can't ask for any better start here, Arch, when it comes to Rocket League.
I mean, it's been brilliant to watch. It's really going well. And now again, we find, Stuttgart have been in the lead quite a lot so far this series. And they seem to do well with it in that they're not chasing, and that seems to help them. But like I say, sitting back too much, I think, could prove detrimental. This FHDW team very creative on offense.
100%. You don't want to give FHDW the room and time to think about what they need to be doing on the offense, given they have the ball. So, Engine Stuttgart, they do need to keep it up a little bit. Yana there trying to find her teammate in the midfield, but couldn't make contact with the ball as desired. Doesn't get the Bruce grab away from Zim, so Zim should be able to carry this downfield. Finds a 50 with Licks, and he's looking to continue it with the ball on his hood. Gus get the flick into the midfield. Cleared off the line by Licks, put back in by Madotti, but Veteran already committed for the ball, so Engine Stuttgart have a break. Madotti finding a demo onto Licks on the way out, so Zim practically has a free ball, leaves it for his teammate, but the ball bouncing off the backboard of FHDW here. But Zim looking to find the backboard of Stuttgart now in return. Madotti into the midfield. Veteran too far away to find the pass, but a great pass it was infield.
Yeah, the passing is something I've really loved from FHDW, but it hasn't been coming off as much in this series, perhaps as you'd almost expect from them. We saw it quite a lot in the group stage, and they used it really well. Other than that passing play we saw work out brilliantly from them in Game 2, it's not been a feature of their match so far. So, they're still in the lead. Perhaps they're consciously trying something a bit different here. It seems to be working so far, but obviously as time ticks down and they're still behind in this Game 4, perhaps that's the way to unlock the Stuttgart defense.
Well, hopefully they can unlock this Stuttgart defense, as Veteran now trying to take it down the midfield. Yana gets a good 50 onto the Veteran, but Madotti now can't make contact with the ball. Veteran having to go for the challenge, an infield pass, but no connection by Licks. He finally does find it, but it's a little bit too late. Could have been a lead, a consecutive goal for Engine Stuttgart, but unlucky stuff.
Yeah, I think that pass was either not expected or perhaps just a little too hard for Felix there. And it's unfortunate, like you say, but they have the lead. They don't need to be hurling themselves at these if they don't think they can reach them. Again, look, that aggressive run through from, I think it was Desired, yeah. Looking looking for more bumps and demos, and he's cut the rotation brilliantly there to make sure that touches through. So they are playing really, really well here, setting back well. This should be another push for them if they can get the right touch desired. Lofts it. It's a shot. One that Medotti made look a little bit harder than it was, and I think they might get caught out here. FHDW just managed to bring it clear.
The overcommit, but Desired managed to pull back in time as Vefren couldn't find the shot at the front of his car. But a great 50 there by Desired once more. Yana does get the ball into the midfield for her team, but Vefren has better ideas. I feel like Vefren has really stepped up coming into game number 4 with the way that he's playing and the pace he's playing at, really coming in for his team here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, FHDW, by no means could you say they've been playing poorly. They got caught out very early on in this game by one slight over-rotation, leaving a gap that Tivlix found really well from distance. But other than that, they've been playing fine. It's just that they are being, at the moment, sort of squashed a little bit by the Stuttgart side, who have a lot of offensive pressure and keep it very well through their bumps and their demos. And as time ticks down, there's just over a minute left now. Something needs to happen sooner or later, and these double commits are going to be a real problem for them.
100%, you don't want to be kind of double committing into the ball, but Medotti, what a fate that was to get past one, but couldn't get past the second man in Engine Stuttgart's defensive line. The backboard cleared once more away from FHDW's offense. Going wide on the ball, opportunity. 1v1, Medotti trying to find the demo. A great dodge by Desired, but unable to beat the final man. Vefren holding strong on the defense for FHDW. Final 30 seconds on the clock. Zim trying to keep the ball in an offensive state, looking for a touch onto the pole. He doesn't find the shot needed to convert, but now FHDW need to step up. Vefren does get a pop into the midfield. Yana's just gonna take her time here, gets it downfield, as Medotti can't find the touch needed now as the double commit comes through once more here, Arch.
Yeah, free shot though. This could be it. And Tivlix make sure that's a brilliantly placed shot, and he's done really well. Stuttgart soaked up that pressure, then caught them napping on the break, slots it into the right-hand side, and that should seal game 4 in favour of Engine Stuttgart.
Definitely an Engine Stuttgart, the first team to score consecutively for one side here, so we do finally have that in the series. But can they keep up coming into game number 5 here?
Well, I mean, we're approaching what's effectively a best of 3 now. There's one for the road from Zim. Kind of aggressive play that Stuttgart have almost trademarked in this series, coming out for FHDW. One key demo from Bafaro, who then bumps out the last defender. That, is perhaps a promising avenue. The fact that that's really the first time they've put their mind to it, FHDW. They've thought, oh, let's go for some bumps and demos. They've done it very, very well, so Stuttgart might have to watch for that in subsequent games.
100%. FHDW, they're tied up once more, and, they kind of have to show up here in order to secure match point. And when it comes to this is probably the most important game in the series. Winner, has that match point opportunity.
Yeah, and like you say, I think that's a big deal because, if you win this game and then the opponents, obviously, they cannot lose. It might change how they play. They might have to be a bit more cautious. They might not be sort of, fully themselves in the offense. So it is a big, big game coming into game number 5. And I think, both teams have played really, really well, but obviously only one of them can go through. But my goodness, I think either could deserve it based on how these final games go.
Definitely. I mean, regardless of the scoreline, and if FHDW do take this, I mean, Engine Stuttgart, they can't complain about the performance. They've been performing exceptional, and, they've given this FHDW side a great showing.
Yeah, they have, and like you say, this obviously a slightly diminished Stuttgart side, so they've been playing really, really well, but there's still a lot of work to do here. They will need to win twice more in the final 3 games of the series if we get that far. And, this FHDW side, they can definitely do that as well. It will, I think, come down to who can keep their nerve, and perhaps Stuttgart have the edge there with their increased experience.
Stuttgart, they have the experience, but FHDW have the goal to start things off in game number 5.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why I speak sometimes. As soon as I say the experience might help them, they make a very strange kickoff and get scored on in the top right corner. It was well placed from Medotti, but not the kind of goal you'd expect Stuttgart to concede, certainly. And like you say, I mean, plenty of time left on the clock, which is something they can take consolation from, but not the way you'd want to start this game 5.
Not the way you want to start it, exactly. But we are coming in with pressure on the side of Engine Stuttgart's in their defense. But Vefren trying to find Medotti. Medotti trying to find Vefren. Amazing link-up play. But Vefren missing the mark on the shot there, as close as it was. As Zim trying to keep it in the corner of Engine Stuttgart's. Vefren finding Medotti. An absolute rocket flies at net. Lix does find it. And FHDW, it feels like they've turned it up a lot. Zim hits the pole. Finally, they get another goal on the board.
That's 3 fantastic passing plays from FHDW on the trot there. Only one of them converted, but all 3 of them fantastic right till the very end. So a worrying sign for fans of Stuttgart at home. We were talking about their passing and how good it can be, and you've seen it now.
I mean, FHDW, they've turned up the heat, and it's down to if Engine Stuttgart, you know, they can keep up with it. If not, it's going to crumble. But, you know, as I say that, Engine Stuttgart is on the offense. Yana taking a shot at net there, but doesn't go to anything. Has a good 50 there from Lix to keep it in this offensive state for his team. As the ball finally flies into the midfield, but picked up once more by an Engine player's Desire, trying to dribble it around. Vefren, a miss coming from Yana. An uncharacteristic miss indeed. Vefren finally scoring the 3rd goal.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and I think it just left Lix out. Caught a little bit far forward, and he decided to jump for it, couldn't quite reach it. It's rapidly becoming unattainable. A 3-0 lead in just under 90 seconds for FHDW. Some of the fastest scoring we've seen all series long, and it really does look like they're hotting up now.
Definitely, they have stepped up the ante, and Engine Stuttgart, they need to step it up as well if they want to compete in game number 5 here. No, 5?
Yeah.
Yes, 5. As Desired in the corner now, trying to get it into the midfield. Medotti, Vefren double committing, leaving Zim alone in the net. Going for it early is a great choice, as a ball in no man's land looking for the shot. Desired can't get there quick enough as Zim does sweep it away. Medotti now trying to keep it as the bodyguard himself, trailing at the front there from the side of FHDW, trying to clear some demos away from the net.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Stuttgart have a lot to do here, and the kind of offense they've been putting on in other games of this series hasn't really been there yet. So we'll have to look for that from them. FHDW playing fantastically in all areas of the field this game number 5. This could be a real momentum booster. What a save from Yana off her own crossbar. Big demo for Farron, last man back. There's the flick. That's gone high, not high enough. Brilliant defensive work from the Farron there, and FHDW come out clean again.
I mean, FHDW, they look like a different beast right now. They look like a completely different team than they were 2-3 games ago.
Yeah, no, they really do. You know, it's been a fantastic transformation from them. They've pulled it together, like we said. We were looking for their passing plays, and they seem to have found them for us in game number 5. Just over 2 minutes to play. Stuttgart needs some goals fairly soon. They are knocking on that door, but at the minute, FHDW have all the answers.
FHDW kind of having all the answers, like you said. But, you know, a minute and 50 on the clock, at least they can pick up some goals here for Engine Stuttgart to, you know, keep their confidence and their mental state intact coming into game number 6. And, you know, right now, it still feels like there's no answer to it. They're just a solid all-round, you know, team right now, FHDW. When it comes to rotations, they're all in sync.
Yeah, I think, like you say, some of Stuttgart's main successes in this series, a great save from Yana, have not really, you know, some of them have been off their own back, but quite a lot of them, you look at their goals in game 1, their goal in the last game as well, one of them, you know, set them up well. They come off little mistakes, nothing big from FHDW, and Stuttgart still do very well to capitalise on them, but they are half chances provided by defensive mistakes or slight overcommits from FHDW that have just completely vanished in game number 5. They seem to have everything in their favour right now.
100%, and it feels like Engine Stuttgart have stepped down on the aggressive and physical plays, and it feels like FHDW, you know, they've picked that up and started, you know, really forcing tap from Vefren, unable to find it, but God, that was close.
That was insanely close, and these are the kind of plays that you really don't want to see them putting together already 3-0 up. Shows you how high their confidence is at the minute. Yana clears it off to the corner, but time ticking down. It must be said, Stuttgart don't look like they're going to get this game 5, and like you say, anything for their momentum and confidence going into this game 6 would be good for them.
Definitely, as Yana does clear her own backboard, but Zim waiting patiently on the sidewall for the pop. As a clear does come through from Engine, Stuttgart's veteran does pop it into no man's land, looking for Zim in the midfield, as Zim does put it down into his teammate Medotti there, but unable to find it. And Engine Stuttgart, they've been shut out completely.
Yeah, it was a commanding performance from FHDW there. They did really, really well. You know, like you said, they sort of warmed into this series. It took them a little while. Stuttgart obviously had the early lead in the series, but they now find themselves on a double match point in favour of FHDW, and they'll really have to up their ante if they want to take them in from a game 6 after that performance here.
100% Engine Stuttgart, they're being shut out, but you know, this is what defines them as a top team. If they're able to, you know, come back after being shut out completely and, you know, say, hey, we can still do this, and, you know, the positivity and the mental state is still there to pull it back.
Yeah, like you say, you know, that's the kind of thing that top teams will have in their locker, the kind of mentality to turn things around. Still got time, you know, there's chances. Obviously, they have to take all of their chances now if they want anything from this series. But, you know, from them, the fact that this is, you know, already at least as good as the best panel prediction gave them shows you how much of a surprise the performance has been from Stuttgart.
100%, you know, panelists, you know, they did favor FHCW to take the win. It might still happen here as they're on match point, but, you know, on the side of Engine Stuttgart, they came out and they said, you know, we'll prove them wrong. And I kind of feel like they have done that regardless of the scoreline. Yeah,
I think, you know, if they lose this in 6, I think they could be right in feeling a little bit hard done by, because it's been close virtually every game, except that last one in game 5. That's a great fake from the far end, but Desired gets out in front of the cross very, very well. Zim, off the corner it goes, and there we go. That's a great pinch off the floor almost to get them through, and a huge pinch there. Game 6, end-to-end stuff so far.
Definitely. I mean, when we look at it, it's 100% great end-to-end stuff here from both of these teams coming into it. But, you know, in this game, we need to see a different Engine Stuttgart. They need to come up with something, and they need to do it quick.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, at the same time, while they're at 0-0, it's not worth them launching everything they have into a period of offense just to get caught out and concede an easy goal. Stuttgart's main sort of, you know, benefit of their offense has been its cautiousness, the waiting for opportunities to be presented, and players like Tivlix being there to take them. A minute gone, and they're a goal to the good in Game 6.
They are goal, you know, that goal is that, you know, confidence boost. They say, yes, we did lose the last game, but, you know, they start strong here. They can keep that momentum going into the later, you know, stages of this game. But right now, they still need to face the, you know, the challenge at hand, and it's to keep this lead as Zim taking a shot pass into the net, but his Licks clearing it into the corner here. Yana does get the follow, but can't get anything more as, yeah, Zim does demo her out into the midfield. The ball goes as Medotti now demoing Desire, but a great 50 by Licks, almost actually forcing it off Veteran's car into the goal.
Yeah, it was good play, you know, buying time for his team to get back at the same time as almost scoring himself. Tivlix doing really well at the minute. That's a great touch and Desired, but Medotti is more than equal to it. Zim launches it downfield. That's going along, and Desired is in the right kind of place for this. That's a boomer. So close to the left-hand corner. What a goal that would have been.
What a goal that would have been indeed. As, you know, Engine Stuttgart are putting on the pressure as FHDW managed to clear that away somehow after the mess in their goal line.
Yeah, and they managed not to make a mess of it on defense as well. That was a really awkward pinch out. And there's the passing again. Medotti, that is the kind of fortune that they'd love to see. FHDW fans at home will be clapping their hands. Stuttgart will have their head in theirs. Medotti, an absolutely outrageous dunk that I'm fairly sure he didn't intend, but it doesn't matter because they're one each now.
Great recovery from FHDW to pull it back 1-1 here, as, you know, exactly halfway now left of the game, as Licks now takes it down into the left side of the field trying to find something, and these demos from FHDW, they're causing their pivotal stuff because they eliminate the second man being able to take the shot.
Yeah, they do, and see, that kind of play from Yana, I mean, she's done really well there, but I can't help thinking if she'd just fizzed that pass low and hard towards Desired in the middle, that would have been an easy shooting opportunity, and she Stuttgart's been shooting really well. It's the kind of thing that we've seen FHDW use to great effect. That low passing plays have done them really well in this series, and perhaps Stuttgart could take a leaf out of their book.
100%, but it's right now trying to push the issue here. Yana trying to fire off a net, but Medotti is there in the right place. Befford now trying to put it into the corner, trying to find Zim as well on the backboard, but a good clear there from Desired downfield back into the FHDW half, trying to get a bump onto Medotti, does find it, leading Gianna to get the follow for her team, but the third man overcommitted. Can they capitalize here from FHDW? Yana looking awkward. Befford there hits the crossbar. Licks does get the save and once again into safety. Engine Stuttgart.
Yeah, not for long though. Medotti's got a brilliant touch, but it's not going to be fast enough. Desired gets back. Did really well to get Yana, and Yana's done a brilliant bump on her defensive rotation. Desired, very little boost in the tank. He's not going to get that corner which he's committed for, so that could cause Stuttgart some problems, especially with a touch like that loose from Yana. Gets down to that just in time. Desired goes high enough in fact. Perhaps FHDW could get caught out here. Off the ceiling it goes. Yana tries to get that dunk, but doesn't manage it. It's the final minute approaches. We're back to the end-to-end start we saw for this game.
This is end-to-end stuff, like you said, a minute left. And this is the minute that will make it or break it for Engine Stuttgart, but Medotti opens it up and finds the lead.
That is an insane play from Medotti. Again, I think he actually did react to that. I will give him credit where I didn't for his last one. Catches that ball on the ground, sees it going, makes up his angles and calculates them well. Ground pinch throws Stuttgart for 6. They're not out of it yet, but FHDW have everything they need to take this series.
Medotti improvisation on point, but Lakes looking for the tap into the top corner. Unlucky stuff, forcing a double commit. Can they keep up the pressure here for Stuttgart? Looking for a shot as the third man unable to find it, but Yana does find a teammate on the sidewall looking for a center ball into the midfield, but it's Licks that does go for the shot. Unable to find it as Befford picks up the save. Desired looking for the shot. It's an open net, and we are neck and neck. 26 seconds left.
Yeah, Stuttgart, you know, when push comes to shove, it's Stuttgart this time who find the answers. Brilliant period of offensive play, some fantastic work being done there. Of course, they're not out of the woods yet. 2-2 could be going into a very tense overtime in Game 6.
An intense overtime indeed we're looking at, but 20 seconds left on the clock. FHDW have ball control. As I say that, a miss goes from Vefren looking for the redirect onto net. Medotti awkward here, but Licks now on the sidewall looking for a touch into the midfield. Medotti does get a demo onto Desired. Final 7 seconds. Can they get it out of the corner here? FHDW, a great 50 from Vefren. Another one pops into no man's land. Zim keeping it up here for his team, finding another touch, but that is overtime in game number 6.
Very, very close to the ultimate ending there to a game 6, but we could still have some fireworks here. Obviously, one goal to decide it all now. You can only hope it's a fantastic play rather than a grave mistake that decides it here.
Definitely Medotti trying to fire off a shot. A good block there coming in from the Engine Stuttgart's defense. As now a clear trying to come forth here from Licks, but his Desired having to go for it. His Veffer does get a double tap, and he continues to annihilate the 50 there. A mid has been popped. Zim trying to fire off a shot, but is more than enough to get away from the side of Engine Stuttgart's defense now, as the momentum has shifted in favor of Engine Stuttgart as they're upfield. Yana looking for a drop for her team here, looking for one, and it's Licks. We're going to game number 7.
Played that fantastically there. Saw Zim just bobbled it all the way along the backboard. Didn't pinch it too hard. It's really easy to send that skittering across the entire backboard. Just drops it perfectly over that top left corner. And Tivlix is there to poke it in. Like you say, game 7, a fantastic series from both sides.
A fantastic series from both sides indeed, but Engine Stuttgart with, despite being 1 goal down in less than 30 seconds, was it? Yeah. Less than 30 seconds to bring it back to take the game.
Yeah, they've done really well. It's the kind of mental we were hoping for from them. We were saying after that commanding display in game number 5, Stuttgart would really have to come out swinging in game 6 and not let anything get to them mentally, and they've managed that. It was a tough one, particularly with the overtime, going into that crucial overtime. Any offense from FHDW could have ended the series, but they weathered it all and managed to turn things around. So in this game 7, I'm not really even sure who has the momentum at this stage.
It is 50-50s. It's anyone's guess here when it comes to the winner of this game. Engine Stuttgart, FHDW, they're neck and neck when it comes to, coming into game 7 and who has momentum, like you said. But right now, Engine Stuttgart, they're managing to hold on.
They are just about managing to hold on in this crucial, final game of the series. But it's going to be a really interesting one to see how this goes in typical fashion. We are now going to have to remake the lobby, keep you in suspense a little bit longer for this crucial game 7, but it is really going to come down to, like I said at this overtime in game 6, I think it'll come down to either some great play or some horrible mistakes, and everyone watching at home, I'm sure, will be joining me in hoping it's the former.
100%. Right now, it's anyone's game when it comes to it. But, we're looking at this and we're in game 7 at this stage. But all these games have been close except, game number 5 where FHDW seemed to be a completely different team. But we didn't really see that in game 6.
No, we didn't. It was really odd. I did worry for Stuttgart coming into game 6 that FHDW had found themselves properly in game number 5, and that was just sort of going to be it, because they put on such a commanding display that you would think, well, how are Stuttgart going to respond to that? And actually, Stuttgart didn't really need to respond to that, because the FHDW team that we saw in game 5 just didn't really turn up in game number 6. So, we'll just have to see if it can come back in game 7, or if Stuttgart are going to leverage that momentum into the final match.
100%. Coming into this final match, Arch, we've seen such a back and forth game. That, what are you kind of expecting when teams come into this game 7? Are we expecting to see FHDW, come in as a completely different team, or are we, and maybe Engine Stuttgart can show up in game 7?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously just going to come down to who can keep their cool under the greatest of pressure. I'm not going to say anything, because when I say things, I get proved wrong. We will just have to see what happens in this crucial game 7. Stuttgart looking to start it off well. What I hope will happen, or what I hope won't happen, is that both teams sit back, because we've seen some fantastic offense from both sides, and Game 7, like overtimes, can often lead to very cautious play, which I, for one, would rather not see.
When we look at it, Game 7, we're in it, we might as well just sit in for the ride. It's going to be a battle coming into Game 7, as Zim clearing the ball downfield, finding a demo. Yana on the way back into a rotation, as Lix now gets bumped away from the ball. Madotti does pick it up and does find the corner, looking for a double tap. He finds the angle, leading to Zim. He hits the pole, and the 8th FHDW. That would have been a monster play right there.
Madotti, I'm fuming. That's me leaving comms, logging off. Like, he did everything right. A fantastic pre-flip read, and then Zim just smacks the open, well, it wasn't an open net, but he had plenty of real estate to aim at on that left-hand side, and he missed it. Unbelievable from FHDW, but very, very promising at the same time. Even if they didn't convert, the fact that they're putting on offense like this shows that caution is not something that they have in their vocabulary.
Definitely agree with you there. Caution is none of it, as Madotti doesn't find the touch, but Vefren finds the bounce and is able to carry it out, but Lix pops it back into the left side of the field here, trying to get the corner, but Madotti is there, gets a powerful flick pass too, and left to Yana in her defense. A double commit comes through, but luckily Desire turned back into the defensive rotation, gets it over two, it's Lix! They find the opening Engine Stuttgart game number 7, and they're in the lead.
Absolute eye of a needle shot from Felix there, finding the gap that I don't even think existed with all the cars falling and jumping around the place, but find it he did. Just over 90 seconds gone, they have the lead. That could well be the last goal of the series.
Could well be the last goal of the series. Indeed, with the way these two teams have been playing, but right now, FHDW, they need to find an answer. They need it quick. They need to shut down the momentum coming in from Engine Stuttgart. Because right now, they feel like they've stepped up the way they're playing. They're stepping up the speed that they're playing at. And FHDW, you can't let that allow to carry on. But it is Zim. Close call there. A little too close for my comfort.
Yeah, that was a horrible bounce off the corner for Zim to read and just didn't quite, but he recovered it brilliantly, makes the save, clears it off to the side. And again, Medotti gets that pinch clear, didn't really even have to move, and this could cause problems for Stuttgart. Off the crossbar from Desired, where's the onlooker? It's Zim who gets the equaliser just past half-time. Stuttgart did some brilliant defending, but the ball bounced out awkwardly and Zim was there to capitalise.
Great positioning by Zim. Across field is where you want to be, a second man, just for situations like those. And Zim putting it in for his team to equal things out here. We are all neck and neck coming into this. 2 minutes and 20 on the clock. It's Medotti once more going to the pole for a shot. I feel like Medotti, he knows what he's doing when it comes to shooting. It's just putting it on net.
Characteristic to say the least from FHDW so far too. You know, not big chances by any stretch. They're half chances at best, but 2 halves, you should have scored 1 by now, and they might come to regret this. They're 1 each at the minute, and Zim looks to try and take it down for a second, and that's going to prove awkward for Felix. There's the pass, the infield play, great save this time. The shooting was better, and the shooting's good enough from Medotti to give FHDW the lead here.
Well, Medotti, he's proving me wrong there. He does put on his shooting boots, finding it off the sidewall. Great shot, and, great placement. Finds that near post to keep it away from Yana in her rotation back to it. And 1:44, and FHDW, they're in the lead. But can they hold it, Arch?
The answer was very nearly just instantly no, and the answer might still be no. On-rushing Stuttgart offense right at them now. Yana in the right place, but that was always going to be an awkward shot to try and put on net. Farron leading the charge here for FHDW. Needs a fast shot, finds a fast shot. Brilliant work from Farron. They have 2 goals of the cushion now, FHDW.
FHDW ever so slowly cranking up the heat against this Engine Stuttgart side. But is this it? Is this what FHDW needed to separate them from Engine Stuttgart?
Well, I mean, 2 goals obviously quite the cushion, especially in the series that we've had so far. But there's still time left on the clock. Stuttgart have looked dangerous almost every time they've been in the offensive half for them. So there's there's still everything to play for from Stuttgart here. Just over a minute to do it, though. They will need some goals sooner rather than later.
They do need a goal sooner rather than later, indeed. But Engine Stuttgart now on the attack. Final minute on the clock. Desired looking for the person in the middle, and it was Yana, but unable to get a shot off. But Licks looking to take it up the sidewall, looking for a pinch, but it's Veferin there looking to capitalize on the situation. A good touch here into the midfield, into no man's land. Medotti does pick it up for his team. FHDW on the attack as Yana trying to clear it off her goal line there, keeping it away from the attackers, as Zim now trying to get a touch into the midfield. A demo comes through by Veferin onto Desired. A good carry on the side of Engine Stuttgart, but nothing looks like it's coming out of this corner. Finally, it's in no man's land. It's in the midfield. Desired is there, but beat to the ball by Zim. Final 20 seconds on the clock, and it's ticking down as Yana trying to center it, but great clear by Medotti. Put back into the midfield. No one is there to capitalize on the situation, and that is a nail in the coffin, Arch, as we are seeing FHDW advance into the next stage and Engine Stuttgart going into the lower brackets.
Yeah, I think will feel, hard done by there. They played brilliantly, forced an entire 7 games, something that no one was predicting on our analyst's desk before the series, and they played brilliantly. Even a lot of talk about how Yana would fit into that team. She fit in really, really well. Promising for Stuttgart, but what's less promising, of course, is that they have that aforementioned matchup against Salford to play, so going to be a big challenge for them. FHDW will take it forward to face Erasmus Rotterdam, another huge matchup for them as well. So both teams have shown signs of promise, but I think they'll get punished much more quickly against the opponents they have next.
Definitely tough matches for both sides here, Arch. And, coming into it, definitely, like you were saying, Engine Stuttgart took it to Game 7, regardless of, FHDW being the favorites to come forth this match. Even though they did take it, congrats to, Engine Stuttgart on putting up a great show.
Yeah, it was really, really entertaining. They did really well to force some kind of series out of that. A lot of people we were talking to beforehand weren't expecting so much out of them. And it was really entertaining play. The physical play is something they should definitely keep at. You know, obviously I haven't really personally seen enough of them to know if that's a staple of their play already, because it seemed like it. They looked really comfortable setting up on those kind of physical-driven offenses. And FHDW, the passing, when it came through, was just absolutely beautiful. And I think they could, you know, even stand to do more of that in subsequent matches.
100%, and I believe we have a break incoming here to set up the next game, so don't go anywhere as we're going to set that up right for you guys and enjoy more Rocket League after this break. Thank you guys.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah. Yeah, I've discussed it with myself, and I'm disgusted with the way we're told to have a certain face, a certain weight, because we aren't pixels on a screen. No, we're human, we breathe. Every single thing we see curated, it's overrated. These expectations, they keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, and if I say
Welcome back to the analyst desk after what was a much more exciting series than I think we on the desk were ready for. But hey, at the end of the day, Hyperia, Achnal, both of your predictions were correct, if not the game scores. And I know you were getting a little bit nervous towards the start of that series.
Not for a second. I knew FHW had it in the bag. Absolutely no worries on my regard. No, it was a little bit of a tense one. I never want to be wrong on my predictions, obviously, but I must say Stuttgart, they put in a massive fight and they really showed up better than I expected. So props to them, really.
Absolutely. And Atch, I mean, you were there. You casted the whole thing. This was a Stuttgart side that came out swinging, I think, with Jana. Looked much better than we were expecting. But with that said, they've dropped to the lower bracket. They'll be playing up against Salford next week, which is, even in the lower bracket, not going to be an easy match for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite harsh for them. Really, you would think that perhaps losing would give you some slightly easier games. But like we were discussing on stream, Salford looking to be at least a top 2 and potentially British champion. Coming up in the upcoming weeks. So that's a very harsh one for them. FHDW equally have to face Rotterdam, who are the most recent champions of, a full season of EUR last summer. So
yeah,
there's lots of, obviously at any point now, any team that you're coming up against, if you make it through the first round of this, even in the first round, they're all hard teams. But Salford and Rotterdam, especially, really, really challenging matches for them.
Absolutely. And hey, speaking of the lower bracket, speaking of good British teams, and speaking as we were earlier before this first game of Group A and how ridiculously tight that was, let's move on to game 2 for this evening, which is going to be York Pun Name versus the University Libre de Bruxelles, which I fear you're going to pronounce that directly after me, so I wouldn't start giggling too soon. And York Pun Name, they were one of those teams that were tied on 4-3 with that +2 game score in Group A. They looked good. Now they have to play in this lower bracket anyway, up against ULB and Hyperia. The winner of this, all they get is to play Düsseldorf Dragons, which is still going to be a tough matchup in that lower. It's all tough matchups all the way through on this.
I think we can just keep on saying it pretty much the entire time, because it's just going to hold true whichever team you're going to be facing it. And that's why it's playoffs. It's going to be hard every single time. But Université Libre de Bruxelles is... that sounded more African, I feel like. But it doesn't really matter.
Got a bit South African on that, yeah.
Anyway... They are actually the only team to get into playoffs with a negative group stage record, which is interesting to say the least. Every win they took was incredibly close, and every loss was, quite a devastating loss. So coming into here with that negative win record, they're looking a little bit shaky. But York Pun Name, they've got something shaky as well, haven't they, Nua?
They definitely do. Like we said, that Group A was incredibly close. And York Pun Name, if they'd managed to pick up a couple more games, they would have come out on top, would have easily gotten into that upper bracket. But as it was, they couldn't squeak out the one more win that they needed at any point, and it couldn't prevent that one more loss. And actually, that means that they are coming into this lower bracket. They are now facing up against ULB, and they're doing it off of an okay record towards the end of groups, but definitely nothing that I think they could have done better is probably the best way of putting it.
Yeah. Definitely, I think it's unfortunate for them, and like Hyperia, I think was just hinting at there, we will be seeing Tinny playing with all sorts of technical limitations on him at the minute. Obviously, hardware can be an issue for these players sometimes, and Tinny struggling with his at the minute. But like you say, York looked promising towards the end. Both of these teams, of course, coming in lower seed, I think, than they were supposed to. Sorry, higher seed than they were supposed to be. Particularly York came into that Group A, I believe, in the 7th pool. Am I right?
They were quite low down,
pool.
yeah.
They came in the 6th pool, so not expected to qualify for this stage, which they did, and that's perhaps if you'd offered them that at the start, they'd be biting your arm off for it. But now, obviously, they've got everything to play for, and I think they'll want to do some more winning before their time here is done.
They definitely would. And as you alluded to, it'll be a little bit difficult for them. We have gotten word that Tinny is having some technical issues, and so we'll be potentially playing at a reduced capacity to his normal self on this one this evening. But with that said, we still have to make predictions on this desk, and looking at these two teams coming in, looking at the quality of this Group A that we have seen and how close it was in general, just the fact that they are the 4th seed coming in, I don't think means that you can count this out. So for me, I'm still going to go with York. I'm going to, rep the British side and say that I think York Pun Name can take it down tonight. And I'm going to throw it over to our resident Benelux analyst, Hyperia. Do you think ULB have it to take down York this evening?
I want to give it to them, but at the same time, they're Belgian. So to me being Dutch, I kind of don't want to give it to them. It's a bit of a double-sided feeling towards them. But I'll back them. I'll give them at least one man on the desk to say they're going to take it home. But it's going to be such a close series.
I definitely think that's fair to say. Close is what we're hoping for. We've already had one tonight. So, Atch, this is it. It's close potentially in the series. It's close on the desk, and you get the casting vote. Is it going to be ULB? Is it going to be YPN? If we're going to shorten one, we're going to shorten them both. YPN or ULB?
I think, for me personally, a lot of this comes down to just how incapacitated Tinny's going to be by his sort of new hardware and new controls that he's telling us he's had to relearn in the past week or so. So, I think that could swing the balance. Like Hyperia says, the series is going to be very, very close one way or the other. So little differences like that could make all the difference. But I've got to stick with you, Noah. I think I have to back these guys from York who have been overperforming by most people's standards all season long, and I think they will edge it out here. But I wouldn't be surprised at all to see this go to 7.
Well, fingers crossed we get another 7-game series here, and to find out who manages to keep their tournament hopes alive between York Pun Name and University Leader de Bruxelles, we're going to throw it over again to Lessepi. Take us away, Lessepi. Bring us one more time to a Game 7, please.
100%. I mean, when it comes to both of these teams, ULB, York Pun Name as well, they're both stacked rosters with players capable to, play at a high level. Despite, Tinny having a kind of like a hardware issue, but hopefully with the time given to practice, he can come in and still be the same old Tinny himself.
I really hope so, but in the first place, he already plays on keyboard, so he's going to be decapitated. That is a little bit of a mental one, but he's going to be a little bit handicapped in preemptively already, since we all know keyboard is not the superior play style. So, coming into this, we've just done all our predictions, and I want to throw one on you as well, Seppi, because we've got a tiny moment before the game starts.
I feel like York Pun Name are going to take it. I got to rep the British side here, and they will take it, but it will be going to no more than, I would say it'll go up to a Game 5 minimum.
That is very fair. Now, the Lady Penelope also already off to the backboard. Slyex gets it out to the side, and Tinny centers it. Knew they're trying to actually get it. Jaffa is waiting patiently. Jaffa pops it up. Lady Penelope doesn't really want to have anything to do with it. It's way too late. That allows ULB to close that gap, kind of start that counter. Slyex takes it, or at least attempts to take it down the side of Jaffa. It's a little bit of a back and forth right now. It's something that you usually see unfolding in Rocket League. Just, you know, a slow start out of both teams.
100%. Game one is always that slow start, feeling each other out as Tinny, you know, takes up the sidewall looking for a pass into the midfield. He actually finds a ULB player looking to put that onto the backboard of York Pun Name and cleared all the way back across field by Tinny. It's like a game of tennis right now. Your head's looking left, left, and right.
Yeah, my neck is starting to hurt already, and now it's Jaffa. Slyex has an easy clear out. Can he actually get it further, though? Is Jaffa takes control of the ball? It's just such a throwaway there. Volko's able to get it underneath, booms it down the pitch. It's just a little bit of an inconsistent touches on both sides now. None of them really able to get something proper going. Talking about that shot coming on target, Jaffa gets it out to the side, though.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, it's in the state where it's back and forth, but ULB strike first. Seas does find the net off of a bump from one of the other. It was Volko who does get the bump away on the third man.
Oh my, and there we go. I mean, it was bound to happen at some point, I reckon. Both teams were having a little bit of struggle with that consistency. And then finally, ULB managed to find the crack just big enough for them to squeak through with their inconsistencies on their side. And directly Jaffa down the opposing end. Seas can't get the save, and the equalizer is there directly.
Great stuff here. You know, everybody wants to equalize as quick as possible. Lady Penelope, JavaScripts had the exact idea, and ULB, I felt they gave this York Pun Name team a little bit too much space to work with there.
Yeah, if you give York this space to work with, they're obviously going to capitalize. And that's pretty much with any team that's not necessarily found themselves in that upper bracket. They need a little bit more time to set everything up. He's making a shot. It's Lady Penelope who gets in the way. But as soon as they do get the time to get set up properly, that's when it all starts going wrong. That's when they'll start pulling off amazing stuff. Okay. For example, like this, I don't know where it came from, but it's still there, baby.
Oh my god, JavaScripts to Lady Penelope and back. That was an insane redirect from the players of York Pun Name.
That is absolutely insane to put them up 1 goal in this series. It was chaotic from the start. That goal was a little bit chaotic, and now is Jaffa making it chaotic with missing the ball. Volkos looks to go underneath, pass it to Slyex.
No way!
The chaos continues on both ends of the pitch here.
That was another insane play. Both, you know, of these plays have been clipped and shipped, and it's back to a level playing field. But coming into this, Hypheria, you know, we've seen 4 goals already, and it's only halfway through game number 1.
It is at a rapid pace right now. That is absolutely ridiculous. That, well, we're not even halfway in. We're about to be, but, you know, stats, you can lie with them all you want. Technically, we're not at halftime just yet, and there's already 4 goals. If this keeps on going, I can't really imagine that either team will be proud of what they did in this game. And, oh my word, what just happened there? I looked at directly whether it was Tinny who made the mistake, but it was Lady Penelope who just stood still on the goal line.
Definitely, but JavaScript looking to force the issue there. Doesn't get the 50 that he was looking for as C's going for the ball. Paps it past Lady Penelope. A great touch as well from one of the ULB players, but put right back into defense as ULB trying to get the ball out. Tinny gets a demo onto Volko. Lady Penelope gets a demo onto C's. But, you know, we just have to see.
And Volko's now waiting for the shot from Lady Penelope. It comes way too late, thus Volko's gets down the side of it. It's a little bit of an odd play once again, and I feel like that's something that we're going to see throughout the entirety of this best of 7 Slyex at the backboard now. Demo happening in that defensive side, opening a bit of space. Infield pass from Tinny reaches Lady Penelope, not going to be good enough, and off to the backboard where C's can clear it out to the side. Slyex, oh my word, Jaffa, what is going on? The misses are absolutely ridiculous here.
Yeah, the misses from both teams. You know, they're trying to find these touches that will help them, but these touches are required, you know, really light and, you know, methodical touches that they need. And it's kind of like put them into no man's land a lot when it comes to both of these teams.
And 1 minute remaining. Can this be finished in regulation? The chaos has kind of dwindled down a little bit. Now they maybe needs to be creative once again for a goal to be happening on either side, because it seems to be that is the only way that they can actually create an opportunity off to the backboard. Tini is going to be waiting there. But I feel like with his change-up controls, he's going to be a tad bit slower on the mechanics, which are always so crucial. That tiny millisecond is going to matter, as this time Tini does make the save.
Definitely 30 seconds left on the clock as JavaScript's going in, but a commit from the second man of your pun name leads to Volko going in for the challenge, but JavaScript's looking to get a reset, gets one, can't find the touch to push it back behind, but Silex does find the touch he needs. A Seize now looking to take the touch, but it's your pun name who have all the offensive pressure. Can they break? Tini does put one in to take the lead with 10 seconds left.
Panic on the ULB side. 3 players backflipping, not expecting the ball to actually end up reaching them. That is absolutely ridiculous. I don't know how that just unfolded, but hey, they're gonna have to deal with it. They've got 10 seconds to try and work around it, to try and make that comeback. This kickoff is not necessarily great though, since it ends up at Tini, bumps it towards the backward. All valuable time wasted off the clock. Sees, gets a touch on it. Can he get a second one? Now they need to keep the ball off of the ground, and they cannot manage to do so. York, they take home game number 1.
York do take home game number 1 here in this best of 7 grudge match against ULB. But you know, coming into this, you know, ULB, they had the correct start. They held for so long and even tied things up. But coming into it, York pun name just etched them out a little bit.
It was a weird game, to say the least. The goals that were being scored were out of absolutely nowhere, and at the same time, absolutely amazing. I don't really know what to call them. They're a terrible idea, but they work out perfectly, which, well, I guess as long as it works. A stupid idea isn't stupid if it works out, basically.
I mean, exactly. If it works, it turns into a great idea. But coming into game number 2, you know, ULB want to start on the strong foot. They want to be the team that hopefully scores first to keep them in contention to game number 2.
And now it's already York off to a decent start, putting pressure on towards the opposing side of ULB. And maybe a shot comes out, Season makes a save. Can they move down the pitch? It's going to be Tini taking control. The slice out to the side. Can he get that deep in towards the opposing side? He's looking to get something going, but he can't quite find it just yet. Now it's popped off to the side. He's going to get the read. He can, but he can't quite get it on target. Jaffa with another save. Focus in the center. Jaffa wants to get with a perfect read on it. This man has got his reading glasses on, is helping out York massively.
100% reading glasses are on, but the bump onto Lady Penelope, unable to capitalize. Our ULB coming into that situation as JavaScript's now looking to feather his boost, get it past 1. He gets it actually past 2. Tini unable to force it against Seize. A great save from Volko to keep ULB in the running.
He was going to keep in the running, as if you drop a goal early on to a team that you've just lost to, that is going to be terrible for your confidence in ULB. That's something I feel like that happens with the lower bracket relatively often, that the motivation is not necessarily as great as it should be, where, you know, they could get down on themselves a little bit as things are not necessarily going their way. So he's getting bumped off the backboard, things not going their way in the slightest. They do manage to deal with it though.
Penny now trying to shadow off the man on the ULB side. The center ball does come through. JavaScript has to force it past 1. It pops onto the backboard. It's a shot from Tini, and despite the technical difficulties, he's able to put one in.
Maybe it's just an upgrade. We say technical difficulties, but he just has to play on different keys. I wonder if ever anyone has tried it out, or this man can just be absolutely revolutionary. If he just discovered a new way, a better way to position your fingers on the keyboard, you know, he could be an entrepreneur and market that. This time they need to try and make it work in this game of Rocket League. They are in a 1-goal lead, but it's still so much time to go.
Does put it off of his own backboard, but Lady Penelope hits the pole. It's put away from the goal line from ULB, but the pressure is so daunting on this side of ULB from your pun name.
Yeah, once again, York, they've been on the opposing side playing the entire time. Vocals, where are you off to? Okay, Vocals, I have massive question marks. Look at this, he just, Vocals having technical issues?
I think he meant to maybe backflip, but instead he double jumped, maybe didn't pull far down on his stick enough, and it just, you know, sent him flying instead of the ball.
I honestly don't even know anymore, but sure, they're gonna have to deal with it. It's a 2-goal lead now for York. That caught me off guard completely. Tinny going underneath, catching it as well, but Slikes is going to be back for it.
He's now putting the ball into the side of your pun name, I believe for the first time in a while coming into game number 2, but as I say that, it's put right back into ULB's half.
I see he's taking over Vocals. Maybe a pinch coming out. It is a pinch indeed. Doesn't really lead to anything as it just pops off to the backboard into safety. No follow-up shot on target either. And ULB, they're slowly starting to show more cracks and not being able to break through the cracks as Vocals once again goes in a little bit recklessly there.
Alex now trying to get it into the center, but you know, your pun name, their rotations are clean, their defensive half is proving to be strong, and ULB, they're looking flustered there. C's going wide on the ball. Volko taking the matters into his own hands here as Tiny going in for the ball but misses.
My Tiny Tinny could be a decent name for him. I don't know how tall he is, but I mean, probably if he is smaller than, you know what, moving on, next topic. I don't want to insult any players because of their length. Length doesn't matter, everybody knows that. Now, York, the length of the series does matter for UOP. They've got 1 minute 20 and 2 goals left remaining. They need to make this comeback.
They need to make this comeback indeed. I mean, when you look at it right now, ULB, they're in a tough situation. They're trying to find an answer, Hyperia, but right now, your pun name literally have them caged.
Yeah, it's a very bad capture that they have to work with. They need to find an answer, but it doesn't really work out, and the capture seems impossible. Vocals with an infield pass go to absolutely nobody of his team. C's is able to capture that. It's just no follow-up coming out of ULB every single time they have an opportunity. Now 1v1 Lady Penelope looking to snake it around C's. Is the long shot just going in? Yes, it is, and I guess it's a goal for ULB, and that is the connecting one.
Definitely C's there reading Lady Penelope, but you know, it was a lucky touch from ULB, but they will take it. A goal is a goal at this point, Hyperia.
35 seconds remain. They can definitely do it. They've got a little bit more time than they did in the last game. Actually, Vocals didn't expect to be taking control. Tiny bit of miscommunication. SlyX, decent recovery on the side. No infield pass. Way too weak of a hit. Sees once again winning the 50. Jaffa helping them out a little bit by extending it to the backboard. Lady Penelope also not getting the greatest clear. Tinny not getting one at all. And then Vocals, last time he went off to a vacation, and this time he sent everybody away from the ball.
How has this happened? Your pun name were, you know, sitting comfortably, butts warm on the seat, and to come into a 2-2 tie with 17 seconds left.
It's a weird one. I honestly, in this series entirely, I've got no clue what's going on. C's still going backwards, somehow almost able to actually get it into the back of the net. This is absolutely ridiculous. Now SlyX pops it up, maybe one last attempt. Should be clear out of Jaffa. It's not necessarily the greatest, but it could just do the job. Caesar has a decent catch, pops up in towards the center. Vocals once again, not enough lift on, and that is going to be overtime here.
Overtime in game number 2, and ULB finally stepping up to the mark here. Finally getting out of their own half and still saying, we're still in this, we just need a little bit of time. Lady Penelope does demo C's on the goal line there, but Tinny, I can't do this anymore, Hyperia. That name is confusing.
Tiny Temper, Tiny T, whatever. Wait, isn't Tiny T one of those rappers, those 14-year-old? Or no, that's Little T. That's Little T. Shout out Little T. He's absolutely amazing. But ULB, they currently have to try and get this game. They go 2-0 down. The problem with ULB is I have not seen them create a proper opportunity and actually capitalize upon it. It's all been mistakes from York here.
Definitely, and sometimes that's how teams play Rocket League, you know. They wait for the mistakes to happen and they punish them. As, you know, Tinny now trying to get something working for his team.
It's in your head, man. It's in your head at this point. You gotta shake it off, Tinny. Vocal's actually missing the boost. He took a little bit of a detour to try and actually get that boost. Now he's absolutely nothing to work with. Can they actually get out of that defensive position? Tinny, can he get it past? He tries to go underneath once again. Sees it doesn't have anything of it though.
We're looking at a minute into this overtime right now. And right now, they're trying to look for the back. Jump finally puts in the net, and what a play by ULB.
Well, I said they haven't really created any opportunities. I guess this is one. This one is perfect. The shot as well, perfectly going in between Tinny and Lady Penelope. That is absolutely amazing stuff by ULB. They got gifted 2 goals earlier on. Well, then if you come back like this, perfectly fine, and they do take the game home to equalize the series.
ULB tying things up 1-1 here, Hypheria, off of an amazing goal, an amazing play here by the members of ULB to bring it back from, 0-2 to what looked like, a closeout game by York Pun. They controlled the field majority of the time, but ULB finding the cracks in this team.
Yes. It's all it takes is 2 mistakes, I guess, from the York side. They'll very much take it and move on to that game number 3. It's very much looking indeed as if this goes the distance. No. Underway.
Game 3 is underway. And we do go to the underpass here as Slyx looking to get a touch onto the ball. Actually gets a dribble going there, but Tinny finally gets a touch to at least put this into no man's land. Lady Penelope, everybody's up on the side of York, but it still works. Bounces backboard, sees it's there, gets a touch into the corner by Lady Penelope. JavaScript's firing off a shot, and Tinny now once more on the backboard, looking to go up. A man goes flying from ULB. The ball is open, up far and in. Lady Penelope opening up the scoreline.
Hello, York. That's a decent start. Perfectly shooting that. Sees absolutely stands a no chance. And 30 seconds in, York already took the lead. It is looking incredibly solid for them. They just do need to be continuing whatever they're doing there. They can't drop the ball and have terrible mistakes, get dunked on the defense. They still have plenty of time to make the comeback on the side of ULB. But they do have to make it happen rather quickly.
Rather quickly is the right way to put it here, Hypheria, as we look at Siege trying to make something. He does find the backboard here, but Lady Penelope is there. Actually gets a touch backwards, but Tinny to the rescue as he carries it all the way downfield. No more boost left in his tank. Can he get the boost grab? He does get it. So Volko unable to go for this ball. Actually gets beat by Lady Penelope. 10 boost, 5 boost, looking for a touch into the midfield, but Slyx does get the touch. But great pressure right now by York Pun Name. A great reaction time by C's to keep the ball safe and away.
And now it was still York in that attack. Lady Penelope once again finds the way through. And that is going to be a 2-goal lead once again for York. And honestly, ULB defense just slacking. Slyx should have been easily be able to make the save there. But instead, he massively drops the ball at York to take the 2-goal lead once again.
They do take the 2-goal lead, but hopefully this time they can hold it. Looking to make it 3. Hits the pole. Unlucky stuff there by the shooter as Lady Penelope, 50 boost, looking to get something away and working for his team. But Slyx does get a touch into the sidewall. JavaScript's no boost to work with. Tinny is there, fires off an absolute rocket, hits the pole. Crossbar. But York Pun Name once more in the driver's seat of this game.
Yes, ULB, they're going to be banking on those mistakes, and as soon as York fix them and actually capitalize on mistakes out of ULB, they're going to be in a terrible position. And honestly, with the way that ULB is currently playing, I kind of want to give it to York already. Like, the way that York's playing is so convincing. But that being said, the defense can very much slack as well. Oh my, how was that still close?
I don't even know. ULB seem to find these goals. I don't know. It looks like pure chaos, Hypheria. But that's just me.
It's not only just you. It's definitely not only just you. It's pretty much everybody here is absolutely in shambles. And I think nobody really on the pitch knows what's going on, especially from the side of UOB. At times they drop the ball and then a different time they can just do absolutely amazing stuff. I don't really know what's going on. That's Tinny with 4 boots, and you can't really have a say in what's going on since he just doesn't have a lot of options and will get denied by Slyx to get even anything going.
He's now finding a pinch against Jaffa Cakes. Jaffa Cakes, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit hungry here apparently. Jaffa scripts as Slyx looking for a 50 onto Tinny there. Tinny does find his way past one. Volko comes through. Lady Penelope looking to pick one up. A flick comes forth as JavaScript does get the 50 away.
50 going away is going to relieve a little bit of pressure, but is pressure going to build once again? Volko's off the sidewall, off to the backport now. JavaScript is in the way of it. Slyx once again in towards the center field position. Gets denied by Lady Penelope, who's been such a massive part in this entire series. He's really been everywhere on the pitch at all times.
He had such a hard person to shut down here, but JavaScript looking to extend it on the sidewall, trying to find a 50, Lady Penelope, but doesn't find it. It's a dribble into the net as C's patiently waiting on the goal line to keep that ball out.
And EURC, they're still up by 1 goal, 1 minute 20 remain. Redirect actually from Lady Penelope, going on target. Oh my, Slyx realized that way too late. And the save does get made, but only at a tiny margin, and that will allow EURC to continue this offense. Seas now gets it out. Can they start the counter? It's a 1v1 situation. It is in the corner though. Seas doesn't really have a great opportunity. Everybody from EURC jumping for it. Nobody really getting a proper hit. Jaffa bails them out though.
Jaffa does build them out there, but Slyx looking for a pinch into the midfield as C's a little bit too far away as JavaScript scrapes that ball nice and easy. Slyx looking for a redirect back to Volko, but nothing comes forth. Lady Penelope, good pop. Tinny isn't able, and he does get bumped. A backflip from the last man, and I don't get how EURC somehow give up these goals.
They're very equally dividing these games. The first minute or so is for EURC, and the final minute is for UOB, and everything in between is just an absolute chaotic show where nobody really knows what's going on. It's just the firing guns in all directions, seeing what sticks. You want to see a little bit more structure here, and especially in these final closing 20 seconds. EURC, if they drop another game in the final, let's say minute or so, it's going to be cleared up by Tinny. Still not a great position for EURC here.
Not a great position indeed, as C's looking to get a demo or something on the rotation back. But it's right now all ULB coming in. 7 seconds left on the clock. Tinny trying to get it out. Gets it past one. Lady Penelope is waiting under for a drop. But that is looking to be overtime unless something happens. But nothing comes forth as we are in overtime in game number 3.
Here we go, overtime. EURC, if they, as I said, if they drop another one due to just making terrible mistakes on defense, they're going to be gutted about that, and will probably make even more. Double commit coming out of EURC. Lady Penelope might just be able to continue that offense though, as C's will very much answer that question and says no, he won't be able to continue that offense. Instead, it's a slight counter out of UOB.
We're looking at a very tense overtime right now as EURC Fun Name trying to get the ball clear from their own defense. Lady Penelope looking a little bit awkward, looking for a pinch, actually kills the ball in the sidewall, leaving it. Actually gets a great backflip straight into Slyx here. He says thank you, but nothing comes from it as Volko doing a little bit of passive play here, looking for a shadow, but Tinny is there, relentless as ever, trying to get something working for EURC Fun Name.
He's taking it over one. Can he actually get a proper play going? Tinny is off the goal line, gets it out, but this attack has to be started. Infield pass doesn't find its way to Slyx with Lady Penelope getting in the way. Sees to the side. Penelope once again looking threatening. The pass is not going to be threatening whatsoever. Now Slyx has on a boost, gets the bump. Is Lady Penelope going to be back? Oh my word! Lady Penelope, such a massive factor in the game. And once again, it's Tinny going down the other end. Terrible scenes unfolding on UOB. They do not manage to capitalize on the EURC side though. That this in overtime is ridiculous.
Wow. That was ridiculous indeed. Seeds now trying to get it away from his own defense. Does get a touch into the midfield, looking to carry it once more, but shut down instantly. Lady Penelope trying to put it back to his team, but Tinny looking to play this wide, hits the sidewall, looking to come back in. It's JavaScript, a rocket fires as Seeds is there to sweep it up. Volko gets a 50-on-1 straight to Slyax. Slyax looking to come through into the midfield, but Tinny does wait patiently. 78 boost, going to get a touch, actually misses. Volko misses as well. Seeds putting it back in to Tinny. Tinny trying to find JavaScript, but nothing is working for either team right now.
2 minutes into overtime, they're going to feel the pressure. They're going to feel the stress. Tinny could just end it right here, and I think that was a shot. Let's just say that was technical difficulties out of the side of Tinny, missing the boost afterwards, able to turn in nonetheless, leaving that boost for Penelope in the end. He was able to continue that offense, misreading this touch of the backboard. 2v1 situation, infield pass now open in for C's, able to get back is Lady Penelope. York, they hold on so stellar in their defense.
Definitely, as Lady Penelope drops it to his teammate unexpectedly, but luckily it is cleared out. Sees there getting a good touch onto the ball. Lady Penelope gets a 50, it pops to the right side. It's a double commit coming from your pun name as JavaScript and Tinny do get a commit together, as Volko now going wide on the ball. Lady Penelope trying to play it onto the sidewall, looking for a touch into the midfield, looking to waste all of his boost to get that ball into the center as JavaScript hits the pole. A shot fired once more. Slyax is there to make the save. 3 minutes into overtime. This is a marathon.
Tinny might just be able to end the marathon right here, and yes indeed! Oh! How was that not in? How is this not in? And Lady Penelope finally getting me out of the misery of absolute casting hell. Finally ends the game.
What have we just witnessed, your Hyperia? That is absolute shambles in the offense for your pun name.
I don't want to comment on this. I'll be very honest. I don't want to comment on this whatsoever. That was just absolute chaos all around, and I'm not quite sure. It just keeps on being a thing of this series, to be fair. The absolute ridiculousness unfolding on the pitch. But hey, it makes for an enjoyable series, I guess.
My lord, palms were sweaty, knees weak, arms were heavy in that series. When it came down to it, York pun name do take game number 3.
What's a fact? But it's going into the 4th game now. We don't have to think about that previous one. New chaos can unfold. New chaos can happen on the pitch. And let's see what it can be.
Definitely coming into game number, 4. It's so far been chaos on the pitch as demos flying left, right, and center. Shots flying everywhere. And, it's absolute carnage.
This series is one of the weirdest ones that I've casted in a while, and I feel like I've said that quite a bit the past couple of days. There's just been a lot of weird series where I don't really know what's going on. Now, if Vocals, he will very much try and prove what's going on. Can't get a shot on target. Lady Penelope was still in defense, who's been such a massive factor. Reminder of this shot's almost going on target, but reminder of that shot cleared off the line by Lady Penelope in that previous game. That was absolutely amazing. And once again, Lady Penelope denied by the final defender of ULB.
Looking at a stale game so far. 0-0 with a minute off the clock. As Lady Penelope gets a great 50. JavaScript chasing down the ball. Gets a touch back into the corner. Sees is wide. No boost. And awkward. Picks up the 100 pads. So he does that boost now. Volko gets taken out of the play by Tinny. Tinny does get a bump onto the ball. It's on the crossbar. Can he finish it? Slyax. Let's find the opening.
A little bit of a ripper there. Oh my, that is a pretty decent goal for ULB. It feels like a little bit of an insult saying that a regular shot is a pretty decent goal, but if you look at the goals that ULB got, it is one that's created properly by them, and now they have something to build on, actually taking that early lead instead of being 2 goals down, because that happened in the previous 2 matches. They were 2 goals down and had to fight from behind. Now York, they're looking to equalize directly, but ULB managed to figure out their defense for now.
Lady Penelope penalty there, going wide on the ball as JavaScript's no boost to work with. Decides to wave dash, trying to get the 50, but the ball does pop high from Volko. Lady Penelope backtracking a little bit to ensure that he does get the touch on the ball. Tinny gets a real awkward touch, but managing to close down the gap in time to beat the ULB player on the ball there, so it doesn't fly into his net as Volko pops it high, sees, does take the ball, decides to drop it straight for Penelope as they, JavaScript's in the way of things right now, and your pun names seem to be a little bit of everywhere.
Standard procedure, honestly, for this series. I'm not quite sure where that pinch is going, and is going to land in the hands of Tinny. Lady Penelope with a 50 across the pitch, and Jaffa not quite able to catch it. Tinny with the 50 once again in Volko's. This time Lady Penelope able to catch it. Can he extend it towards the center? A bit of tennis going on, a bit of a dead game right now. But we did say that the first half was for York, but I guess they switched sides.
Oh, we are looking at, it's been strange events here. But, I feel whoever does take this goal will take the game so far. As Tinny now looking to find the answer he's looking for with a center ball, but Lady Penelope looks to do it instead. A lot of space for ULBC, taking it high as JavaScript finally, reading the ball into the corner.
And Jaffa can get on the counter. It sees in a 1v1 situation against him. Jaffa might have thrown off a tiny bit, but it's not going to be enough to get past Seas quite yet. Tinny off to the backboard. It's Vocals with a good clear out. Jaffa, that's a terrible shot. Sure, we'll just forget about that one because that was absolutely horrendous.
It was horrendous indeed, but we're looking at a very, very, stalemate kind of game. Even though ULB are ahead, it takes one well-placed attack from the side of your pun name to, dismantle ULB right now.
And Seas once again going down the opposing side, getting decent 50. Can they build on this final 1 minute 30? And York, they are actually in the comeback position. A little bit of not play in the center field position there. Slides not quite getting past York. They managed to only have a 1-goal deficit. They obviously want to pull that tide.
Looking at this kind of back and forth game, but it
oh
could
no,
break.
no!
Oh my lord, it's a shuttle! JavaScript, that was butt clenching right there.
York, why are you doing this, lads? Like, there's genuinely no reason to make it that incredibly or continue in a 1v1. It doesn't really matter. Slyax with the hook shot position is going to demolish his opposition. No chance for Tinny whatsoever.
Tinny there stuck in a rock and a hard place. Does get a semi-decent read on the ball, just couldn't really make it. And ULB looking to tie up the series once more, Hyperia. And it, right now it feels like York are kind of playing against each other. I mean, they're the cause of all the goals that have been scored, but Tinny finding one back with excellent mechanical skill.
It is absolutely ridiculous. I'll just keep on saying it pretty much the entire series, that this series is absolutely ridiculous. And somehow York have put themselves in a fighting position. 40 seconds remain, only 1 goal in it. Very doable stuff here out of York. And let's see whether they actually can seize. And Lady Penelope off of kickoff. It's going to bounce up Slyax. It's going to get a touch on it in towards the center. Triple commit. Cindy might just be able to get a second touch. Now sees massively booms it out. Nobody there for the follow-up, and still Vocals. He's in the center waiting for it, but these final 20 seconds are going to be pivotal for York.
Definitely final 20 seconds. Slyax stepping up to the plate and finds the double tap.
I mean, yeah, Slykes could just end it right here. Good consistency, and Tinny not in a position to really do anything. It was kind of on that kind of cusp of being on the bar and dropping down. It was a really awkward position. That 20 seconds, it's theoretically still doable, but it's not really going to be possible if you're realistic. Off the backwards, he gets a touch, and with that touch, that should end the game, or unless York can pull off an absolute miracle here.
Miracle, it is definitely needed right now, but we're tied at 2 apiece now coming into game 5. This is neck and neck.
This is about neck and neck as conjoined twins. This is absolutely ridiculous how close together this is. But ULB, they've just tied up the series. In York, they need to find a way to get back into it. Kind of figure out those mistakes. Not necessarily that ULB are all of a sudden playing out of their minds. It's York really getting down on themselves and kind of dropping the ball here and there.
so far it just feels like York are, in this situation where they're the cause of ULB scoring off of the mistakes and, off of their own plays by overcommitting, and it feels like they're the ones playing against themselves.
Sometimes you have a little bit of an in-house 3v3, as in the Discord call, that is. A little bit of a spar with your own mental game. And it's so important that you do not actually lose that. You want to win the battle against yourself, against the mental game. It is so incredibly pivotal. And now York, they need to try and get that going. It is game number 5, and we're going to have at least 6 on the card here. It's going to be interesting to see whether York can actually pull it back. Shot coming out of Jaffa. It's going to be easily saved by Seas, and actually a miss coming out of York. Can they actually get something going? Oastalik's taking control. Shot saved by Jaffa, but that's a terrible save. Volkos, all he has to do is hit the ball. It would be more impressive at this point if he actually ended up missing it.
Ooh, that was, Volkos' moment there, and it came close. I'll just put it that way. It came close.
Yeah, York, you don't want to have it close. It's the clear out was just a little bit lackluster. It just needs to be a little bit better out of York. We've seen it from them. The infield pass not finding its way to any of the teammates. Can they actually get something else? Volkos rips another one. It's that 50 going in towards the back of the net. Not quite. Lady Penelope now. Can he actually get it out? The 100 boost pickup. Well, going to be enough to actually get it past the midfield, but Jaffa will make sure of it.
Into game number 5 here, as ULB have taken the lead, so York, they need to find an answer quick because they're slowly being dismantled by this ULB side, and it's come to the point where your fun name, they're gonna be stuck in a position where they don't want to be, as Jaffa scripts backflipping there, so Tinny had to take over. Gets bumped in the meantime as well, as they seemed rushed here. They seemed flustered on the side of York.
Yeah, sometimes you want to be in a rush, but I guess Jaffa had things that he had to do on the side. Maybe baby was crying and he wanted to check it out, because otherwise I see no real reason for him to go off to the side. That was just not great.
Look, when we come down to this, ULB are starting to step up, and your fun name, they need to step up as well.
Yes, it's unfortunate to see for them to drop the ball a little bit after some amazing first games and then getting edged out slightly. That mental fatigue is definitely going to be playing a part here. York, they really need to step their game up. But this mental game they're having against themselves, almost another one finding its way in ULB. I said early on that I want to say York are going to win this, but I guess the losing at the cusp every single time is going to be absolutely terrible for them.
Definitely, they need to hold their mental state. They need to be positive, and they need to find a way to reinsure it. Maybe a goal right now would help that, but a demo comes through by Silex. They're onto Tinny, and the ball drops into the midfield. Lady Penelope is there, lets it go to Tinny as well, but they seem to close down these balls so quickly on the side of ULB that York have no time to deal with it.
Yeah, York, they're really moving across the pitch a bit oddly and just panics, wanting to hit the ball rather than just think of where is this going to go. For example, this Tinny hits it out to the side. There's just nobody really to capitalize, and then Seas is right able to put that back in. It's a rush out of York, and they need to make it better. A shot comes on target, Seas with a save, and the one-off shot is not going to be enough to find its way through.
At a tough situation right now for York, as Lady Penelope looking to get the waiting for the demo from Tinny onto Seas, but as I say that, it's still ULB in control of the play, and it's Seas now taking a shot on net. That was close call from Lady Penelope, taking his sweet time to get to the ball as JavaScript gets bumped all the way across field, as Tinny trying to read off the ceiling. Lady Penelope left all alone right now as the rotation does come back. Volko keeping it in the side of York, and right now ULB are all over York, and York needs to find the answer quick, or we're looking at a possible match point situation.
Yeah, I think this is going to be match point for ULB, even though obviously they've still got plenty of time to work with on York. They're just not really looking as confident as they were, and they need to have a tiny bit of a breather, think about what they're going to do in the next game, how they're going to figure themselves out, because I'd say if they're both playing at their peak, that York is the better team, but currently York's absolutely dropping the ball and not playing up to par here.
mean, York right now, you're not playing up to par is exactly what they're doing. It feels like their performance have dropped a little bit since game 1. You know, since the games they've won, coming into this, ULB right now, they're the team that are stepping up to the plate and taking control. As I say that, Tinny does find a beautiful pass. JavaScript puts it in.
Here we go, that's a comeback from York, or at least a connecting goal. We did see that in the previous game. They have a minute to try and get something going, something more than, well, just awkwardness on that defensive end. Let's see whether York can actually get it. It's still time, so they don't necessarily have to be rushed. But I'm a little bit afraid that York are going to be too thirsty for this. Okay, well, it's like the miss is going to open up a little bit of space. He's still able to take control, though.
42 seconds left on the clock. C's looking to get a 50 onto JavaScript here as Volko trying to get a beat onto 1, but your pun name does have all the possession right now coming into the final 30 seconds. It's Lady Penelope passing it to Tinny. Tinny can't find the shot. It's still kept in ULB's half, but looking to be cleared away. Never mind, the 50 comes through. They still have the aggression stats on the York pun name, but it's been lost. Cleared back in by Lady Penelope, put into this corner, unable to read. Slyix on the play. He gets an extra touch, is looking to go in. Where is York? York are nowhere to be found, and that is nail in the coffin.
And that's what I mean, a little bit too thirsty when that goal went in. So nobody was even near the play. It was just unfortunate to see from York there. They got too thirsty and they moved up the pitch massively. And they have to start thinking about the next game for sure. There's no way they're going to come back in this. York, they massively dropped the ball, and I would hate seeing them go out in 6 here. It definitely deserved a game 7. But at the same time, you know, you can't really... You can also massively make an argument that York deserved to lose this final game here.
Definitely, I feel York has just kind of fallen down in a lull here where they can't really get out of, as ULB trying to, you know, find a way to push this game even further and even maybe close it out in this next game here, Hyperia. And York need to find an answer right here, right now.
Yes, they have a little bit of time to start thinking about it, a tiny bit of space to think, hey, what can we do? What do we want to do here? Oh, this, I don't know. I don't want to say anything as of right now, and it's just a little bit weird. It's just a little bit weird here from both sides. It is even out a little bit, and it's not necessarily as much chaos as it was before, but it's still not an ideal game.
It's definitely not an ideal game for where it is right now. York pun name need to find a solution right now. The hole is being dug and the coffin is being lowered.
Yeah, it's very much it's bad news right now for York. They have dropped, I think, 2 consecutive after, you know, losing a few unfortunate games, and I do want to call them unfortunate since they were incredibly close in the way of, you know, they lost in overtime. They lost by 1 goal off of the back of a tiny mistake. They let 2 goal comebacks happen within the span of 30 seconds. I don't know. I don't really know what happened there for them, but they need to pick up the game. They have now a little bit of a breather. I really hope they can come back.
York need to kind of step it up here. They need to find that energy again to boost themselves into this, because they are definitely able to do this.
And now let's see. Finally, we can get Game 6 underway. It's going to be an interesting one. Jaffa standing ready for the kick from the ULB side. From the York side, I should say. He's not all of a sudden switched teams. That would be a unique transfer and a half. That's Tinny. Can he actually get it in towards the center? Not quite yet. And it's looking as if York, they're getting off to a good start, getting some pressure going. We're going to have to see whether they are able to keep that going the entire time.
Keep that going is what they're trying to do right now. But, you know, coming into this, it's game 5. I mean, not game 5. We're way past game 5. We're in game 6 right now. But we're trying to, you know, find York in their form coming into this. Because it's a shot onto the top corner right now from JavaScript, but nothing comes forth from it.
And now EURC is still in that attacking position. Tinny whips it towards the center. Slyx gets it clear once again. EURC is just a little bit lackluster, a little bit lackadaisical with it, getting opposing shots, getting passes in towards the center, but then nobody there to actually capitalize. They don't really seem to be on the same line. As a cloud of smoke blocks our vision for a whole second, but the outcome doesn't really surprise us as Tinny throws the ball away.
Looking at Lady Penelope trying to get a beat onto C's here as JavaScript clears it into the corner, but it's whooped back in by Volko. C's is there. Demo comes flying into Jaffa Cake's face there on the side of Slyx as Tinny waiting patiently, trying to make out that he has boost. Look at him played carefully on this sidewall. A bump's trying to come through on the JavaScript, but nothing comes forth. Never mind as Lady Penelope finds the crossbar once more. It feels like EURC are getting close, but it's still the pole that's their best friend right now, apparently.
And this could very much put them back in that same mindset that they had earlier, where they got close pretty much the entire time, but just not quite close enough. Now Slyx denied by Lady Penelope. It's UOB. They're looking to make something happen. Solo plays up the wazoo. Lady Penelope jumps way too early. Thought a player from UOB would be going for that. And once again, the panic from EURC massively setting in.
Definitely can tell the nerves are high, the tension is there. The palms are definitely sweaty on the controller or keyboard. But it's come down to this. This is where EURC needs to show up here as the ball hits the pole ever so close. As Tinny now, no boost to his name, trying to get a 50. He does find it. JavaScript, no boost to his name as well. As Slyx does get a touch onto the sidewall as Lady Penelope does capitalize on it. But can Tinny fire an absolute rocket? It's saved by C's once more. And Lady Penelope trying to pump the ball to no man's land. No one's in. And boom goes the dynamite. Slyx once more opens up the game.
This is not really looking good for EURC. They once again had that situation of pressure, counterattack, concede. Not what you want. You want to prevent the counterattack, obviously, just score more goals than your opponent forehead. It's very simple, but the execution is a lot harder in EURC. They're just looking up against this absolute wall of UOB, who are able to hold on in every defensive position, no matter what EURC throw at them. There's no way they're breaking through. Now Slyx might just be able to break through another time. 2v1 situation, Tinny won't be able to get a second touch, or at least not uncontested, and C's gets in the way of the own defensive corner and makes it awkward for himself. EURC is going to drop the wall. What is going on?
Oh my god, EURC pun name are unable to score at this rate. Iberia, ULB, an ever so iron wall. Oh my lord.
I am sitting back in my chair and I am completely lost with what's going on. I don't even want to talk about this anymore. How have we seen so many weird things in one series in EURC? They're currently 1 minute 30 away from losing. I don't know what is going on, and now they're even more in a position of losing.
Oh, how have you done this? They've come so close, but it feels like they can't seem to put it past the net.
It's a hard task. It's a hard task. Getting it on the line is one thing, but then getting it over the line is a whole other thing. EURC, they need to do it twice in this final 80 seconds. Can they actually move across the pitch? Can they regain their confidence? Otherwise, they will drop out. Since this is lower round one, this is all to play for EURC. Can they actually do it? Let's see. Slyx out to the side. Lady Penelope might be able to resume control. Miss coming out of C. Jaffa with the shot. Should be able to make the save. Indeed is. Follow up coming out of Vocals. Valuable seconds wasted off the clock now.
Coming down to this 52 seconds, EURC need an answer. They need it now, ever more than now. But Lady Penelope trying to clear their backboard off is EURC as it sees, trying to find the top corner. He doesn't find it, hits the pole instead. 30 seconds on the clock. We're looking at Lady Penelope trying to get a 50 off of one of the ULB players. It's Tinny now trying to get a center ball. Nothing is coming up for the side of EURC as C's putting it to the left side of the field for Slyx. And it's popped back into no man's land. Lady Penelope is there trying to get it to JavaScript. Tinny says it's mine, and he gets it overseas. Oh. JavaScript, come on, he can't reach the ball. Lady Penelope trying to beat the man at hand. He does find it, but that is it, unless JavaScript put one in. 6 seconds. This is where miracles need to happen.
Well, let's see whether we can have another birth of Nazareth here, because that was an absolute miracle as well. And they need about the same kind of thing. A once in a, 2,000-year occurrence. This is a decent kick of Tinny off to the backboard. And Slikes gets a touch, but the ball needs to touch the ground for UOB side now. And they might just do it right here. No, Lady Penelope extends Vocals in towards this corner. Jaffa gets a second touch in towards the center. There's a touch out of there from C's. The ball is still floating towards the air. Lady Penelope throws that ball away. Surely they drop this to the ground, and indeed they do. UOB take home game number 6, and with that, the series.
I fear you, that was just a hard game to watch. It felt like York had it. It was in their hands, but every time, they did, they managed to beat themselves up over it.
Yeah, York really lost the game against themselves here. It was a bit of a mental one. But, they're going to have to deal with it. They're going to have to not necessarily move on since they're out. But, hey, at least it's something that they can hopefully learn from.
Definitely, this is a learning marker for the boys. And that was a knockout round here, Hytheria, I believe.
Yes, indeed it is. Now, they're moving through to the second round in the loser's bracket. Still such a hard-fighting side. Obviously, you want to be in that upper bracket, but we are going to go into a tiny little break, and we shall be right back with an interview. See you in a little bit.
Shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Once again, we are back on the desk. Welcome, all of you beautiful people watching at home. I'm tripping over my words because I'm just so excited because we have joining us a very special guest. It is going to be Sly X from the victorious University Libre de Bruxelles. And Sly X, I mean, look, I know I've butchered the name of your university. I've been doing it all night. It's not going to change now, first of all. Secondly, congratulations. I mean, it's got to feel good. You came in as the only team that make the playoff stage with a losing record in games, which, I mean, did you guys even expect to win a game? I know it's tough to say, but like I think a lot of us had you as underdogs coming into this playoff stage.
We expect to take away the whole tournament. Expect us.
Fighting words.
Yeah, I love to hear the confidence. You know, that's what I want everyone to take note of. Every other team better be hearing this right now. ULB are coming for you, and that was the voice of Hyperia there that you heard, Sly. Hyperia, I'm sure, has some questions for you as well.
Well, I mean, having that kind of confidence, I always like having it as well. Going into the next series, obviously against Dusseldorf, if you do end up getting, that will obviously end up being a clip being sent to you over and over and repeat. Trust me, I've got experiences, but I'm dwelling in the past, and that's not what you want to do. So often you guys found yourself down in a 2-goal down scenario. How did you manage to pull yourself out of that pretty much every single time?
I will make a very serious answer, and it's really weird, but I just called my mate Pegasus so he could get some confidence, and that's a true story, by the way. I just called him Pegas, go back to your stable and do some flying shit, and he did. So and he completely did and carried us. So that's the whole secret. Leaked.
That's good. I guess just have someone on your team who you can insult and get to carry. It's good advice as well for anyone else who might be watching on this. So I guess the answer is, how do you beat ULB later in the tournament? Just compliment them. It'll throw them off their game. They won't know what to do with themselves. Orion, any questions, any compliments to throw ULB's way? Now that they've beaten one UK team, maybe stop them from doing so with another one in the future.
Well, yeah, they've got a bit of an obstacle in their path, though, in Dusseldorf. So how are you feeling going into that matchup now?
Like, for me, our team has a lot of potential, like every other team in this tournament. So every game is not a really 100% loss or 100% win. It's more about like who will get really warmed up, who will get confident. Because I think students are not really used to tournaments, so they throw off a bit on pressure. I'm kind of used about tournaments, so I can get my mate confident a bit. But it's more about confidence, warm up, and not about really raw level.
I think it's fair to say, Sly, that the one thing you came into this call with was confidence. So thank you very much. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. We hope it goes well for you. As I say, well, congrats on that last win. And thank you for joining us here on the desk. That's all we have from Sly X, which means that it's time for us, boys, to move on to this next series of the night. And we're going to start off with a quick moment of silence for whoever actually manages to win this one, because the winner of this series will be going up against the Berlin Phoenixes.
Easy.
Yeah, I think that's all the moment of silence they actually deserve.
I ruined it. I
it was
literally
fun.
just realized I completely ruined that. I do apologize for it. But yeah, I mean, good luck, have fun, I guess.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Berlin Phoenix is, of course, only dropping one game so far throughout the entire group stage, throughout this entire tournament. But hey, you know what? I guess we learned there that Hyperia has no respect at all for the dead. But look, before we even get to that series against Berlin Phoenix, both these teams have to play against each other, and this should still be a very high-quality match between the Beckett Bears and the Groningen Fair Play Mojitos. The loser will still have a chance in the lower bracket. They will drop and play against Tilburg United. And I think I'm expecting this to be a very high-quality match because, you know, Beckett have only lost to last year's winners. They've only lost to Erasmus Rotterdam. The Mojitos were very close to Basilisk Berlin in their group, so they're one of our stronger third seeds coming in. Orion, like, I'm struggling to really find much to separate these two teams at the moment.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and you know, crucially being an upper bracket match as well, it's not the end of the road for you if you lose this one, and it's kind of just you know, with Berlin Phoenix waiting, you would imagine that it's do we go out this round into the lowers or do we drop to the next round? And obviously, you know, you're kind of just fighting to get to kind of leapfrog that one round of lowers and, you know, kind of keep your second life for that little bit longer. But yeah, I think, you know, both of these teams know what's going to be waiting in the quarterfinal, so I think it's just going to be a kind of live for the moment, try and play at our best, and then, you know, we'll try and get as much as we can out of the next series and take some positives from it.
Absolutely. And Hyperia, I'm going to come to you to ask about the Groningen Mojitos. They are, in theory, the Groningen A team. We've talked about it a lot during this tournament. Martinis have done a little bit better than their sister team throughout this tournament, and they've done a little bit better domestically as well. But Mojitos still come through as a strong side. You know, they finished third in their group. They were in that top half, and they've been looking pretty good so far in the EURC.
They're very much a mechanical team looking for solo plays, really wanting to move across that pitch and create space by themselves and then have another one finish it off. Sometimes that works out, and sometimes the power of friendship, if you look at the Martini side, is pulling through massively as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how much space they really get, because I feel like if they get shut down early, Mojitos is very much a team that if they make their stuff work, they're going to dominate. If they don't, they're going to be dominated. It's a very much all-out kind of play style, and we're going to have to see which side comes out.
Absolutely. And over on that other side, of course, is the Beckett Bears. You know, Mojitos looking to come out and dominate or be dominated. Beckett Bears, definitely a team that has it in them to dominate. You know, they finished the group stages 6-1. One of the teams with the highest game differential at +9. So they're a very strong team. And Orion, if we're looking at them coming in, you know, they tied basically at the top of their group with Erasmus. They lost on game difference, and they definitely could be a serious threat to the momentum of this mechanical Mojito side.
Yeah, quite a dark horse, really, are the Beckett Bears. You know, they didn't make that championship bracket in NSE, but I believe with a win over the Birmingham Badgers and the University of Bristol yesterday, I think they have managed to finish 7th in NSE, which is a very respectable result for them, finishing, you know, in that best of the rest spot. So they have really kind of looked better and better this season. And as you say, you know, they did so well in their EURC group, pretty much exceeding expectations, you would say. And now they find themselves up against the Groningen A team, in inverted commas, and I think this will be kind of the biggest test so far for them. You know, in a knockout bracket, they've just been playing in a knockout bracket yesterday for those challenger playoffs. So I think the Beckett Bears could be the favourites coming into this one, but maybe the Mojitos might just edge them in skill on the field.
That's an interesting take, and that seems like as good a time as any to actually head straight into our predictions. And, you know, Ryan, are you going to back it up with your prediction? Are you going to actually say that, look, Beckett Bears are the favourite? Are they coming in as the favourites?
I think they are on quite the streak right now. I think that will definitely end with Berlin Phoenix in front of them, but you know, they're on a good streak, and I think that they will continue that here against the Mojitos.
That's entirely fair. Hyperia, you know, Mojitos occasionally losing out to that power of friendship back in the Dutch league. The Martinis have done it to them a couple of times. Did Beckett have enough friends? Are they the Care Bears, or are they just going to crumble and fall in front of the mechanical play from Mojitos?
Now, look, it depends on what kind of bear is coming out. Obviously, we know brown get down, white good night, and fight back. So it's really going to be interesting to see what kind of bear comes out, because if it's an ice bear, good luck Mojitos. But I think that Mojitos got it in them. I think they've got the confidence and the capability they have for sure to not sweep, but I'm going to say 4-2 Beckett here.
4-2 for Mojitos over Beckett, just to be clear on that. Okay, perfect. Yeah, no, I'm just making sure, because I was too stuck up on your bear analogy, and I think that's something that our continental viewers will probably have more of an understanding of than anyone from the British Isles, because, not many bears left over here, but, what we
Teddy
do still have left
bears.
is the Care Bears and the Teddy Bears. And look, what we have is the Beckett Bears still left in this tournament, left in this series. I've given myself the casting vote for once, and honestly, I think this time around I am leaning Mojitos. They've impressed me mechanically throughout the tournament. Beckett Bears, while they have been playing very well, I think they've slightly outperformed themselves at times. And I think potentially tonight the superior skill of the Groningen Mojitos is going to come out on top. But look, we'll have plenty of time to find out. There's 7 whole games that this could actually take place in. And to take us through them, we do have Tylacto returning to the cast for the evening.
Hello, happy to join you here. Thank you, Nule, because this series, it's quite an exciting one, I fear. Coming into it, my bracket may have said the Mojitos, but at this point, it kind of goes out the window because my 100% correctness is no longer there, with Brussels taking the win, ULB, I should say, over University of York in our previous series. That one not going the entire distance like FHDW Engine Stuttgart earlier, but we'll have to see as Game 1 is upon us.
And Game 1 has now started. Flux already off to a decent start, getting towards the opposing side. Beckett Bears, they need to get off to a decent start. I feel like if Mojitos really get going, that's just Beckett Bears. They have to lay down and kind of accept whatever fate that Mojitos are bringing to them. It's a bit of an odd rotation on the Mojito side. They do manage to get back in time, but look at that boost. There's 0 all across the board, and Rahu manages to go through instantly.
Indeed he does, as that man Rahu, last time we saw the Beckett Bears, he could just not stop scoring in that reverse sweep over Essex. We know Beckett Bears can clutch it up, a very high performing team under pressure. They seem to be, though you have to say, at least coming into the tournament, of course, the Mojitos were the higher seed. They may have ended up 3rd in their group, losing at the hands of the Basilisks and Portsmouth Paladins, so losing to the 2 teams above them, 2nd and 1st, and Beckett Bears did finish 2nd in their group, and maybe the Mojitos of Groningen, not a fan of that, though I would still consider them slight favourites coming in, though I have to say, Twitch chat, they didn't agree, Hyperia. It was a 63% favour towards the Beckett Bears. What do you make of that?
Yeah, Twitch chat, they're just losers. They're currently... that's all I'll say. They're losers. So I'm not going to go any further into it because I don't want to give them... I mean, it's Dutch people can't bet, so there's a bit of a bias coming in from the start there. So, that's all I can say about it, really.
Actually, a very fair point there in the Dutch not being able to channel point predict there, but the lead is currently with the Beckett Bears, though they have been having to defend over this past minute or so. Their goal kind of coming against the run of play as Rahu is going to sort of poke it hopefully towards the backboard, but a nice clear down towards input. Maybe a transition here. No, Elko is going to be required again as double dominance on the side of the Mojitos. Elko is just flaunting that one there. The car diversity, not too crazy, but enough to spice things up. Maddie is going to get a nice fake there. It doesn't look like he wanted the corner boost. I'm surprised he didn't take it, but he will get the demo there on Flux as Beckett Bears are starting to grow into this one again.
Honestly, seeing one dominance in a game already is a lot different than usual ranked games or whatever, with only being Fenix and Octane and people wanting to trade for Fenix. It's absolutely ridiculous. Now Philux can't quite get the shot off Mosley with a massive boomer down the pitch. Input of the back where Flux should be able to get a touch, but they're not necessarily going anywhere. And this is what I'm talking about when I say Mojitos don't really have that team cohesion. They're just getting touches for the sake of getting touches, and it's not really the greatest way for them.
Indeed, as well. Input couldn't quite get around that Beckett Bears backball, but still time to work with for Groningen and a whole lot of gains. Best of 7, and you can have to say that, well, that's enough distance in this series to make sure that the better team will come out on top. And just the one goal in it so far as we start to approach the business end of game one. And no real clean-cut chances since that opening goal, as Rahu is going to try and force it through himself. And I really have to reiterate that recently he has been that danger man for the Beckett Bears. A lot of the time people will look to Mosley, but like, nah. The performance Rahu put in against Essex Blades is one of the entire tournament.
I'm talking about Mosley. He did put it in towards the center. Not really anything off it just yet. Another pass in towards the center. Then Matty comes in with another shot. It's just the entirety of Beckett Bears right now outplaying Mojitos, who constantly find themselves on incredibly low boost. They need to find something. Otherwise, this is going to be a detrimental game for them. 1 minute 24 remaining. Can this double tap happen? Not if Matty gets in the way. And that's once again back into the center. And Flux somehow able to get their first. No shooting chance just yet in Mojitos. They've dwindled down the clock and only have a minute or so left for that comeback.
That was a big shot from the Dominus of Elko, but it just met the crossbar of the UK University, so they're going to keep their lead into the final minute here. And that first game, I should say, can often be really impactful for momentum. But of course, these two teams, they've been there through that group stage. They know how to bounce back, and they both put up good records. And the first game will be far, far unlikely to actually outright decide this one, as Maddie is going to meet it in the midfield. Groningen getting more and more impatient, but Flux is going to whiff on that one. Maybe the slight pressure starting to show here. It may not be an elimination matchup, but you always want to be going as far as you can in uppers to just prevent your stress in that lower bracket. As maybe the shot here, no, Rahu making that save, but Groningen still looking for the breakthrough. Mojitos are just running out of time, but they're still trying here. Rahu with another challenge into the final 10 seconds. Input has to try and build it here, but it's hit, lacking so much power, and Flux going to get whiffed out by Maddie, missing the ball, and Mosley towards the top corner is going to kill off game one.
Whatever that was from Mojitos, they had 7 seconds left and decided to take it easy. Shot comes in, that's going to confirm the win for Beckett here. And now, so game one going towards the Beckett Bears. It's not necessarily a massive momentum for them or anything. I always want to think of that first game of, just a warm-up game. But Mojitos, they're not really showing that many great things, to be fair. It's not as if they're massively showing up and really impressing me. It's quite the contrary. They're disappointing me a little bit at times, where they're not able to get the proper touches and just are a little bit too slow, leaving certain balls that I would expect them to go for. And they're going to have to fix that in game number 2.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, they certainly put up some really good performances when we saw them in that Group D. Certainly getting that top 3 on their own merit, though with a tie with Salford, that was a hotly contested spot in that group, and they did see it out with a win over the Birmingham Badgers. They have to beat their fellow UK countrymen here, and they are down by a game. And as you say, I'm not too worried for them, but, I will say that the longer it takes them to actually score, the more you start to worry. As being shut out, at least in game one, is never really ideal.
Yeah, it's less than ideal even. There's no momentum whatsoever. And then you're always in that terrible position. You need to get something going early in this second game. As Mosley rips a shot as Flux out to the side. Well, it's already 30 seconds in. There's not really a lot going on right now.
Now, as we were just waiting for our observer to spectate, as you just saw some beautiful clips of Forbidden Temple there, and it was beautiful indeed. You didn't miss too much, although Beckett Bears, their shot just going wide. Mosley looking for the infield, but didn't quite find it there. Upside down was his car. Didn't quite find the contact here, and a lovely, response for the Dutch fans it would be if Mojitos could get the opening goal here.
And Rahu takes it off to that backboard. Mate gets in the way of it. Mosley can get a short Input in the way of it. 4 minutes left. There's once again not necessarily a ton of stuff unfolding. As the demo happens in the center, it's going to allow Mosley to clear it out further. That first touch slacking completely. No follow-up, no pass coming out of him whatsoever. Elko taking over. Maybe finds Input in the center, but this is what I mean. Always wanting to go for the solo stuff when a team play might just be the better option.
Indeed, Rahu is going to pump it downfield though and force the Mojitos onto that back foot, and they can deal with it well, but it's not where they want to be. And Maybe if Maddie was quicker to that backboard, really could have got that angle down. And again, the Mojitos on the defense. Mosley forcing some good stops out of them, and a nice clear out the corner from Elko towards input is a lovely way for them to link up off defense that maybe a little bit overextended their Flux. Couldn't quite reach that bounce. Maybe a bit of panic, maybe just a misread. We don't quite know, but Beckett looking a little bit more composed here, though both sides creating some chances.
And they're just waiting a bit more patiently as well. There we go. Rahu waits for the perfect opportunity to strike and booms it into the back of the net. Flux with a weak clear out. Matty with a perfect 50. And Mojitos, their solo play just failed once again. And that is Beckett Bears up to a, not quick lead, but up to a 1-goal lead.
Indeed, as it kind of felt like a matter of time when, the Beckett Bears sort of force back on the defense. They do seem to have that bit more structure. Mojitos still do look a bit dangerous here. They have the speed to beat them out, but, they have to beat all 3 players of the Beckett Bears. But 150 at the other end of the field was enough to beat all of the Mojitos because they were so cramped up, so tense on the defense, and yet all flat-footed because none of them could reach it. So it was just an open net for Rahu to clean up, and those sort of mistakes are not the sort of mistakes you can afford to be making in the upper bracket quarterfinal of EURC.
And this is not looking good for Mojitos. They're 1 goal down. Yes, more than enough time to try and make the comeback. But just their individual play, they're not really looking on point. Input missing the bump on Mosley completely. They're not really looking as if they're completely warmed up. Now Elka might be able to get something going. Once again, has a passing option. And guess what he does? He takes it up into the air solo and it doesn't work out. I wonder when they actually realize, hey, this isn't working. Let's switch it up, because that is also part of high-level play.
Yeah, it's just the fact that it might even be becoming predictable at this point for the Beckett Bears, and Rahu nearly finding a screamer to the top corner there, and it easily could have been 2. In fact, Beckett still trying to force the offense, and as you were saying, Mojitos just not finding any luck with just their solo speed, though maybe if Beckett can be forced into a mistake, that will work out differently. It's just if they can, mix it up with just some more patient positioning, with just, better, hang on a minute, nearly that solo play working, though it has kind of backfired on them. In fact, it has. You thought Mojitos were about to score for a fantastic fake from Elko, and yet Rahu, with one singular dunk, has put it in at the other end.
Look, my brain can't take another chaotic series where I have no clue what's going on and my mind tries to figure that out. All brain cells trying to work together to put together what is actually going on in the pitch, and that was a little bit of an odd one. Rahu's somehow able to go down the other end. Flux once again looks to fake out, and that's also a good opportunity to, if you don't really feel comfortable with your mechanics as of quite yet, then just start trying fake your position out. You don't really need mechanics to fake it out. And Flux getting in the way of a decent 50 afterwards. Rahu is sitting far back, and this is exactly what we were talking about. The patience being so pivotal for Beckett here.
Yeah, you just see how composed Rahu was there. Had one player flying at him and he just didn't care. He popped it over them anyway because he could see him coming. He had the composure and confidence, and I think maybe Mojitos are just sort of used to their opponents getting scared with the pace of their play, and Beckett are just saying, well, how about no, and we just demo you, it's just not working out for the Mojitos right now, and yet they're still trying the same thing. And if they can crack the Beckett Bears, if they can make them crumble and feel that panic, then sure, it can work. But right now, it's looking like they're going to be shut out for a second game.
Yeah, it's going 2 games without scoring. An opportunity arising there. We did the shot a little bit lackluster. And once again, Elko is not going to even be on target. Infield pass towards Flux, no power behind it. And then that is going to conclude game number 2. And now definitively have been shut out for 2 games straight. This is looking terrible for the Mojitos. 2 games straight in a row, and they could not get anything going. Meanwhile, Rahu, he is popping off.
Yeah, we talked about it towards the end of game 1, and the Mojitos, it is starting to look worrying for them now. Rahu again putting up the numbers, and it's just such a patient, professional performance from the Beckett Bears. You have to say they're doing so well right now. Mojitos, they're not playing outright bad, but, Beckett Bears are just like, no, I'm sorry, you're going to have to play really well to actually try and beat us. And it doesn't seem like Mojitos have got it in the tank right now.
And he says they need to impress us massively going into this third game. They really need to get something more going than currently they have. But we're going to have to see how they manage to do so, whether somebody is able to step it up and just start styling on their opposition, make it a little bit of a freestyle Friday on this beautiful, lovely Wednesday, where it has been nice weather pretty much all across the globe, I feel like. Or at least, you know, I feel like in England and in the Netherlands it has been nice weather.
It's certainly been nice weather, but yesterday was a little bit better for us, though maybe you got the sun today. Though certainly starting to warm up and spring is in the air, though no goals in the air so far for Mojitos as Beckett with an unbelievable play, mostly just faking out the defense, just like, sorry, you guys were trying solo plays? Yeah, this is how you do it.
Yeah, maybe the spring is in the air right now for the Beckett Bear or for Mojitos, but they're just in a hay fever position where they just get all boiled up and can't really go outside because the Poland are just too aggressive, short, long range, off target. And Rahu can't really clear it out, has to wait patiently. Pinch coming out off to the backward. Elko might be able to get a touch, but is not able to. And then mostly that patience would have been paying off massively there if he just let his teammate take control of it. Input down the field, double commit out of Mojitos. No
Big
shot
block.
coming on target. This counter-attack is going to be dangerous.
Yeah, that was a big block by Matty there. He wasn't comfortably positioned, but he still rose up and beat out both the Mojitos players who were up for that ball. And what a goal to put Beckett Bears in front. I didn't notice it until the replay, but Mosley actually got a flick reset off the ball and used that flip to pinch it with the ground. And that's how the power really surprised the Dutch defense. And Groningen are still without a goal. We keep saying it, but it's the third game of the series, and with just over 3 minutes left, maybe they get... No, Mosley is gonna make an incredible save on the goal line, but they're starting to show more offense here. Groningen, surely they can get a breakthrough. No, another save this time from Matty, and you think maybe they're getting patient, maybe they're vulnerable to the counter. It's scary, but certainly a little bit better right now for the Groningen Mojitos.
It's better, but they're still goalless, so they still don't really have anything to work with. It's just something that they need. They need that momentum. Let's see whether they can actually create it right here. Flux once again. Just two players on the Groningen side without any boost in the tank. You don't want to have that position at any point. Rahu can't combine with his teammate. Good interception by Input, but not good enough for a goal quite yet.
No, not quite yet, as that time is ticking, and it was a 1-goal lead for most of game one as well. And to be fair to Fair Play Mojitos, they have looked more like breaking this and equalising this game than they did in game one. But the Beckett Bears will have all the confidence that they can hold on to and defend a lead. And really, it's down to the Mojitos to prove them wrong, because if they don't, then that confidence will not be broken. And right now, I think the mental game for Beckett Bears is just too strong, though a whiff like that could change it. A big whiff, and Flux will get the first opening goal here for the Mojitos, and that is just a massive equaliser for them.
There we go. They're not scoreless anymore. 2.5 games of Rocket League that they were without any goals, and now they finally get one, and a pivotal one in game number 3, completely tying up this game. They still have a long way to go. They need to create another one of those that they were only able to in those 2.5 games. They're looking more confident. Elko also going for an airdrop, but he doesn't succeed. Double commit coming out of the Beckett Bears side. Elko get past the final defender, can't quite get the angle just yet. Infield pass to Input, and indeed Input in towards the back of the net. Mojitos, they're going now.
Yeah, beautiful play from Elko. Flicked, realised he had the time, gets himself around that ball, and it's an easy open net for Input. And Beckett Bears, now they've started to bleed. They've been injured by that opening goal, that opening whiff. Are they starting to make mistakes now, as the mental could have been broken? The overcommit, open net counter-attack for the Mojitos, and for the first time this series, they have a lead to defend.
That is something that we not have been seeing whatsoever. Mosley can't quite get a hit, so really looking Beckett Bears second best right now. Not managing to get anything. I told you this was Ilaxo. I told you this. I don't want confusing things, and this confuses me why Matty did not save it.
Yeah, he just came too far into the middle of the net there, not wide enough round through that back post, and that's the sort of mistakes that start coming through when the pressure starts to get to you. And it only took 1 goal, and the Beckett Bears looking a shadow of themselves over the past 2.5 games here, needing a response back quickly, but it's gonna be another goal, and the floodgates have well and truly opened here. The Mojitos with 4 goals in 2 minutes, and boy, has the tide turned.
And this is kind of what I was talking about earlier on, that, well, Mojitos, they're either getting dominated, aka the first 2 games, or they are dominating right now. Beckett Bears, they have not got a say in it whatsoever. Elko to the backboard. There's a player there, but Input still coming in for a shot. His save is forced. Flux, can he actually get that one under control? Very much can. Not opting to go for the corner boost. A questionable decision, but it's going to work out for now as Input. You have Flux on the side. He just decided to not go for the pass there.
No, you didn't really need to. The 4-1 up, you really don't need to risk passes if you don't think that they might not be safe, as Mojitos just have a simple seeing out the game here in the final minute. Beckett Bears needing a miracle to get back into this, and with that 50 coming off the inside of the post, Maddie will be denied his first goal of the series, so no calm for his confidence, and you have to wonder whether Beckett Bears can stabilise here, as they nearly conceded another goal where they left their net wide open, and you can tell that Groningen smell blood in the water right now.
And this game is pretty much wrapped up. There's no real way of Beckett Bears coming back in. Obviously an absolute miracle might just change that fact, but Mojitos, they're going now, and this is going to be so incredibly important for them to move into that 4th game with this same amount of confidence. If they now all of a sudden lose it, that's going to be detrimental. It's going to be Beckett Bears on match point. Mojitos just lost all the momentum that they gained, so we're going to have to see whether they're able to keep that momentum.
Yeah, this is where we see just how good Beckett Bears are. Are they just rolling off the momentum there? Will they start to crumble in another game? And, we know that GEA, fair play, the Mojitos, they're going to show up big next game. They've got that confidence in the bag. They've gone from scoring no goals a game immediately to 4, and that is quite the change. Beckett Bears, it's all about how quickly can they stabilize, how quickly can they calm down, because the pressure is being mounted on, and even in the space of that game, they conceded them goals so quickly, and the defense that had looked so stable and so reliable was just found in tatters and pieces.
How quickly are they able to kind of adapt to this new Mojitos? Beckett Bears, they had free reign. They don't have free reign anymore. They have to share the field with Mojitos, who've been looking incredibly dominant. So we're going to have to see as this game 4 gets underway. It's going to be incredibly interesting. Beckett Bears, honestly, I almost want to say that this could be the series deciding game here. If Mojitos are able to continue going at the pace they were, then they might just sweep their entire way through. But Beckett Bears, they've got something to say about it. We'll try and prove that. Game number 4 on the way.
Indeed, game number 4 is right on here and starting, as I could easily see momentum changing another couple times before the end of the series. It's 2-1 Beckett still in this best of 7, and the Mojitos are already looking to start the play. Flux with a redirect down, though I'm not sure if he was looking to pass or shoot there. Legend says he's still making his mind up, as Rahu, now with a solo play of his own, is trying to just force a 50 defensive response out of the Mojitos. As long as they can sort of get the Mojitos Dutch University to be the ones on the back foot, then that can slowly rebuild their confidence.
Yeah, it's just something that they have to work on slowly. They can't expect to all of a sudden dominate like they were in the previous few games. This is an open net for Rahu, not actually putting it on target. Actually, no, that wasn't open at all. I'm completely lying. I'm that player who says, hey, no, open, when there are 3 defenders about in the pitch and wanting to block the ball. I'm sorry about that.
You scared me. I was like, I'm pretty sure I've only seen 2 Groningen play. No, okay, yeah, you've just gone crazy. Not that time, not too open though. Maybe an open net could have came through if Groningen won that ball clean onto target. Rahu's going to force a 50, and it's usually just sort of they would force a response out of the Groningen defense, but now they seem to be quite keen to just sort of get that ball away from their net, and Groningen, quite happy to just answer that one, though maybe an infield passing play, but Elko does a really good job of disrupting that. Credit to him. Mosley forcing a 50. The shot from Maddie. Oh, he just couldn't keep it down. He did good to win the race to the ball. He had the angle across, but just hitting that crossbar, and you have to think he'll want that one back.
Yeah, it's more game that we expected. 2 minutes in, no goals just yet. Never mind, Rahu rips one as I say that. Beckett Bears, there's the confidence. Input completely losing that 50. An infield pass out of Matty towards Rahu put Beckett Bears 1-0 up in the game.
Yeah, and just a loose ball for Maddie. And after last time, he was like, you know what, Rahu? I can't shoot, but I know who can. Just passes the ball across to him, and that's right, Rahu, it's you. And an absolute slingshot into that top corner, and Beckett Bears are back in the driver's seat.
Can they actually stay there, or will there be a heist happening? Mojitos, oh my word, that is not what you like to see out of them. Input, he still manages to deal with it, but that kind of inconsistency is the stuff that we saw in game number 1 and 2. He's 50 off to the backboard. Matty gets in the way of it though. Elko with a complete miss. Not able to get anything on it, and this is looking a little bit scared for Mojitos. They're showing those inconsistencies that they were shown when they got dominated.
Yeah, that 50 is unfortunate for Beckett, and Musley can't read the down bounce. Input will get an uncontested shot, and he will find the back of the net. A top shelf shot under pressure, and Input, he makes it.
Oh my, that is an absolute boomer, and that is one way to snap Mojitos back into this match. 2.5 minutes remain, plenty of time for this game to still end in overtime, or in regulation time I should say. Input might just put the lead in here, not quite yet. Elko still waiting on the side for the catch. Can he get it in towards his teammate, in towards the center? Not quite once again. Flux also not able to do so as the Beckett Bear defense is holding strong.
Holding strong it is, and maybe he'll have to hold for longer as Groningen are continuing to play around with that Leeds Beckett backboard, but it is going to be cleared for now and sent right on back. Musley winning that race to the ball, forcing a 50. Elko can't reach it. Rahu towards the net, but Input, he's going to make a big save and push that one over the bar.
Input is struggling on the sidewall and forcing his teammate to come with him. Not forcing, but his teammate felt a little bit too awkward at Flux. Final man had to get a touch, didn't he do so? But it's still off in towards the corner where Beckett are able to continue to pressure Elko with an incredibly weird and awkward clear out once again. Now Input down the pitch, finally able to get it out of that Mojitos defense.
Yeah, an awkward touch in the midfield, both defensive. Both teams very defensive and backing off from that loose ball. Neither team wanting to overcommit as we're into nervy territory here in game 4. Maddie with an unconventional flick, not going to find the contact he was looking for, though he will on Flux's car. Gets a big demo of how open is the defense here. He's looking for Flux again, but now the demo's from Elko. He gets Musley and Rahu, so can Groningen strike off this space? Beckett a little grouped up, but coordinating well, sends it up to Maddie off that backboard, but the down bounce a little bit too down for Rahu to be able to commit.
Bounce down straight in front of Mosley once again. Matty looks to fake out, but this happened already. But then down to opposing end is Rahu. This time not able to get back in. Elko at 34 seconds. Mojitos take the lead off of the back. It's not even a dunk. Matty just didn't challenge it whatsoever.
Now he tried to fake out Elko, and he was just like, I am going to slap this ball. And once again, the positioning not respectful enough this time from Rahu, and that ball again goes into an empty Beckett net, and it haunted them last game, and it could have just made the difference again here.
It could just be the case now. Elko down the end of the pitch, 36 boost. Oh my word, if they get one in, but right now that is definitely going to decide the game, but it's not quite yet. Beckett, they're still holding valiantly in defense. Rahu on the forefront, it's 3v1 situation, infield pass, power, friendship, not quite making his way through. His Flux gets in the way of the friendship. Mosley, can he get a second touch? And that is going to be GG. Mojitos tie up the series.
Yeah, and the question was, can Leeds Beckett put it back together? And they tried a little bit. They did bob the builder it slightly, but it did kind of Jenga stack back down at the end of that one. They had the massive share of the shots, 9 shots to 4, but the Mojitos, they were clinical, and a massive shot from Input was the one to get them back into that one. Huge from Elko as well, just backing himself, and the Mojitos take a second on the bounce. And those super dominant first 2 games from Leeds Beckett, they sure feel like a long time ago right now.
Yeah, the dominating games were only game 1 and game 2, and the start of this one. Apart from that, it's really Mojitos at the wheel, driving, drifting, doing whatever they want, not caring about the police whatsoever. And then Beckett Bears, they're the police. They're just getting messed up every single time. They've picked up the pace and they're moving at a rapid pace across the pitch. It's amazing to see right now from Mojitos when they're not done just yet. They've only just managed to tie up the series, so there's still a long way to go.
Yeah, worry for Beckett as well. If they lose this one, that'd be a 3rd game on the bounce, enough to lose any of their group stage series as well. Thankfully for them, this is, of course, a best of 7 here in the upper quarter final. But hang on a minute, that one may be dangerous from Elko, but the clear does come through, and it'll be high, cleared down. As I think I'm mistaken, it's not the quarter final, it is actually technically the round of 16 here. They're looking to push to the quarter final. I want to correct myself there here in this game 5, as Beckett are again looking for an opener, but not quite gonna. Oh, they are gonna find it. And that, man, yeah, anytime you ask who scored for Leeds Beckett, it's just it's really a safe assumption to just assume that it was Rahu.
I don't know why, but because it's like who scored Rahu, it continues, it very much does. But indeed, at the same time, Beckett Bears, they've opened up the series, the game every single time, I feel like. So this being 2-0, it doesn't really have that big of an impact towards Mojitos, who now do need to regain themselves, and at some point they're not going to be able to do that. But is that going to be this game? I don't necessarily think so. I do think they'll be able to pull it tied. Where they go from there, that is up to the Rookie League goals to decide.
Indeed it is. I certainly would love a second on the side of the Beckett Bears right now. They did take the opening goal previously in game 4, and yet it wasn't enough for them to see out the win. A change from earlier in the series as Groningen Students Esport Association, the Mojitos, got to get that clarified nicely. They really have stepped up their game here, and their offense just that little bit more dynamic, that little bit more clinical, and you can see it from the discomfort now in the Beckett defense that is nowhere near as comfortable as in the opening 2 games, but they're looking to infield it here, and a nice challenge from Flux. We'll see no direct shot towards the Dutch net. The infield again from Leeds Beckett. They continue to ask the questions, but input, he's got the answer sheet this time. Mosley required at the back corner there. A nice demo, but could it be dangerous anyway? The doink on the bounce from Rahu. Going to take 2 players out the game, but the loose ball, who was albeit input, tried his hardest for the 50, but Rahu was in control that whole way and wins it out strongly.
Yeah, something that has me with Mojitos is I feel like they're kind of like EURC in that regard of they're really fighting against themselves the entire time. If they manage to win that fight, then they're going to be dominating. 50% of the time they actually lose it and they get inside their own heads, or they're just not playing up to the standard they know they can play at, which will make them get down on themselves, and they need to try and break out of it. They've got 2.5 minutes to try and do so. A lot of mechanics to back that up. Infield pass from Mosley to Matty. Matty doesn't make the short, switch that position. Rahu will probably be an absolute boomer. Now Flux up into the air. The ball goes. Rahu is early there and blocks it.
Yes, underwhelming shot from Matty, though it had to be a fantastic one if it was going to get past the 2 goalkeepers waiting for it. As you talk about the fight with the inner demon of the Mojitos or York, it's the Life of Pi film, or maybe Life of York, as I'm not sure that would have gone quite down as well as the box office, but I would certainly view it, as last series was certainly entertaining, as Mosley required for a save on the back line there, but the second ball is run out by Elko, and once again Mojitos gonna find an equalizer.
Matty just turned away from the ball. He was perfectly on track and I thought he was going to get a hit in, but instead he turned away, boosted backwards and slowed down this car too much to be reaching it. And as I said, Mojitos indeed, they doesn't really surprise me with making the comeback, but let's see where they go from here. Do they have that dominating form once again? Clear out of Matty. Rahu rips a short input, and to the side he goes. Flux now past another one. Mosley is able to censor it. No pickup from Mojitos just yet. Only as soon as Elko's actually takes it past Matty. And Mojitos, they seem to have waken up.
They really have. This could be the second time in a row they come to win from behind, though they might have to do it again. They will. Mosley gonna finish off Maddie's shot. I think it was already going in, and that is the change that Beckett needed. I was gonna ask how much longer could their composure hold, but an open net from mispositioning from the Mojitos, and they are going to punish.
Mojitos once again getting inside their own heads and moving up towards the pitch way too much, out of position. Absolutely terribly out of position. It's not just, oh no, we almost were able to get back to it. No, they were so far out, they didn't have a single chance, and they need to prove it in offense once again. There's guns ablazing and start firing cannons towards that opposition goal. Otherwise, you're going to drop as Massey with a good catch in towards the center. Oh, the top scorer, and he continues his form here.
Oh, the bear has finished hibernating right now. Maddie whisking it past Flux, and Rahu again in the right place at the right time. How many times have we seen that this series? And Beckett Bears might be about to push towards series point.
Well, it's looking very likely unless Mojitos can absolutely dominate from this point on. Infield pass, nobody there except Rahu to collect, who's obviously as a striker going to take that down the other end. Now in Flux, and a 1v1 is up incredibly early, and any chance he had at getting it in completely thrown away by it. Input also not getting a great touch. There is it passing towards the center. That touch from Input going to do more harm than actually good, but it's Rahu who makes the save. Flux can't quite get the shot. 30 seconds is looking to go to Beckett Bears.
Indeed, as they just win out that 50 in the midfield from Maddie. His shooting this series has been questionable at times, but his challenges in the midfield have done bits in this game. 5 of 10 seconds left on the clock. It should be all Beckett here, and a huge bounce back game for them after losing 2 on the bounce to the Mojitos. They're the ones that are going to have to go back to the drawing board, and as we say it, Beckett Bears are on series point.
They have massively bounced back. They just jumped on a very flexible trampoline and now right back in to where they started. Mojitos, they're not necessarily looking worse. It's going to be an interesting 6th game. Well, now Mojitos, they play under the pressure of dropping and then drop into the lower bracket. Honestly, if they do end up dropping, whichever team it is, actually, it's just a strategy to avoid Berlin Phoenix, isn't it?
Well, I mean, you still want to be getting that game against them just to earn that experience and go further in the upper so that you naturally go further in the lowers. It's a no-brainer here, and that's no advantage gained from losing this series. As once again, Beckett Bears were out shooting the Mojitos heavily, and I just think it comes down to their team unit as a play style. They're just meeting and organizing so much better. We see a double commit there already from Groningen, and you'd have to say, in terms of 3 players, you might consider them to be the slightly stronger team, but from actually the result happening right now, you wouldn't have thought it, just because, you know, a lot of their goals have just come from massive sort of lapses in concentration of the Beckett Bears defense. You know, like, honestly, half of the Mojitos' goals seem to be runaways onto open nets, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit of an odd one. Mojitos, they're not quite able to get anything going. It's still a little bit weird. But, you know, they have to keep on moving regardless. They have to try and keep on going and show that individual talent. Matty with a shot makes it on target, and this is not looking good for Mojitos.
Yeah, it might be his first goal of the series, and he saved it until now. That flick just too good from Mosley, and the Mojitos defense all fall into pieces there. Once again, Beckett gonna strike first, but we've seen Mojitos come back before, so they're gonna have to do it again here.
Yeah, more time this time. It's and a 2-goal comeback that they have as Rahu once again in striking form. It's just getting harder and harder for Mojitos.
It is Rahu just finding the back of the net, assisted by that big demo. Not sure who got that one, but Mojitos under the cosh right now. They're down, series point down, and they're 2 down here in this game 6. But can they pick themselves back up? They're trying to challenge on the offense, but the Beckett defense hasn't faltered in at least a game or so. And you think that sometimes you have to start questioning yourself. You know, you talked about it, the battle inside themselves with the Mojitos. They're struggling so much with it that they're sort of forgetting that they're meant to be struggling against the Beckett Bears and forcing them to be uncomfortable, which they have done, especially in that 3rd game. And yet, it's just not been enough here. It's not been enough for an entire best of 7, and the Beckett Bears have just been more consistent so far.
Yeah, that's really the massive case. Even in the games that they were losing, apart from that 4-1, they've really kept it close and really gave themselves a fighting chance in every single one. This ball going towards the opposing side. Beckett Bears not able to capitalize on it quite yet. Mojitos, they're also struggling to get it out. Early challenge from Mosley is going to put that right in towards the box of Mojitos. Rahu off to the backboard, he goes, no read coming out, shot not on target either. So the Mojitos, they get away with it, but it's not really the confidence that you would like to see when they have to make a 2-goal comeback.
Yeah, exactly. You can say it's positive that they're not 3-0 down, but it doesn't really matter how many you lose by in this game. If you lose, you're done. And down to lowers you will go, of course, to play Tilburg United, their fellow countrymen. Not sure if the Mojitos will want to play that one coming off a loss, but Mosley might be serving it to them cold anyway, just battering his way through the defense.
He even forced input in that position, taking him along, kind of forcing him to watch the absolute chaos that was about to unfold. It was a little bit cruel, absolute torture tactics coming in over the Beckett Bear side. Sometimes you got to play like that. Sometimes you got to bend the rules a little bit to try and gain your advantage. Now Elko, that is bending the ball towards the wall, not onto the goal. Flux, he still managed to get it. And Mojitos, they need confidence. This is a confidence gainer.
Indeed it is. They've got the first goal, which is often the hardest to get. Maddie, patient on the goal line though for too long. Asked the shot to be good enough to beat it, and well, Flux shed. So I'm more than happy to deliver a nice shot, a nice read from him. And the Mojitos still have half the game to work with here.
Still a little bit of time, but the confidence needs to come through in more than just one situation where they get a decent attack and input. This doesn't read confidence whatsoever. Waiting about 3 seconds before you go anywhere with that ball. The indecisiveness is absolutely worse than in the Starbucks when there are so many options and they ask you so many questions. Clear out of Mosley. One more game could be, or one more goal could be absolutely devastating for Beckett. Or for Mojito, it does not manage to happen though.
Elko, does he have that flip reset? I'm guessing we'll never find out there because Maddie intercepting it earlier, and you much prefer that when you're on the defense there, making use of the numbers that Beckett had back. But Elko is again looking for the infield, but the double demo between Rahu and Flux means that there's actually no one there to put it in or intercept it. Just sort of time stood still for a second as it bounced across the defense. This time Maddie is going to intercept again. Input at the end of that infield play, but the Beckett defense is just about holding on.
Just about, but that's enough. And that's enough for the final 1 minute 10 to be absolutely crucial. Matty with a decent challenge. It pops high. Mosley gets a no flip out of him. He does manage to get it past his input. Pops it out towards the side. Elko can't get the double tap. Not if Matty gets in the way. This final minute is going to be so crucial. Shot coming on. This slightly wide. Mosley with a demo plug down the opposing side. Matty with a miss. There should be a defensive player back. And not anymore. CLA. Your funeral, bring a bouquet of flowers, but it's not going to be enough as they still could drop to the lower bracket.
Oh, imagine if Beckett don't win now after that whiff, as Mojitos, they might be able to hit no, but the infield is off the mark again. It was Mosley at the other end whisking it away from Rahu, who I believe was just waiting for the open net, but time is running out for Groningen here. They're getting the demos, but the flicks are just not good enough here. They haven't been good enough quite as a team, and Beckett Bears again intercepting in the midfield, and this launch forward is hopeful, but the time is all but out. It looks like it will be 4-2 to the UK side here. They'll be moving on in the upper bracket to play Berlin Phoenix. Elko is already out the lobby, and Mojitos, they will be out the upper bracket. They go down to face Tilburg, and of course a 4-2 scoreline, and a very enjoyable series that was.
It very much was. It was interesting to see the momentum swing. You really saw Mojitos step it up massively for 2 games. It kind of went in waves right there, where Beckett, they were the highest wave initially, then Mojitos, they very much equaled that wave, and then Beckett overshadowed them once again. It was really the series just kept on progressing. It was absolutely amazing to see from Beckett Bears to see that adaptability, and that is what you need to be moving on. And well, if that's anything to get into the next series that you play against Berlin Phoenix, that is what you want.
Indeed, they just sort of took it in turns quite nicely. 2, and then 2 back the other way. But Beckett Bears are the team to come out, and fairly, I think they outshot nearly every game. I think it's fair to say, probably deservedly so, but we'd like to get their thoughts on it. So I know after the break, we will have an interview with Rahu, the man who just can't stop scoring at the moment. And of course, then we'll have our final best of 7 of the day. Another upper bracket matchup. It'll be the Bournemouth Barracudas up against the Kiel Krakens. We'll see you then.
future's far away, but I will stay. I will stay. Just take a leap of faith. We'll find a way for you and me. Can't look back and run from what I feel inside. There's no more time to hide, because I feel again. I feel again. Oh, now I feel again. We're bringing this back to life. I feel it again. I feel it again. I feel again. We're bringing this back to life. Help me find the right words to say to get us back on our way. Can we try to fight against the grain of throwing out what we made? The future's far away, but I will stay. I will stay, because I feel again. I feel again. Oh, now I feel again. We're bringing this back to life. We're picking up where we left off and on again. We never quite could forget, 'cause what we got so intense. I feel it again. I feel it again. I feel it again. We're bringing this back to life.
And welcome back to nearly the end of the EURC round 1 of playoffs, where Beckett Bears have just taken down the Groningen Fairplay Mojitos in a fairly closely fought series, 4-2 in the end. And we are joined by Rahu from those victorious Beckett Bears. And Rahu, did you expect it to be that close? Did you expect them to come out swinging after, they didn't score a goal in the first 2 games?
I mean, we didn't really know what to expect, really. We haven't really watched many other games or didn't really know any of the players, so we just kind of came in trying to be confident. And I feel like we were the better team in the end, personally. I feel like it could have been a 4-0. The 2 losses we got, we were just really sloppy, especially in the game 3. We just kind of made a few silly mistakes, but here's what it is. We got the win, so that's all that counts.
Yep. That's it. Win's a win. It'll mean you move on to face up against Berlin Phoenix. And I'm going to leave the question about that to someone else. I have Talacto and Orion with me. I'm going to throw it to Talacto if he has any questions he wants to ask you about what's been going on.
I mean, yeah, I think it's fair to say it was honestly a very solid performance. I'm glad to see, Rahu, that you still have this horrible disease that isn't that infectious where you just can't stop scoring. I don't know if it's a problem. I don't know if it disrupts your sleep at night, but it seems to be an issue that you might be having there. I hope you flamed. I think it was Matty actually with a fake challenge in game 3 or 4 that just got you sent from end to end there, conceding on an open net, which was it was a trend in game 3 and 4. But to turn back after conceding 2 consecutive games and seeing out game 5 and 6 certainly deserves credit. Though, do you think you'll be having that same luck against the Berlin Phoenix again? I guess you don't really know what to expect, other than the fact that you're probably going to be packing Vaseline, right?
I mean, we're obviously not expecting much, but I think just having the opportunity to play Berlin is a big thing in itself. That's the main thing we wanted going into this. I feel like if we just hone in on what we've been practicing, have more scrims, we could probably do something, make some kind of impacts. I'm not going to sit here and say we're going to win, but we can put up a good fight at least, and we'll see where it goes. That's all I can really say on that, really.
Absolutely. You spoke about confidence when you came on, and I think going in against Berlin, the best you can hope for is go in swinging and hope to land a few good punches before the haymakers land is probably what this tournament has showed us so far. But Orion, do you have anything to add on top of what we've already asked Rahu?
Well, I just want to put it out there that I was the only panelist that predicted you to win, so you can thank me for that win. It's completely my responsibility that you won that. Nothing to do with you guys at all. Yeah, great series from you guys. Berlin next. Are there any other teams that you're kind of worried about in the tournament, or do you find yourselves in a good position now and think you can make it pretty far?
I mean, at this point in the tournament, they're all insanely good teams. Like, every team we're kind of expecting to be good, which they are. We're feeling really confident. I feel like we've had a little bit of a breakthrough in the way we play, and we've been practicing a lot, and it's been showing off. Really, we've been playing better, we've been passing better, and besides the odd sloppy game here and there, we're really solid, and the wins feel convincing. We never feel off, so we just got to keep going for that. Really, keep practicing that, and hopefully we can keep going forward.
Absolutely. I think that's a great attitude to have going through to the rest of this tournament. Keep an eye on those other teams, but feel good about your own gameplay. And I think, Rahu, you can absolutely feel good about what happened in that series and what's going to happen going forward. Thank you very much for joining us here on the disc, and congratulations again on that win. As we are going to move on to talk a little bit about our final series of the night, our final series of round one, and our final series at the start of this opening upper bracket. It's going to be the Bournemouth Barracudas versus the Kiel Krakens. And Tylacto, I think these are two teams who both have records coming out of the group stage that don't necessarily show how good these teams can be with a full roster.
No, it's fair to say both teams played by substitutions at 5-2 records. Kiel with a 3-way tiebreaker. You could say they're fortunate to be in the upper bracket. I would have said they'd have been very unfortunate to be out of it, though they will be playing again today with that sub in place of Poddy. Poor Poddy, his house move has gone all wrong, and realistically, it's part of what's made Kiel's season go wrong. They were unbeaten with their full roster domestically outside Society Showdown, and had really high hopes for them, and they've ended up missing championship bracket playoffs in NSE, and they nearly missed out on upper bracket in the groups. Dues will be stepping in for him again. Of course, Dues are very capable substitute. We're now getting used to just how good Kiel can be despite their substitutions, realistically. And Bournemouth will be at full strength. They were at full strength yesterday against the likes of UWE, but they didn't find that series too easy. So I'm expecting this series to still be a reasonably close fought one, but I think it's fair to say Bournemouth will certainly come in as favourites.
Absolutely. I think, Ryan, that's probably the right thing to say. Is Bournemouth coming in as the favourites, but with something to prove. After a group stage that was plagued with substitutions, that was a little bit sloppy, and after this full roster couldn't necessarily get it done in the fashion they would have hoped domestically. They'll definitely be out on the hunt tonight for a clean series.
Yeah, they definitely will be full strength Bournemouth now, and we saw them yesterday, and they did struggle against UWE, but it was a championship bracket match, and UWE coming off a win against Portsmouth, and a deserved win against Portsmouth, looked in the best form that I've ever seen them. So I think we definitely saw Bournemouth at their best yesterday, and Bournemouth at their best was a winning Bournemouth. And I think even if Kiel had their full roster, I probably would still favour Bournemouth. I am someone that kind of is not biased towards Bournemouth, but I believe that they are a strong team and one of the strongest. So I think that this series, we'll come to predictions in a second, but I think you know what I'm going to say.
Yeah, I think we're going to launch straight into those predictions. And I think because I know where the desk is leaning, why don't we make it exciting? Let's give some games. I think 4-1 Bournemouth. I think that's a fair assessment of how these two teams look coming into this one. And Ryan, I'm going to throw it straight back to you. It's probably Bournemouth, but how many games is it going to take?
I want to say 4-0, but I also know that Bournemouth probably, knowing that Kiel have a sub, might take their foot off the gas pedal a little bit. So I think 4-1 is accurate. I reckon that they'll give up a game just, because it's Bournemouth. 4-1 Bournemouth is my prediction.
All right, and Tylacto, are you going to shake it up, or are you just going to join us in beautiful homogeneity?
I wish I could shake it up. I can't believe you'd say you'd back Bournemouth against full roster Kiel, when if Kiel had their full roster the whole time, they'd currently be in grand finals waiting in NSC, and they'd have finished downright top of their group. So they would have got the bye to the quarterfinals. I can't believe you'd say that. The full roster Kiel almost deserves a prediction with Dues in. Maybe I'm disrespecting Dues by not predicting Kiel here, but I think I would be silly to not predict Bournemouth. So I will go the way of the Bournemouth Barracudas. I'm not as biased as Twitch chat, which is currently 92% in favour of Bournemouth with 38,000 channel points. But I do hope that Kiel can at least get a couple games with dues in here.
That does seem to be the hope. And you know what? That sounds like an interesting discussion. Are Kiel a better team with full roster? Luckily, these two boys will have plenty of time to discuss it throughout the cast, as I'm going to take myself away and leave you two to it.
I can't believe you'd say that. I cannot believe you'd say that, Ryan. Kiel, with full roster, they are the true Krakens. And the thing that will be really interesting for us is that they'll probably have their full roster back for lower bracket if they get sent there here.
Oh, well, that will be interesting. I think the if in that sentence is more like a when. So kind of excited to see that. And, I would love to see Kiel prove me wrong. It's just, Bournemouth, they started this season with, you would maybe say, a weakened roster, missing Ward in place of Onoz. But Onoz honestly has stepped up this season. Like, he was a fantastic player last season anyway, but this season especially, he's recently hit SSL and he is a solid member on this roster. So Bournemouth have improved, whereas I think Kiel, they've probably kind of just stayed static throughout this season.
Yeah, that's a fair point, really. Really a shame for Ward. He's gone to a very poor, he's fallen madly in love and ended up on a very bad version of the Isle of Fernandos. I mean, imagine ending up in Guernsey, and despite that loss, Bournemouth really have gone from strength to strength, and they're looking to make a sort of revenge run through the NSC bracket, and they're still going strong in EURC, and they haven't actually lost a game with their full roster, though that's not the start that roster will be looking to get off to the start for, and that time constant will be finding the opening goal.
Yeah, a bit of a gaping hole left in defence there as Cloud went one way and Will went one way and Onoz went the other, and they had to try and reconverge on that ball, which was put into the very centre of the net by time constant. So Kiel taking an early lead, but it was Bournemouth with the opening pressure.
Indeed, it was certainly uncharacteristic from Cloud to effectively pass the ball to Kiel there, as he's just a sportsman behaviour there coming out of Cloud, and you got to respect it. Though, yeah, Bournemouth. Yeah, the lovely content that comes out of them, you do know that they do have a nice laugh, and it's good to see, of course, but I think you're right in saying that they will maybe have their foot off the pedal in a slight bit of a banter sort of disrespect towards Kiel without their full roster. But to be honest, Dooz has been getting so much practice with them recently that, he's starting to become more of a main roster player. Poor Poddy will have to fight himself back into the team, though I'm sure he'll get that place, no problem. Time constant, I think there's really no respect for him when we hear about him not sort of waking up for games in time. I don't know whether he's an owl or something. Like, how nocturnal do you have to be?
Probably as nocturnal as me, to be honest. My sleep pattern is a bit questionable at the moment, but nobody really wants to know about that. We want to know what's going on in this game, and it is Kiel still in the lead. Time constant dropping it down to K3, who is trying to look for a double touch, and it is Dudes, who I haven't actually seen play yet. Dudes is a completely, unknown entity for me, and oh my goodness, K3 just threw himself across that net to make that save.
It's ridiculous. That was unhuman movements. Made me think he was Neo from the Matrix or something. That is literally K3 right now with that save to deny Bournemouth their opening in goal with a double commit whiff on defense into a shot like that. From Dooz to the bottom corner, Kiel have doubled their advantage.
Yeah, this is pretty unprecedented. A bit against the run of play, you might say. And I mean, we saw this happening against UWE yesterday. I was fully behind Bournemouth. I even thought that they could sweep it. And now at 2-0, I'm starting to relive that same kind of confusion from yesterday. Like, how are Bournemouth losing in this game?
It's kind of strange, as who knows what's going on in them Bournemouth comms or what they might be on right now. Imagine scenes if they're not at max performance, because right now Kiel are looking to be the ones just that. They're opening up with a third, and Bournemouth Barracudas, they're just... there's just no Barracudas. They've just turned into these default sort of fish that you draw as a 3-year-old when it's just a circle with like the triangle on the end. That's kind of what they're looking like right now.
More like a tuna or something like that.
The Bournemouth tuna.
Kiel are just putting them in a tin and selling them.
That's basically what it is, although I'd have to say Bournemouth are kind of selling themselves right now with the defense they've been putting up in the past minute.
Yeah, definitely. Or lack of it, and we should say it hasn't really looked like a Bournemouth defense, although Bournemouth, they are definitely more known for their offense than their defense. Finding a good touch coming out from Will there on the defensive, and he's going to air dribble this one all the way over the top, but time constant across just in the nick of time, ironically, to make that save, and Bournemouth overcommitting again, leaving a big hole on defense. It's going to be up to Will to air dribble this one all the way across, but K3 there to meet it, looking to drop it down to a teammate, and it's now Kiel on that overcommit. Duz is going to be the one getting back and getting his corner boost, not able to get the 50-50 though, and it is, oh wait a minute, Cloud, can he sneak this one in? Yes he can. Bournemouth are now on the board.
Indeed, Bournemouth gonna claw one back, and there is still time on the clock, regardless of the fact if they make this comeback. I think Kiel, a lot of their chances to really shut out the confidence and boost their own would have been with a shutout here in game one. We saw a similar style coming out of the Beckett Bears, but Bournemouth, they're going to immediately have 3 back on defense, not where they'd like to be right now. And Kiel, you know, we talk about them using a sub and how they're underdogs, but like, they've just looked really, really good right now.
Yeah, they are looking pretty great, especially considering, you know, the opposition that they're up against. Sometimes it is quite easy to look good against relatively weak opposition, but you know, this is Bournemouth we're talking about here. It is very difficult to look the better team against Bournemouth, but Kiel are doing exactly that right now.
Indeed they are, and a confident dunk on the defense from Time Constant though. Duz just going to get beaten out by Cloud. The smoke challenge from K3, he gets some of the ball, though probably not as much as he wanted. Enough to disrupt Bournemouth for now, but they're still looking to counter, but time is starting to run out. K3 has to make that save, and he does. Duz following up fantastically away to the side, though Cloud will be up, and Time Constant will deny him this time, and with a double, a lovely play from the man who's often counted out on the Kiel roster. He really has improved so much in this past year, and he's going to get another clear here, and he might have just killed off game one.
Yeah, it does look like game one is pretty dead. Bournemouth not really looking like they're wanting to win it, you know, like I haven't seen that characteristic sustained pressure that Bournemouth put up. It just kind of looks like they're vibing a bit, and oh my goodness, Cloud is definitely vibing with that double touch. Insane angle, hits the corner and is able to read it beautifully.
An absolutely world-class goal from Cloud there, sending the ball up into the clouds, and guess what? It's slingshot right back down for him. Reunited, and maybe a breakthrough kickoff goal, but Duz, can he kill this ball off? He takes the touch, gets it past one, and despite a magnificent sort of comeback there from Bournemouth, it was too little, too late, and with Kiel getting the 3 goals to boost their confidence, they will have the upper hand in this best of 7 after one game.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody predicted that. I think you said something in the region of about 35 to 40,000 channel points were put onto Bournemouth, and I imagine most of those people, as I was, probably were entertaining the idea that Bournemouth could easily sweep this series, and that prediction has been pretty much instantly put to bed. Interestingly, there, Honor's not having a great game, not even breaking 50 points there. I think that's a total of 24 ball touches. Yeah,
so probably less with a clear or so thrown in there. I'm sure they'd be ripping into poor Onoz for that one. You do. Most of the Bournemouth comms does consist of cyberbullying poor Onoz, but he tries to keep his face happy with a nice happy face in his name there. Speaking of 40, it was 40,000 points indeed on Bournemouth Barracudas. 91% of the stonks going in their favour. Just 4.2k on the Kiel Krakens. The Lulu, I may add, will be a very, very happy person should Kiel see out this, but they've got a long way to go yet.
Yeah, best of 7, and winning 1 game against Bournemouth is hard enough. Winning 4 before Bournemouth can do the opposite is even harder, especially when you're missing touches like that, as Cloud tucks one into the bottom right-hand corner. I definitely pause champed a little bit there as I thought Cloud
I
hit
did
the
think he'd
post.
missed. I did think he'd missed. Though the player missing there was K3, and a big whiff from there. He's gone from hero to zero in the space of a game. Don't give him flashbacks of NSC playoffs last season. And Cloud, we can criticise the conviction of the shot, but he did put the ball away in Bournemouth with their first lead of the series.
Yeah, that is quite the stat. Yeah, only 30 seconds on the clock as well, but it was a bit of a misplay coming out from Kiel that gifted them it. Onos is looking for another mechanical play, trying to get off the ceiling for that double touch, using his flip just to spike it down, but wasn't able to engineer that one. Very difficult, high risk, high reward play, and even more difficult in 3v3. K3 is just going to get bumped, teed up, and then demoed by Onos, who has no boost. Not going to get the corner one either, trying to flip it into the midfield, and two Kiel players flipping past the ball. This one's going to go off the crossbar, and Will throwing himself at it is just going to send it high and help Kiel get it. Never mind.
I mean, the Kiel defense so closely packed for so long, they were looking uncomfortable, and all it took was one strong shot from Cloud, nicely placed towards the left-hand side of the net, and he is going to get his and Bournemouth's second here in the second game of this series.
Brace for Cloud now, definitely showing that he's on form. He looked pretty good yesterday, although one straight off the kickoff by time constant. Bournemouth were just caught out a little bit there.
Yeah, I think Will thought he was getting that double touch, and only did him and his teammates realise it until it was too late. But time constant backing himself, a simple finish, and came to just over a minute in, and kind of already got a shootout on our hands.
Yeah, we definitely do. Minute and 20 seconds gone, and we've already had 3 goals, 2 on the side of Bournemouth, 1 on the side of Kiel. Bournemouth, they definitely look more like Bournemouth this game, but they are still making a couple of mistakes. I just would be interested. I'd love to have RW Dragon in my ear right now telling me, you know, how seriously Bournemouth are taking this.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this is an upper bracket game, and it's huge that you go as far as you can in the upper bracket as possible. This is serious as can be. The condition of the players, who knows, who can comment on that, but the match just as important as any other knockout bracket match. Kiel, I just think really just benefiting from the fact that they do have their sub in. As confident as Duz is and as good as a player he is, you can sort of get that sub mentality advantage, right? As well, Bournemouth, with the pressure on their shoulders, how much they feel it is whatever, because it's fair to say Kiel have far less than that 50 from Duz, nearly going all the way.
Yeah, almost did, but as you say, yeah, you know, when the other team does have a sub, it's kind of already that, you know, you just feel weakened, you know, despite, you know, the sub could be as good as the main roster, but it is just kind of that psychological thing of like, well, they don't play with this player normally, so we can only assume that he is going to underperform, and so potentially they're underestimating Duz. He has looked absolutely solid so far. A credit to him. I really didn't know what to expect, but yeah, Duz has looked like a really good player and a great addition to this roster at the moment. So I think Bournemouth maybe are just underestimating this weakened, in inverted commas, Kiel roster.
Yeah, let's not forget that with time constant asleep in their critical series against York that they had to win in order to get upper bracket and get to this series. They played with both Duz and Satsuma Kush from what is called technically Kiel's B team, and oh, that is a very cursed double touch this time from the defense. This one is Will's. The second touch, he certainly wasn't looking for that one, and time constant again just holding his ground and collecting a goal.
Yeah, that was quite a funny goal from Will there. Just happens, you know, he tried to punt it at the ground and give it a bit of a bounce, and then ended up directly on top of it and touching it backwards towards Onos, who just was not ready for it at all. And we had a tie game, we don't anymore. Will has instantly made up for his mistake there and restored Bournemouth's lead.
Yeah, the shootout continues. K3 very lackadaisious in defense there, but the bounce will catch out time constant this time, and this time it's Will holding his nerve for a nice finish, and the shootout really does continue. Bournemouth restoring their lead. Kickoffs have been dangerous for both teams, though no flip reset attempt there from K3. But Dudes with a great infield, and Time Constant with a fantastic shot top shelf. But Will with the pre-jump save.
Yeah, great shot requiring a great save out of Will in that instance to just keep Bournemouth in the lead. But Kiel, they are starting to pressure Bournemouth now, and that 1-goal lead is looking quite fragile, although K3... No, it wasn't K3. I was going to say K3 has done a K3, but it was a different player that time. Oh, Kiel, they might have something going here. It was 3-on-1 there for a second, although it looked like it, and Honours has now been gifted that possession. Is just going to kill time off the clock, and after wasting all that time, Will is just going to take it off him anyway.
Yeah. A little bit unfortunate there, as you can imagine they had a laugh about that one. Kiel starting to run out of time for the comeback here in Game 2, and with a win like that on the defense, maybe they'll have a chance to transition, but I don't know. Another big 50 towards the net, and Time Constant just going to keep it out at the last second. I thought for a second he might actually just be letting it in, but K3 missing his touch there uncharacteristically. Will find Time Constant, who forces another save, though no clean-cut chance has been forced all too recently. Will has held the defense down, and he's going to do it again there, earning his saviour medal right at the dead, and deservedly so that game. Kiel putting up a strong performance, but Bournemouth, they step it up and find the equalising game.
Yeah, that one definitely could have snuck in there. I think it was Time Constant who was just trying to use the back of his car to find the bottom left. But yeah, Will was just in the way of it at the right time. And Bournemouth 1-1 series score now. You would assume at this point that normality has kind of resumed. But, you know, that was a very close game. Kiel actually outshot Bournemouth there. It was 10 shots to 8. Interestingly, though, Doos and Honours having none to their name, and it was equally split between the other two players. So I don't know. This is a much closer series than I was expecting. I have to give credit to you for kind of bigging Kiel up and saying, don't count them out, because I'm being surprised here.
I feel like I'm the number one Kiel fanboy, to be honest, at this point. I just feel so bad about their season that they sort of deserve the backing with how it's happened in the manner that it has. Yet, very excited to see them with their full roster, and very exciting to see them performing so well without it right now. As I said, Will got his saviour medal at the end of last game. Actually, the one we saw was his second.
Oh, wow. How many saves is that? That's 6?
Yeah, 6. He had like a 700-point game.
Out of the 10 shots that Kiel put on, Will saved 6 of them.
Yes, he did. He had well over a 700-point game. Massive props to him there, keeping Bournemouth comfortably in this series. And they're starting to look to turn the tide, and they'll want to be moving on top here in this Game 3. And, well, with forcing a double commit, Kiel, maybe a bit of discomfort shining through, as K3 has been quiet recently. And often you do look to him to be making the plays happen and taking the initiative for Kiel. He's just taking a little bit of a back seat right now, and that's fair enough. He's going to need to rest every now and then. Doos with a nice stop on the defense there. Honours won't be able to find that angle, but Bournemouth, they are looking hungry, and they are seemingly the ones to be taking the initiative.
Yeah, although K3 is trying to do it all by himself here. K3 definitely is that kind of offensive powerhouse for Kiel, and it is usually Poddy on the defense that is, you know, just holding that back line firm. But Kiel, even without Poddy, they still look pretty good defense. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, this time Will putting in the work for Bournemouth at the other end, though the double commit was forced out, and Will, just a simple shot there. Neither Time Constant or Doos able to get quite back to the net, and with Cloud in the way, looking to bump, was always going to be difficult. And unfortunately for the Kiel Krakens, this time is the Barracudas that strike first.
Yeah, and they struck first in the previous game as well, and they were able to take that despite Kiel doing their best to mount a comeback. That was an interesting touch from Will there, kind of the beneficiary of a 50-50 which went his way, but it's still going to remain in the Bournemouth half for the time being. Pre-flip from Honours is going to find Will, and K3, that's an awkward touch in the corner. Could be an opportunity here for Bournemouth, but not committing anyone. It is now Cloud. He might even have a flip reset here. Was Cloud on the sidewall now? Doos going to get this one clear, and it's going to be over the top. Never mind. I think Honours there just realising his teammate didn't have that touch, choosing to cover that off, and play continuing here.
Absolutely slang of a clear from Honors boys team. So much time to get back, and it's always hard to get through this Bournemouth team when they have got the numbers back. Even if they're not known for their defense, when they've got the numbers, it's just as hard as any team. As Time Constant has it all to do here, looking for the infield towards Dews, and the 50 is forced as we approach half-time, but Kiel haven't really had a clean-cut chance yet in this one.
No, I think that's a pretty fair statement. I wouldn't be surprised if they did get one. You know, they put 10 shots on target in the previous game, Will saving 6 of them, so there were definitely some clear-cut chances. None really rearing their head this game so far, as it has kind of just stayed in that Kiel final third for the majority of this game, as it looks like Bournemouth, they're starting to speed up the pace quite a bit more now, and Kiel are struggling to keep up.
Whoa, don't know how that one's been kept out, but for how long? Oh, massive defensive effort from K3 there, but he just couldn't keep out Cloud on that second occasion. Kiel trying so hard, but the defense just cracked under that pressure.
Yeah, managed to get a piece of it, but unfortunately the bounce off his own post didn't favour him, bouncing inwards instead of outwards. Bournemouth, they've got 2, they've got 3. Cloud has just fired one off the corner there, off the kickoff. Oh, Time Constant, so unfortunate. Did a Ronicky there, and Cloud instantly wise to it, just banged it into the net.
Yeah, K3 not respecting the shot, gave the space, and instantly had an unsavable shot coming right behind his back there. We've had no shortage of kickoff goals in this series, and this game proving no different here, as Bournemouth will look to take the advantage here. There is time on the clock, though Kiel just haven't shown us any offense in this one.
Yeah, not yet. Their defense has looked okay, but not
sure about that.
Brilliant.
It's just painful. It's so painful. This defense at this point, you've got whiff after awkward failed block into pre-jump, terrible hit into getting dunked. It did look good at the start of the game, but now that the floodgates have opened, they well and truly are being exposed.
Yeah, and this is the kind of game that I was expecting to see, to be honest with you. Like, Kiel, they don't look as coordinated. They played really well in game 1, like credit to them, and the previous game, and they could have even taken the previous game, but now it looks like Bournemouth, Bournemouth still look in control. You know, they've got a 3-goal cushion despite that goal. But that's the first real bit of offense that Kiel have had, and Dews was just catching out the defense there and rotating back and getting that little deft touch with the back of his car to turn it into the net. But yeah, this is definitely more of what I was expecting to see from this series.
Yeah, it was nice from Dews coming off the inside of the goal there and tucking that one into the bottom corner. The first real chance Kiel have had this game, and they are proving clinical, that they aren't going to be winning many games this series while conceding 4 goals, I'm sure. Can't wait for the next game to be like 9-7. They are finding a bump on the backboard, though K3 nowhere near far enough around that ball to put it on target, as Bournemouth, all they need to do is run down the clock here in game 3, and they're looking comfortable in doing so, as you say. But the best of 7 is a long one. They won't be on to match point just yet. It'll look to be 2-1 in the series, and as I say, there'll still be a long way to go.
Yeah, game 3 not as critical in a best of 5. You know, ordinarily Bournemouth would have put themselves onto match point with this win, but they're going to have to get another 2 if they want to win the series. But it does look like they have that momentum behind them now, and they are looking more like Bournemouth, you know, taking it a bit more seriously and outspeeding their opponents. And we also saw towards the end of this game, you know, going for some pretty crazy mechanical players. I think Will did a pre-jump challenge off the ceiling, and Honors was looking for some sort of flip reset in the midfield. So Bournemouth, they're definitely feeling themselves, and I think that is quite a scary thing for Kiel to be dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, apparently Kiel put up 7 shots that game. I'm not entirely sure I agree. I don't really know when. I counted about 2, to be honest, myself.
Yes,
maybe I've just got the goldfish memory. But yeah, as you say, Bournemouth, really, I think it was just that opening 2 minutes or so where the ball just didn't leave the Kiel end, and their defense had been solid enough to win games with until then, but I just don't think their nerve could hold out. And when Bournemouth finally cracked them, the flow of confidence just went completely one way and the other for both teams. So going to be really hard for sort of Kiel, the Krakens, to actually steady that ship.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm expecting more of the same this game, especially if Bournemouth are able to get an opening goal here as we go into game number 4. Now, Bournemouth, they win this one, they will go on to match point, and I think if that happens, then this match really will be a foregone conclusion. But I think myself and New Alex 4-1 prediction looking pretty good right now.
Maybe. I mean, Kiel may not be UWE, but I don't want to count them out just yet, though, with a whiff on the defense into an immediate demo, into maybe another incoming demo onto K3. Can he keep this one out? No, the double touch from Onos off the air dribble, so close to finding that angle, but Kiel, they will hold on for now.
Yeah, very much holding on were Kiel there, as I think it was Will who went for one demo and then another and another. K3 doesn't even need his teammates to go and look for demos in the net when you can score angles like this.
That's a beautiful shot off a beautiful pass from Dudes. An incredibly clean finish there. Silit Bang would be proud of Kiel. They will take a hugely important go-ahead goal here in Game 4. Just sort of waking up Bournemouth a little bit, reminding them that they are still very much in this series.
Yeah, they are, despite that 3-goal cushion that Bournemouth were able to sustain in the previous game. It is Kiel who have got on the board first here, and when Kiel have been in front, they have looked very confident. Bournemouth have at times kind of struggled to get back in. It's that's a beautiful passing play, as Onos in the net was able to just make a pretty routine save in the end, just catching that on the nose of his car and realizing he had time to dribble that one away. But the play was very well orchestrated by Kiel there. A pretty nice 1-2-3, and if the shot had been top shelf, that probably could have gone in.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit disappointed that K3 didn't take his time more there. I don't know if he realised or maybe just didn't have the boost, but good patience from Onos will end up making that save look easy, though. Kiel definitely with the better opportunities so far this game, outside the chaos of the first few seconds, though. We're getting a bit more of that here. All 3 purple players around the net, and none of them standing in the way of Will, who finds the Bournemouth equaliser.
Yeah, I think the catalyst there, everyone was watching Cloud, seeing if he had that double touch, but up goes Will and puts in an equally good angle to the one that we saw K3 sing. Maybe not quite the same accuracy as K3 planted it in the top corner, but some very good aerial plays coming through and making us 1-1 now. Even scoreline, 3 minutes to go.
Indeed, as Kiel trying to work their way into the Barracuda's end here. That bright orange end, though for how long will it be the case? I was worried nobody would be back there, but K3 had respawned and was around to make that block. Bournemouth were looking to swarm around that ball, though. Going to have to make the save first. Cloud back on that goal line when he was required, and Will likewise on that backboard, finding Onos so well. Oh, it's absolutely beautiful from Bournemouth. It doesn't even touch the ground. Will over to Onos, and Cloud just doinking, standing stationary to finish it off. What a play from Bournemouth.
And Kiel there, it was like they didn't even exist. It was just 1, 2, 3, like the Bournemouth players were playing Rumble and they all had the magnet power up or something like that. It was just pinpoint passing, and as you say, not even touching the ground from the backboard. Like, that is what Bournemouth are capable of. That is, you know, what they can do at any moment, and that is so scary for any team that plays against them.
Indeed it is. It's Game 4. Could it be decided by a doink? What a pinch from Onos. Way too powerful for any of his teammates to work with there, as Cloud will work it back around the corner here as Bournemouth beginning to tighten their grip on the purple end of the field here in Game 4. They want to end this sooner rather than later, though. Kiel still with a couple flashes of brilliance this game of their own, though. Be hard to top the goal we've just saw there. That is the difference maker so far.
Yeah, as you say, Kiel with flashes, but Bournemouth, they're just on fire right now. Like, Kiel are doing probably the best job that they possibly could right now. I think we have to give credit to them. They're not really making that many mistakes. We saw a few in the last game where maybe a couple of goals went in that could have been defended, but this game they have looked solid once more, the same as in games 1 and 2. So Kiel, I think, playing at their best, but unfortunately for them, so are Bournemouth, and I think they're just getting a little bit outclassed at the moment.
Yeah, they are. K3 is going to get a tire to it, but he is not going to be able to keep that one out from Cloud. Onoz just ended up leaving it, realizing it was on target, and just coming off the inside of the post. Kiel not able to keep it out, and yet it's the second close game, as you say, this series that Kiel don't look like they're going to come out on the winning side of.
No, K3 there. Oh, no, that's 2 own goals for K3 in a row. What on earth happened here? It looked like some kind of 50-50 pinch. K3 tried to control it, and Cloud just dunks him and then puts it onto the front of his car, and K3 has put the second one in the back of his own net.
It's just pulled an Aaron there. And when have we ever else seen 2 consecutive own goal? I mean, to be fair with Aaron, neither of his were on target. But for K3, his first one was already going in his defence, though it is quite funny. Also on Manfield Niders course, as we return to that 4-1 scoreline with a save like that on the goal line. No, Doos will bring Kiel back within 1. They were a 3-goal comeback where they've got the first with 37 seconds just left on the clock. It feels like such a stretch right now.
I'm pretty sure you mean 2, right? It's 4.
Well, it would be a 3-goal comeback because they've just got the first as well.
I got you.
Just not the most conventional way of saying it, but yeah.
I still think it's pretty impossible unless they score right now. Like I was gonna say, like that. There we go.
Okay. Pause, champ. Another goal here. Coming through from Doos. As Cloud tried nicely to save it, but it just comes off the inside of the Bournemouth post, and Doos is there to clear up. They're still going to need another one, and that's just to force overtime, but there is a bit to work with here, and Kiel have also had kickoff goals of their own, with that being one just then, and it is going to be an unbelievable comeback from Kiel. Time constant now, after just another 8 seconds. What's just happened?
What a turn of events, Bournemouth. What has happened? You looked so in control. You looked so good. And now it's just all been thrown away. And with 20 seconds left, Kiel have scored 2 in 8 seconds. Can they score another one in regulation here, Tolacto?
Surely not as well. K3 is looking to force down the other end. No own goals coming through that counter-attack. Kiel just need to keep this one out. Try and get to another kickoff because it's working out for them as this overtime might be forced. A big stop from K3. Bournemouth still trying to finish it off, but no, we will have overtime in Game 4 with 4 goals apiece. Bournemouth thought they were going to be 3-1 up easily, turned on the cruise control, and while Kiel, they just smashed the window in, and they're going to keep that one out as well through time constant. The breakaway, if that was on target and Will couldn't get back, we could have been screaming our heads off here because Kiel are looking to tie up the series.
Yeah, Bournemouth are kind of holding on by the skin of their teeth right now, and 3-1 is such a difference to 2-2. If Kiel can win this overtime, then we really do have a series on our hands. But if Bournemouth win, then I think, Bournemouth on match point 3 of them, time constant, that's not even going to matter. The dunk on the sidewall. Kiel with the most impossible of comebacks here have caught Bournemouth off guard, and it's now 2-2 in the series.
4-1 lead for Bournemouth well into the final minute of the game. And a final score, ladies and gentlemen, if you've just tabbed out for a few seconds, it is 5-4 to the Kiel Krakens. And we are at a 2-2 series in this upper bracket best of 7.
This would be insane if Kiel win this with their sub. No discredit to Doos at all. He is having a phenomenal series, but I'm sure Kiel, if they had their main roster available, they would be playing with their main roster. But if they advance in the upper bracket, and then, as you say, Poddy somehow finds a home within the next, I don't know, however many days,
hopefully,
they really could be contenders to make it to, I don't know, upper finals, I guess, would be the target for them, where they would most likely meet Berlin.
Yeah, I mean, I always sound like a Kiel fanboy and say how good they've been with their main roster. Of course, they did get swept by Berlin, and games 2 and 3 of that series were not pretty. I cannot phrase it any other way, but I can say that they were leading in game 1, and series like that, if they'd have held on to that lead, we'd probably have been looking at a very different series. And what a play again by Kiel. Time constant. There's no dunk this time. He has just had the precision on that shot to find the bottom corner.
Goodness, just stole it away from Onoz and put it just beyond Cloud. The calculations in that man's brain there reminds me of that mathematics gif where there's just numbers and formulas exactly, just circulating everywhere, and he was able to find that angle, but it's not really going to matter now as Will has cancelled that one out. Cloud went for a double touch and an interesting touch, not really sure if he meant that one as such, but it is going to be sent home by Will, and with only about 30 seconds gone, we're already back to being tied up here.
Yeah, time constant felt he had to respect that double touch, went and hid under the covers in the back of the net, so was nowhere to be found for that rebound. Was free collection for Will, and that equaliser will come through. A dead tied series here, effectively in this best of 3 for upper bracket advancement in EURC, and it's a huge result what happens over the next 2 or 3 games. 4 minutes on the clock here after 4 games played. Dues trying to force it out of the Kiel defense, but Bournemouth again looking to be trying to turn the tide, and a lovely redirect by Onoz on towards the net, but an even better save it was from Time Constant.
Yeah, it's kind of, whenever Bournemouth go upfield, they definitely look dangerous, but the second that Kiel are able to flip that switch and look to get a clear out, Bournemouth, they are very prone to overcommitting. Like, I've definitely seen 2 players upfield, and it seems that the third man position is on the far side of the pitch instead of, being behind the play and waiting for that ball to come. They're so set on just pure aggression that sometimes it does cost them when Kiel counter-attack.
The thing for me, Orion, is, so we were talking about it earlier this week, throw of the season for the Hemis, right?
Yes, we were talking
and we figured it would be just unbelievably in favour of Bath, but I mean, a 4-1 lead with 38 seconds when the first goal goes in left. You feel like, I think if Bournemouth lose this series,
I was going to say,
it has to go to them.
Yeah, if Bournemouth lose, then I completely agree. But if Bournemouth win, then it's not quite the throw, although Onoz flip reset, not going to use it, might not have even had it, tried to take it down and take it over the top of the Kiel defense there, but not going to work out for him. It's K3 now in control, but no boost to his name. Can he get the flick? He's going to be bumped into it, and it's up high, off the inside of the top corner there from Dues. I didn't even think that angle existed, but Dues was able to almost score it and is now saving it at the back line. Is there anything that this man cannot do?
Wow, with a big defensive read there, though. He's got so much power on that clear off of his own backboard, but Kiel are looking to play it back. Dues not quite getting the link-up play returned from Time Constant, but possession still with the Krakens here as backboard it goes again, but Cloud with the answer again here. We're still at this 1-1 scoreline in Game 5, but we're into the final 2 minutes, and Kiel, with K3 on limited boost, is just going to once again, not for the first time, watch that ball sail into the back of the Kiel net on Neo Tokyo, but credit to Bournemouth. A banger, you say. Just set up by Cloud like it was on a golf tee for Will, and he just slapped it cross-continent.
Yeah, it was a real toe punt. He kind of just ended up with the ball at his feet and tried to kick it away as fast as he possibly could, and it actually worked out really well for him. Completely caught Kiel off guard. They didn't have anyone back in the midfield there in time to get a block in, but Bournemouth, they've left a bit of an open net here. It was a pre-jump attempt from Onoz, I believe, on the back line. It could have been Cloud actually, but yeah, it was Cloud having to pre-jump across that net just to try and get any contact on the ball. Wasn't able to find it, and back to deadlock. Again, 1 minute 30 left, and whoever wins this, they go on to match point. So this is a hugely important game, Tylacto.
It is. Dues keeping his composure there to put it behind the pre-jumping defender. Will had made the whiff off defense, but once again, I want to point it out that it came off another Keel kickoff, and poor Honors, I think it's a valid point that he may not have scored yet to my memory. He's just going to miss the inside post there, or should I say he actually hit the thing. We're at 2-2, heading into the final minute.
Yeah, Honors is... okay. Honors is having a pretty good series. He's having a quiet series, but the thing is, like, the things that he's done have looked good. You know, I haven't seen Honors make a mistake all series. I've seen him be pretty consistent. His mechanics look on great form, so yeah, I don't think there's anything really to say, except that maybe he's just not as involved in the play as he would be normally. But Will and Cloud are definitely doing a good job of, you know, backing him up and putting on shots like that. It might be an infield pass down from Cloud, but a bit too close to the defense. And as this clock ticks down now, we inch closer and closer to an overtime or a golden goal here.
No way! Keel with the infield play, time constant, again the receiver, and he is the deliverer of potentially the winning goal for Keel in this fifth game. Bournemouth have played well, but again, they've been stunned late here in the final minute.
Yeah, Bournemouth really beat themselves with that one as well. Cloud was looking for a pass over onto the sidewall, and it just left, I think it was Will back on defense, just having to defend against a pretty unstoppable shot. I think this ball is going to hit the ground, and Keel, of all teams, go onto match point.
I cannot believe I didn't predict them on the panel. I genuinely wanted to. I just figured I'd be memed when they inevitably lost. I wish I actually backed them. I knew they stood a chance, and they're just one game away. Even if they end up losing it in 7, what a performance. And really, the ball is in Bournemouth's court right now. They really need to step it up and get themselves composed.
Yeah, Bournemouth, they've got to win 2 on the bounce. That's just facts. And right now, they don't look like they're in form to do that. Keel genuinely in that previous game looked like the better team. And I cannot believe that I am saying that. But that is genuinely the truth. And my 14,000 channel points, which I dropped on Bournemouth, are looking
91% of the channel point predictions towards the Barracudas. 91%. Unbelievable right now, as of course Keel will have that third game. The overlay is lying. They are 3-2 up in the series, and the last time Bournemouth won 2 in a row was at the very start of the series after Keel took that first game. Keel, they've just got their second on the bounce, and what a response. Their game 4 potential biggest throw this split, it might really be hard to top.
Yeah, that might actually come to fruition now, although is this one going to sneak in? All-time constant. I don't think the ball was going to go in, but he definitely had to make a touch there, as Bournemouth, I think, was going to immediately start throwing players at that one. It is now Keel trying to make something work, but yeah, we're going to miss that one. Gift Dues possession, opts to send this one into the midfield, and there was a player from Bournemouth waiting for that on the sidewall, so Dues having some great vision there of where to put his touches. He's going to drop this one just in front of net. Oh, that's a miss from Cloud. If Cloud is missing, then you've got to be really worried. Cloud is just completely dead now, but Honors with the no you Uno reverse card onto Dues. Can he go all the way, Honors? No, can't get that final 50-50, but still deadlock here. Whoever scores this first goal, oh, this is going to be so huge, Tylacto.
It is, and you worry for Bournemouth if Keel can strike, and really Bournemouth are not convincing on the defense right now. Will has been responsible for a disproportionate amount of their saves this series. Time constant has to build from the back, as it feels like a goal could happen at any second right now. We've had drama in all the late minutes, and maybe a shot here, a big save coming out of Honours. K3 going to force another, this one out of Will. Time constant though, an unfortunate whiff. Bournemouth could look to punish. Cloud is on the end of the infield. Oh my goodness gracious me! What the... What?
He's just done a chaussette, but into his own net. Oh my goodness, I don't even know. He didn't have any boost. He had nothing. And he was just sniped by his teammate. Completely caught out Kiel. What a goal to start things off for Bournemouth here.
Yeah, I mean, an inspired effort. How intentional that was, I can only assume not hugely. Maybe a stroke of luck, maybe a stroke of genius, but Bournemouth will have their much needed lead here in Game 6. And if they can get confidence off that, maybe look to build off that Kiel, they need a response. But to be honest, I talked earlier about UWE and never counting them out. If 3 goals deep into the last minute isn't enough to count them out, then I certainly won't be counting them out here, as their defense is holding for now.
No, I'm totally with you. Like, I continue to count UWE out yesterday. Like, I fully believed that Bournemouth were going to be the winning team, but I cannot count Kiel out right now. Like, despite Bournemouth being in the lead in this game, Kiel have got 2 match points. You know, if Bournemouth win this, we go on to Game 7, and it really is anyone's game. Dooz is having the series of his life, and despite Cloud putting in a second, Kiel still look pretty strong.
Such a lovely pass from Will to get that curved bounce. Cloud with a beautiful top corner finish, and you worry for Kiel. 3 men all around the goal there. 3 players, 3 defenders back, and all of them just having to stand and watch that goal go in. You never, ever want all 3 players back and around the goal. You always know something's gone wrong when that's happened, and that shot getting past every single one of them. Bournemouth, they look as comfortable as they could possibly look in this situation right now.
Yeah, it seemed like with that goal, Kiel, they were positioned well to defend the ball against the near post, but when it went over the top of all of them and Cloud is just putting top corner shots on target, it is very difficult to adapt to that and defend it. So, I don't know, I feel like Kiel, they got a bit unlucky there. They're going to get unlucky here as Cloud is going to tuck that one past the defense. Cloud is definitely back on form here after looking a little bit shaky. I mean, you know, it's Cloud. He's played well
standards.
Whenever, yeah, but shaky for his standards, exactly.
Yeah, he's just reaffirmed that addiction to scoring here with a 3rd for Bournemouth. And of course, if it wasn't for Game 5, we would say this one looks comfortably in the bag right now. As Honours, he's looking for the flip reset goal, and oh my goodness, is he going to find it? Bournemouth are just whipping our highlight reel plays left, right and centre.
Yeah, Bournemouth very addicted to scoring right now. Honours joining the fun. We spoke about him having a bit of a quiet series earlier, but he has just formally announced himself with that flip reset there.
He just walked in, spread out his own red carpet for the occasion. He just walked on it. He rolls the red carpet out in front of himself, walks back, and then just flaunts his way along it. That's effectively what he's done there with that goal. An incredible effort from him there. Beautiful flip reset, the likes of which many of us could only dream to sort of score as well. Will is going to be forced to make that save, and surely 4-0 this time with 40 seconds left. This one's just not throwable.
Yeah, no, I don't think it is, to be honest with you.
Well,
I think they might get one back here.
No.
I really do not want to curse this. Please, caster gods, do not let me curse this by saying I think that Bournemouth have this game and we go to Game 7. There is no way.
There's no way. There is literally no way. 38 seconds, a cursed number in the Barracudas universe, that's for sure, after Game 5. But here we go. There's the clock already ticking down too much. Dooz was going to have to connect on that pre-flip and beat out the defender, I think, if they were going to ever have any chance. Kiel, they're going to be forced down onto Game 7. Honours, he's found his shooting boots. He's going to put it into the back of the net again.
Yep, 4-goal lead restored, and I think we can say with confidence now that Kiel, despite their miraculous comebacks, I think this one is just a little bit too much for them to deal with. And I would honestly say this has been a real kind of game of 2 halves, but not in the way you would expect. Bournemouth in the first half of this game, they look pretty good. But in the second half of this game, they look spectacular. And Kiel now, I don't know. I'm starting to doubt them again, Tylacto. I'm sorry, but I've got to do it. Bournemouth, they really have looked stellar in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they came into this series as strong favourites. Maybe not 91% favourites, according to Twitch chat, that one was, but they'll be going into the Game 7 just as much favourites, of course. That will be on Champions Field. Kiel have done it so many times already before this series, but it is going to be harder than ever right now. All three players stepping up big on the Bournemouth side, and Kiel really getting blown out in that Game 6.
Yeah, Kiel, it definitely felt like they were outclassed there. Bournemouth really showing what they were made of. And what they were made of was just, very strong stuff. Like, we're talking like vibranium, titanium, diamond alloys. Like, we go to a Game 7, which I don't think anyone expected. I think we would have expected to... Maybe.
I said at least. I said that I'd hope they get at least 2 games, so I kind of implied it.
Yes, but realistically, we did not expect to find ourselves in this position.
No, it was more hoping.
Yet we do. We do find ourselves here, and the momentum is with Bournemouth, but you have said never ever count Kiel out.
Yeah, Bournemouth seemingly a bipolar team over the past couple weeks here. Their performance is really quite varied, and a big counter-attack from Kiel there. If Time Constant kept that shot down, who knows if it could have found the back of the net, and Dewes is going to find the inside of the post, and the question becomes, how aren't Kiel ahead in this Game 7?
Yeah, they've hit the woodwork twice already, and we've only had 30 seconds gone. If that goal had gone in for Kiel, then it really could have been a bit of a game changer. Putting Bournemouth on the back foot so early on would have been absolutely huge for them, but it is now Bournemouth looking to try and get in the lead. That was a 50-50 on the goal line, and no, K3 not able to get there with the backflip.
So painful for Kiel right now. That block going centre. Time Constant not finding it. And Cloud, he finds that gap. It may not have been pretty, but boy, it was smart finding that bottom corner through all that chaos. That is the quality he brings to this Bournemouth side here. They will get the opening goal again, and Kiel, they ain't got time to console themselves and feel hard done by. They've still got 4 minutes to work with here. They've got to get back on offense, and this time they've got to be more clinical, and what a way to do it. Time Constant again when he is needed the most, and a quick response for the equaliser.
Yeah, K3 just put himself through all 3 Bournemouth players there. The second the ball left the front of his car, he was straight making beelines for those Bournemouth players, and just ploughed through them and allowed Time Constant to come through and get that equaliser, which is so important. The longer that Bournemouth lead had lasted, the more pressure would have been on Kiel. Yeah. So to get that early equaliser is absolutely huge for them.
Yeah, and what a play it was from K3. Effectively got it past all 3 Bournemouth players. Though, to be fair, their defence was flat-footed and so grouped up. So easy to punish here. And Cloud is last back here, but can there really be an offensive pressure? No. Neither Kiel attacker there really able to actually get behind the ball, and K3's flip reset was a nice idea, but the execution was far less. Pretty Will with a nice read on the bounce is going to force Dewes up early, but he does find Time Constant, and again Cloud and Honours find themselves grouped, but no double commit. Honours is clear, going to buy some nice time, and Honours now looking for the double touch. The bounce is down, the shot is there, the pass to Will becomes a reality. Can he find that angle? No, it's squeezed across the Kiel goal line.
Yeah, Will there just kind of caught, tried to fake out one of the Kiel players, and as you say, squeeze it in, but just rolling across the face of goal. Kiel an opportunity now with a flip reset and a pass, but Time Constant not able to make contact with that ball and send it on target. It is Bournemouth once more. Again, Will putting a shot on target. Will with the double tap. Not enough boost to angle his car around that ball. Not able to find it, and we remain deadlocked here. Half the game gone, and still we are no closer to finding out who is going to be victorious in Game 7.
Maybe there was an opportunity to punish the double commit on that Bournemouth defence, but no contact from Kiel here. Is heading for the final 2 minutes of Game 7. The nerves will be there for all to see, and with a whiff from Dewes, nearly Will was able to put that one away, but Cloud Sending it high, sending it across, buying time for Bournemouth to think, buying time for them to press. But K3 with a big 50 is going to say no, it's forced deep down into the orange end there. Cloud required to buy time in the corner. Again, time constant forcing a double commit out of Bournemouth. Their defense nervy again. The infield time constant back to K3. K3 looking for Doos as the patient passing play was a lovely idea, but Will again there to cut it out.
Yeah, it was a great idea. Doos was quite far away, but definitely could have been found by K3, and at that point Bournemouth would have been starved on boost, but Will was very, very wise to that infield passing play and just made a beeline for it. Great shot from Cloud. Will is going to try and fake this one out, but time constant, he is not getting faked by that one. Minute left on the clock and things really starting to heat up here. Onos trying to get the flick over Doos, but Doos making the save, keeping his team in it. Bournemouth very overcommitted at the moment. They don't have a whole lot of boost. They're going to have to scramble back here as K3 ran out of his flip there, couldn't get the infield pass and just had to 50-50 it in the midfield. Or with this one, I was going to say if K3 wasn't back there. Demo coming out from Cloud, miss from time constant, going to allow Bournemouth to transition back onto offense, and Onos was looking for the shot. Will with the shot now. K3 is down, it's in the centre and it's put past the post by the Kiel defense, and we stay at deadlock here.
Massive saves coming through Kiel. That one from time constant, and before Bournemouth had worked it past nearly the whole Kiel team, and only Doos stood in Onos's way, and yet he stood his ground. Kiel, with all stations filled right now, are holding the line, and could they counter-attack here? K3 for the double touch. Time constant couldn't get over the ball, and Will with another freak dunk, this time on the opposition. He's looking for the double, but he won't quite find the angle. Limited time left here, but Bournemouth, they've still got the ball. Challenge from K3. Could it be down? It will be down. It'll be next. Goal wins. Loser goes to lower bracket here in Game 7 overtime.
I am absolutely astonished that this series has come down to one goal and will probably come down to one mistake, one switch off, one almost opportunity for Kiel there so early on. Onos gonna get demoed. Here comes Will with a 50-50. It's off the corner. Can Cloud read this? Yes, but K3 is there just before him. Onos has sent this one high. K3 might be able to reach it and get a pass down into the midfield with a flip reset. Oh, that one is put over the top by time constant. Cloud has to make this touch. Oh, it's off the backboard. It's dangerous, but it's going to be K3 not wanting to overcommit.
Yeah, Bournemouth looking so shaky on the defence, but thankfully for them, it's Kiel who seem to be having to do most of the defending recently, though. That could be about to change. Cloud being harassed in the corner. The challenge going to restore possession for Kiel. K3, he slaps it back. Onos tries to flick over, but gets dunked. Will, it's a big clear from the backboard. Onos is there for the redirect, but it's cut straight out. Cloud with a whiff touch. Onos, dude, his shot could have gone short to shore, but it would have had to have been a boomer. Will, he was back to make that save, and he's going to get the ceiling play past one as well. He's going to get the dunk past two. He's going to find the back of the net, and Bournemouth have held on here. It took all 7 games. It took overtime, but Will has held the line. Doos could not keep it up, and Krakens, oh poor Kiel, they'll be going down to the deep. The lower bracket, they fought so hard, but Bournemouth just hold on.
Man, what a play from Will as well. Solo play, took it up that corner, off the ceiling, spiked it down, and then was able just to use his boost and follow that one to get it past Doos. Great play from Will, putting his team on his back there. 8 shots to his name, a goal, assist, and a save as well. Will was definitely the MVP of that Game 7. But as you say, Bournemouth, they took it as far as they could possibly take it to a Game 7 overtime in a series which many people thought, was an easy win for them. But yeah, so much credit going to Kiel for making a series of that and playing as well as they did against such fierce competition.
Yeah, I mean, that really was unbelievable from Kiel. I feel almost bad for them. Bournemouth maybe avoiding throw of the season, though I think we're going to have to give some credit to that Game 5. That series would never have been that close. Of course, they come back to the panel after a short break, and we'll break it down there and the remaining matchups upcoming in the bracket. Of course, we'll see you just then.
And welcome back, everyone, to the beginning of the end of the evening. And the first thing we're going to do on this panel is take a deep breath, all right? I want everyone to take one deep one in, one deep one out, because what an end to the evening we just had. Bournemouth go all the way to 7 games. It's overtime against Kiel Krakens, where they finally managed to win. And we are joined by part-time caster and analyst for EURC and full-time super sub RW Dragon to help us break down exactly what happened there, RW Dragon.
From my end, a lot of yelling at the team. They just, I don't really know what it was tonight, but fair play to Kiel. They played well, but there was something just wrong with the team to start off the series. I was kind of surprised. I think we took the first game and then they just sort of ran with it a little bit, but it was just not really our night. And then Onor's just sort of he hasn't been feeling great about Rocket League recently, and then he just sort of the last 2-3 games or so just started to wake up and sort of shook himself awake and started feeling it a little bit more. So happy for Honors, but we've got a lot to work on ahead of the next few weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. You could definitely see Twitch chat getting excited for Honors waking up. But listen, I wasn't there. Orion and Talacta, you sat through all 7 games of that series, overtimes and all. So I'm going to throw it to Orion. Any questions to hit up RW Dragon with?
Yeah, I guess, I was definitely surprised by how well Kiel played in that series with their sub. I hadn't actually seen Dooz play before, but, he was a very capable player. Were you as surprised as I was, or do you think, that's what was kind of expected of Kiel?
I think it was really what we kind of expected. It's just like I said, there was something wrong with us for most of the night. That we weren't playing well. Fair play to Dooz, actually. I mean, I for one have sort of come into that situation of having to play in a series due to unfortunate circumstances. So I know what he has to deal with sort of coming into the series and the expectations he might have. Of course, I think both Will and Onoz didn't expect me to play to Cloud standard when I hopped in. So I think Dooz is a higher standard of player. He played wonderfully tonight, to give him full credit. It's just when you come in as a sub, you have to get used to the systems around you and sort of play third man a bit more. Good to see him get involved with plays, but it's a tough situation. Like I said, coming as a sub and have to play against what I was hoping would be a good quality Bournemouth Barracudas, but fair play to Kiel. Good play from them tonight.
Absolutely. And so, Tylacto, I know you're really rooting for Kiel, and I'd say especially once it started to look like it might go their way, had to have been bittersweet for you at the end there. But now you've had a chance. We've left you to the end of this interview. I hope you've had a chance to wipe the tears from your eyes. So land this plane. Take us home with this last question for RW Dragon.
I don't need to say much, RW Dragon. I'd just like to know what Game 5 was like for you to watch from a 4-1 winning situation when there was 39 seconds left on the clock just before that first goal went in. Is there any words that could possibly describe what we saw in that game?
The best word, most PG word, would be profanities.
Yeah, that's true. True.
Frustration would also be fitting as well. I mean, that was one of the games where if we had taken it, that's the rest of the series that Kiel's night. Take the rest of it off. But we just didn't do that. Like I said, there was something wrong with us tonight, and we didn't play to our best, but we still managed to get a result in the end. So, to take it in football terms, we got it right in the end. Put it in Rocket League terms, we take those. But for me as coach, not very happily do we take those.
Yeah, I think hopefully can clean it up. You will, of course, be playing up against Portsmouth in the next round, and Portsmouth looking a little bit shaky domestically. I'd imagine at Bournemouth you're feeling like you can advance even further in this tournament now.
With some corrections, yes. Excited to play the game that we expected to play yesterday against Portsmouth. It's always a fun sort of rivalry with the South Coast brothers. from Portsmouth. But excited to see them play. Excited to play against them. Hopefully, we can continue our run in the ERC.
Yeah, fingers crossed for you, and congrats again on the win. Thank you for joining us, RW Dragon. And with that, we are heading rapidly towards the end of the day. And I suppose, boys, that means that we should potentially look at recapping exactly what has happened today, as we've now said goodbye to exactly half of the teams that we said that we started this entire tournament with. 12 going out in group stages, and another 4 at the end of the first round of knockouts have gone home as well. From the lower bracket, we have lost the TUD Apes. Bitter, just terrible, that one. And we've lost York Pundam, we've lost the Loughborough Lions, and we have lost Esports Team 20. And I think of all of those, really the only ones that we're looking at and saying, this is a bit surprising, is maybe the Loughborough Lions, but they were given a very hard matchup, Tylacto.
Yeah, they really were given quite the tough matchup. Would have been highlighting Salford for being out for the same reasons. I will highlight the sadness of the TUD Apes, that only Team 2B 4-0 swept in any of our best of sevens so far. But I mean, with those in the past, what great matchups we have coming up.
Absolutely, as well. Up in the upper bracket, some of the teams have dropped down, but they'll have another chance. So if we run through the matchups that we do have coming up in the upper bracket, all of our first 3 qualified directly to those quarterfinals. And we'll start off, next week, we get to see Berlin Phoenix in the thick of it for the first time in a while, when they will be taking on the Beckett Bears. And Orion, it's a matchup that I think we're expecting probably to be Berlin Phoenix favourites.
I think so, yeah. We heard from, I believe it was Rahu on the Beckett Bears, who said that he was pretty convinced that they weren't going to win, but he said that, they were going to try and throw everything at it, and that they were just excited to play Berlin, which, it's a great mentality to have going into a game like that, and just trying to, learn as much as you can about a team that on paper is better than you, and learning, how you play and when you're forced onto your weaknesses, how you can improve them. So I think that'll actually be quite a good series for Beckett Bears, even if they do get completely slapped, Kiel or Salford style. I forget which series that was.
Of course, and the upside for them is that it is, of course, happening in the upper bracket, so still a second life for them there, and that's what they secured by beating Groningen Mojitos earlier tonight. But if we keep the theme with Groningen, the second upper bracket matchup we will be watching next week or at some point next week, but the second upper bracket matchup will be the Groningen Fair Play Martinis. That B team, come A team, hard to really pin these two teams down, will be facing up against the Berlin Basilisks in I think a classic at this point, Tylacto, Dutch-German rivalry in this tournament.
Yeah, actually really excited for that Martinis Basilisks matchup. I think it's just huge, considering for either one of those teams, they'll be into at least, and probably at most, that upper semi-finals to play the winner of Berlin Phoenix and Beckett Bears. I won't throw out the upset out the window just yet, but for either Basilisk or Martinis, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, and the potential to see the two Berlin teams actually clash against each other, which, I think we just, look, it's a given at this point that we favour Berlin Phoenixes in any matchup that they kind of get put into, but seeing those two Berlin teams come up against each other, I think, especially with how Berlin Basilisks have been on the up throughout this tournament, could be pretty exciting, Orion.
Yeah, I really think it could be that upper semi-final it could be a juicy one between the two Berlin teams. I definitely think we know which one is the stronger, and I think anyone would expect that Berlin Phoenix would make it all the way to that upper bracket final, and probably even the grand final. I don't want to speak too soon, but on paper that's just how things are looking at the moment. But there'll definitely be some interesting matchups in between there. But as Tylacto said, I'm definitely looking forward to that Martinis versus Basilisk series. I think that will be an incredibly close one.
Yeah, fingers crossed it will be. And look, the good news is it's not the only Dutch-German matchup we're going to get next week either. Erasmus Esports Rotterdam, FHDW Esports Alpha. That play-ins team versus last year's summer champions, Tylacto. It's FHDW, I don't think I was expecting much from them coming in, if I'm being totally honest. And they've really surprised us the entire way through. They looked strong again tonight. And Erasmus Esports Rotterdam will definitely have their hands full with them.
I feel like it's just been a roller coaster for FHDW. I was really impressed with them in the group stage, and then today I'm surprised it took them 7 games to beat a Stuttgart team with their sub-in, though maybe we're just constantly underestimating teams with their sub-in. I would still consider Erasmus the favourites on that one, though.
Yeah, I think Erasmus, Orion, they haven't necessarily had to show all they've had. They got their 2 difficult games out in groups very early on, beat the 2 teams that were really challenging at the top of the table, and since then, they've kind of just been cruising. So it'll be the first time in a little while that we've seen them play in earnest, I think.
Yeah, I think it would be unwise to bet against Erasmus Esports Rotterdam there, FHDW. They have looked great, but, are they a top 4 upper bracket team? Along with Berlin Phoenix, Martinis, Basilisks, don't really know who will go through there. And Portsmouth, Bournemouth, I don't quite know if they're in that conversation. I think that Rotterdam will probably have one of the more comfortable upper quarterfinals, shall we say, maybe with the exception of Berlin Phoenix.
Sure, but I mean, look, Orion, you can't just say that and not expect me to start a conversation about our last quarterfinal, because Portsmouth Paladins versus Bournemouth Barracudas. Bournemouth, we heard from RW Dragon there, they were expecting this series to be a little bit easier than it ended up being. And Portsmouth are having a rocky time of it domestically, did top their group, but are not necessarily feeling very confident coming into next week.
I actually just don't know what to expect of Portsmouth at this point. One of the teams that you'd have expected to be most consistently coming out of the UK have actually been one of the least consistent, actually. Based off today, I want to say I'd still back Portsmouth as favourites, but that one, who knows? That could be any scoreline in any direction, and I'm not sure anyone could say that they're just outright surprised.
Yeah. Orion, anything to disagree with there? I think Tyler, he summed it up nicely there. There's no reason to be surprised about anything that happens there next week.
Yeah, definitely. Portsmouth bowed out in dramatic fashion in NSC to UWE yesterday. And the thing with Bournemouth is you never really know what Bournemouth you're going to get. Sometimes there's a lot of kind of trolling and banter going on. I know Cloud in particular, he's quite a fun guy. He likes to have a bit of banter. So I think, in that upper quarterfinals, they'll start to take it a bit more seriously, especially against Portsmouth, and it'll be an interesting one. I think Bournemouth is still the favourites going into that one, but yeah, it's just the version of Bournemouth that you get.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, we're going to start to speed run now. This round of 16, the lower bracket, as we head towards the end of the evening. And some of these teams, again, we're going to say goodbye to 4 more teams from this tournament next week. And the first of those matchups will be the GEA Fairplay Mojitos coming up against Tilburg United. And I think this is the first time we've seen a double Dutch matchup in the playoffs. We've seen plenty of double German matchups, but Tylacta, this is the first time a Dutch team is going to be performing the team kill on another Dutch team.
Yeah, in terms of domestically, you would expect Mojitos to be the favourites there, but they kind of locked up a little bit against the Beckett Bears today. And with Tilburg the ones coming off of a win and Groningen off of a loss, I think that one could easily go the other way.
Yeah, I think, we saw Mojitos lock up a little bit, and at the same time, you mentioned it earlier, the only 4-0 win in the entire best of 7 so far has gone the way of Tilburg. So if there's anyone feeling confident, Orion, it'll have to be that Tilburg University, and they could definitely pull off the upset against the Mojitos, who domestically you would say are favourite.
Yeah, well, coming off that sweep against the TUD Apes in a best of 7, that's one way to give yourself some confidence. But I think I would probably favour the is it the Mojitos down in that lower bracket?
Yeah.
I can't see. Yeah, it's the Mojitos down in that lower bracket. Yeah. So all Dutch matchup, and critically, a lot of these teams, as is the case with the EURC, haven't really played each other a lot before. They don't have experience against each other, especially when you're looking at these international matchups. But both of these teams coming from the Dutch league, they'll kind of already know how the other team is going to be playing. So I think that'll be more of an interesting matchup and potentially closer than we think that it could be.
Yeah, and that's all we're hoping for, I think, at this point, as neutral parties here on the desk, is for close matchups. And
True.
Another one that I think is very hard to judge, like you've just said, is this Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons versus AES ULB matchup that will be happening. That's our second lower round game. Tylacta, this is one that's hard to call because Dusseldorf looked very strong. ULB looked kind of weak coming in, but ULB big performance against York, and Dusseldorf maybe slipped up a little bit.
Yeah, it's important to say that Dusseldorf definitely did feel like they slip up. I still feel like they should be able to put away ULB handily, in my opinion, but it just it's whether ULB can sort of get that till out of Dusseldorf that we have seen on 2 different occasions now, once forced out by Rotterdam and once on Monday forced out by the Berlin Basilisks, because I just don't know. If Dusseldorf get in their own heads, they really do seem to struggle when they're figured out. But regardless, I would kind of expect them to put away ULB quite comfortably. ULB, that series against York was absolutely bizarre, and I don't think they're heavyweight enough to advance further just far in this bracket.
Tylacta, you make a good point, but I'm going to throw it to Orion, and I'm going to add this caveat on top, which is if there's a time to get inside your own head, surely the lower bracket is where it starts to really happen.
I don't know. Dusseldorf are just such a bipolar team. They look so good, and then they just don't. So I really don't know what to expect from them. Like, I'm expecting them to look absolutely fantastic when they first start playing against ULB, as they have done in previous series. But there is just that danger of it starting to fall apart for Dusseldorf. And, you know, they are on their last life now, as you say, in that lower bracket. So the more that the pressure mounts on Dusseldorf, the more that they begin to fall to pieces. But I do believe that they are a slightly, if not significantly stronger team than ULB, and can probably take that series in advance.
Yeah, no unfair takes there at all, I think. And here's another not unfair take coming up, which is that teams with subs have been constantly surprising us, but have still sometimes been falling down just short. And Engine Stuttgart have been that team with a sub, I think, a little bit more often than they will like. And they will be coming up against a British powerhouse next week in Salford Lions, who definitely, Tylacto, have something left to prove in this lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, with 7 games being forced out, FHDW did still take the win against that weakened Engine Stuttgart team, and they may not have got top 3 in their group, but I would say that I would rank Salford Lions still above FHDW right now. Maybe I would be wrong to do that, but Salford are currently waiting in the grand finals of NSC, and I think they'd be very disappointed if they don't take that one.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Orion, there's the chance that Engine Stuttgart show up with their full roster next week. And while it's something that we've seen quite rarely, it's looked good on the occasions that they have managed to put it all together.
I'm pretty sure there's not a chance
can't.
that they'll show up with their full roster.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. No, I'm absolutely brain is
I
gone.
won't go into details about that one.
Fine,
but
Yep.
so Stuttgart playing with their sub. I completely echo what Tylacto said there. I think Salford are just the stronger team on paper, and I don't think they'll have a problem overcoming Stuttgart in that series.
Yeah, that's fair. And so let's move on to our last series of the round of 16 that we have to discuss. And here it is, the all-British matchup that's left in the tournament. And it's Kiel Krakens up against the Essex Blades. And Essex Blades, they had a hard-fought win against Esports Team 20, but maybe they can get it done against Kiel. I mean, Kiel also had a hard-fought series there, but you'd have to argue that Kiel's hard-fought series was maybe fought at slightly higher in the stratosphere.
Yeah, it's fair enough, really. I'm very happy for Essex getting that Game 7 win. It was so nice to see them finally get a clutch win that they've been waiting for so long. But I just cannot bet against Kiel at this point, sub or no sub.
Yeah, I think that's, again, entirely fair. It's incredible how fair we all are on this desk. It helps to have nobody to argue with us. Got the 2 Brits and the Irishman. And Orion, do you continue to agree with Tylacto, or are we all just in a lovely
my head
time
is telling me, or my heart is telling me, yeah, just continue to be fair, but my head is telling me just be that like one person that is now just like completely bashing a team. But no, I'm
Honestly.
not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I agree with Tylacto again. Kiel surprised me with their sub. Dudes honestly had the series of its life there, and you know, it almost looked like the main roster that we were seeing there, which was crazy. Essex are a wild card, I would say. They did very well to beat Twente, especially in Game 7, which Essex are renowned historically for losing a final game in a series to decide it. So they've kind of broken that curse, and potentially that could kind of give them some momentum going forwards in the bracket. But I am kind of with Tylacto that I think Kiel will edge it.
Yeah, and so one more time, I'm going to add on that I think that's fair. I think Kiel Krakens probably look like a better team going into that matchup. But the good news is that none of these matches get played on paper. And so you, the viewers, will be able to tune in next week and watch all of this action as it happens live. And all of these matchups, whatever happens, promise to deliver. These should be some absolutely fantastic matches, and you would be a fool to miss any of them. Thank you very much for joining us here for week 1 of the EURC playoffs. And we hope to see you back for week 2 starting next Monday.